All right, welcome to the Board of Supervisors June 20th meeting. I'm calling this meeting into order at 9:06, and I have asked our Chief Probation Officer, Dan Hawks, to come up and help lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. So if you'll all stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. So as you know, we're going to start with the oral communications. I just begin with a reminder that we are here to listen to you about whatever things are on your minds, whatever announcements you want to make that are not on our current agenda. If you don't have an agenda before you, they are on the back table there, and you will have 3 minutes to bring to the board and to the public whatever you want to speak about. And just another reminder that in the boardroom and hopefully out there in the world, we're all kind and courteous and respectful with each other. And in my quest to stress that kindness, I pick a quote every meeting to read from. And this today's quote is from Margaret George, Mary Queen of Scotland and the Isles, and it's very brief. And she said, "Kindness is stronger than iron bars." All right, with that, the podium is free for anybody who wants to get up and make an announcement or if you have something to say.
Thank you, Supervisor Half, for the opportunity to speak. I emailed this to Supervisor and I earlier, but I've been looking at the roads as sort of a canary in the coal mine, and as it's gone on over the last 20 years, I realized that at some point in time the canary died. And I was speaking with Supervisor Brandon earlier, and I see you guys as having a really, really hard job because, in a sense, what you're doing is cleaning up decades of decay, and you don't have the money to do it. And how you're going to prioritize that is really hard to do. As I look through the budget that you guys are going to probably vote in today, I wasn't so concerned with that. I couldn't understand parts of it because I couldn't drill down into some of the exhibits that I had hoped to see online, so I gave up on that. But what I did think about was one appointment that was made recently, and that was for a guy that had been a clerk here for a while, and then he had worked earlier as a clerk, an elections clerk, and I looked at his LinkedIn. I always call him a dating page because it's a nice profile, and he graduated in sociology from Fresno State, and now he's referred to as a senior administrative analyst in economic development. I thought, what kind of credentials are those? And it sounds worse than Cole by far. I thought Cole did a pretty good job. Larry Cope did a job. He kept doing the job. But I thought, why would I want to talk to this guy? And how much does he make? Well, when he was a clerk, he was making somewhere around $161,000 a year with benefits, and that was appalling to me. I thought, well, where does all this start? Well, it starts with the overpaying at the top. I look at this table over here, and I'm looking at about $1 million in benefits and salary. I'm thinking, really? I looked at Tracy's credentials, and I drilled down on those, and I thought, God, each degree was worse than the one before. The last one is basically a paper mill for a year, and she's making, what, $400 a year by now with benefits? That's nuts. You guys have got to start taking a lawnmower and doing some trimming here because, yeah, we're losing people in terms of actual work, so the wages are being covered in the next budget, but at what cost? And things are way out of control. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. What an amazing spring we are having. The Garden of Eden, God's perfect home for us. But it wasn't good enough. We wanted more. I say we because there isn't a single person in the room who wouldn't have done exactly what Adam and Eve did. How do I know that? Because we're still doing it. Every single one of us gives into some temptation offered by Satan on a regular basis. And so we got kicked out of the house that God made for us. And let's face it, when you leave your parents' house, life gets a whole lot harder. In Genesis 3, God cursed the ground for man's sake, telling us that we will now have to work hard just to survive from the land. But God provides redemption. He offers eternal salvation as a free gift of grace to those who accept it. But he can also provide an earthly blessing as a reward for the work that we do while we are here. Deuteronomy 28:12 says, "The Lord will open you to his good treasure, the heavens, to give rain to your land in its season, and to bless all the work of your hand." Why am I telling you this? Because we don't live in the Garden of Eden, and as nice as Tuolumne County is, it takes a whole lot of work to live here. Log it, graze it, or watch it burn. While those are not the only approaches to forest management, there is a lot of biblical truth to that bumper sticker phrase. So I'm really happy about all the work that's been going on in the forests around our county. It's quite incredible and like nothing I've seen in almost the 3 decades that I've been living here. But it's really hard and dangerous work for both the firefighters and all their support crews. And it's not going to get any easier as we transition from forest clearing and controlled burns to out-of-control wildfires. So I really want to pray for all of them. But first, I'll just say that while I'm pretty sure most of the firefighters know how much the people of the county love them for what they do, they should also know that God loves them and appreciates them too. They are actually following through on what God told us we would have to do that day back in the garden. It sure is better doing your work for God rather than just doing it for man, and I believe he will bless us for it. Maybe he'll even find some new insurance companies. I'm going to pray. Join me if you like. Good morning, Lord. Thank you so much for your provision despite our rebellious nature. Deep down inside, we know that we want to work for you and not for Satan. Especially, Lord, thank you for the firefighters and all their support staff. Please bless them with hearts filled with joy toward the incredibly difficult and dangerous work that they must do. Show them your presence and approval. And God, please protect them from the inherent dangers of the work. Let them return safely to their friends and family. It's not the Garden of Eden, Lord, but we love our county. Help us work hard to make it the place you would have for us. In Jesus' name, amen.
Anybody else? Come on up. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm John Flynn, your political watchdog, but I want to say good morning to County of Tuolumne Corporation. And I'm going to finally get to what I want to talk about from the past meetings up here. There's some websites that I discovered in January or February. It's called Tuttle Twins, Tuttle Twins, /history, 1215 AD, hyphen 1776. And it's for kids. And it's for grandparents, single moms, single dads, parents to read to their kids as they're growing up, maybe starting at age 7 on up. And I think all parents and grandparents should look into this and buy the book. And when they reach of age, they could read it to them. They've already bought the books. And the next thing we want to talk, it's called The Lost Way book. This is about when the Americans were moving out west. They didn't have refrigerators. They didn't have gas range stoves. They didn't have air conditioning. And this book is a little pricey, but it talks about the lost ways. It's called The Lost Way book, how to get by it and how to stretch out 90 pounds of protein, meat, and still be healthy. So that's for the folks. I'm just talking to the folks in the county. The next one is called GoDarkBags.com. godark.com. Day bags. It's a godarkbags.com. You can take tablets, smartphones, laptops. They're triple line. You can leave them on or turn them off, and you put them in, and they go invisible. Government cannot track you if they had any reason to track you. None of their business. So that's for the folks. And they're pricey. Out of my reach. Okay. CaliforniaInsider.com. Epoch Times News. That's something you ought to look into. And that's for all the folks. And you want to look at James Gallagher, Republican, farmer, 6th generation, Tarullo County. Last May, look into that. And I think that's an interesting one. Another one for the contractor behind me who just spoke, called Dirt Farmers J, www.dirtfarmerj.com. Look into that. Then we have Letho Law, Letho Law, LAW, Supreme Court of the United States strikes down qualified immunity claim for all public officials, including lawyers over there. A lawyer. That's episode 7.276. Thank you.
Anybody else? Welcome.
Good morning. So my friend Jana is opening up a lunch shop in downtown Sonora, and she's serving sandwiches on homemade bread, and her shop is the white building there right behind the Heart Rock on Veteran and Stewart, so if anyone needs lunch. Safeway used to have a manager, Jeff Hampton, who I thought did an excellent job. He has left Safeway, and he is now going to be the new store manager at the Upper Save Mart. So I think that'll be good. So if anyone wants to stop in and say hello to him. I thought the district attorney putting on the Elder Symposium last week was fabulous. I think in the history and incarnations of those, I've only missed the very first one. And I thought Brian Adcox was just amazing. And we should do some kind of public outreach on financial fraud. And then I believe National Night Out is coming up in August. And my understanding is that Sonora Police is going to join the sheriff, and they're going to be in Twainhart, I believe. So I hope when we're up there we can, I don't know if CHP's coming, but I hope there can be some emphasis on community safety and some education. And at some point I think we need to talk about Narcan. I call it Narcan, Noxalone, I guess. I heard that my mother-in-law did an unofficial poll where people thought we shouldn't be distributing Narcan. So I don't carry it. I've been offered it, but it's not a community I hang out in. But we don't have it at the senior center. We don't have it at the library. And given the clientele at the library, we should have some. So I think we need to and make a community effort and some outreach on the use of Narcan and how helpful that can be. Thank you.
Thank you. Last call. All right, I'm going to close public comment, and we're going to move on to staff reports. Any staff member that has something you want to tell the board and the community, please come forward. Oh, that's different. Nobody has anything. Wow. All right. Well, we'll hope for more reports next time and move on to the consent calendar. And Heather, would you please read the consent calendar?
Item number 1, approving the minutes of the June 6, 2023 and June 13, 2023 meetings. Item number 2, approving the drug and alcohol testing policy. Item number 3, approving a funding allocation from the California Department of Public Health to the county's Public Health Department for the California Strengthening Public Health Initiative, CASPHI, in the amount of $590,000, $590,734 to be paid over the period of December 1, 2022 through November 30th, 2027, with program revenue and expenses included in the fiscal year 2023-24 adopted budget, and authorizing county administrative officer to sign any further related documents. Item number 4, approving amendment number 3 with Roebelin Construction Management Services, Inc., related to the extension of the agreement period to February 29, 2024. Item number 5, approving amendment number 5 to the Lionakis Agreement for additional work related to the construction of the Community Resilience Centers in the amount of $34,700 and extend the agreement term to February 29, 2024. Item number 6, approving amendment number 3 to the Cox Consulting Agreement for additional work related to the extension of the construction and monitoring period for the Community Resilience Center project in the amount of $15,000, extend the term of the agreement to April 30th, 2024, and authorize the county administrator to sign. Item number 7, approving the appointment of Kathy Peacock and Terry Garcia to the Tuolumne County Behavioral Health Advisory Board. Item number 8, accepting the Community Corrections Partnership Plan goals and budget for fiscal year 2023-2024. And item 9, as the Tuolumne Public Power Agency, approving the Tuolumne Public Power Agency budget for fiscal year 2023-2024 and setting the new rate.
All right, so first question to the board is there an item that you wish to pull? Okay, how about comments? Supervisor Brandon.
Thank you. I just want to make a brief comment that I'm really excited to have Kathy Peacock and Terry Garcia onto the Behavioral Health Advisory Board. Both of them are professionals in their field with many, many years, probably decades of service, so I think they're going to be a great addition. And just a reminder to the public, too, we do have a number of boards, committees, and commissions. We have a vacancy portal where you can go apply online, so go check it out because that's where a lot of these discussions happen before they get here. We always need new folks, and you can kind of pick what you're interested in getting involved with.
Thank you. Supervisor Goldenberg.
Yeah, so I would like to echo Supervisor Brandon's comments regarding Kathy Peacock and Terry Garcia. Very good. And I have brief comments on 3 items. Consent items number 5. Really glad to see, that this is coming in with additional capabilities. This was a hard-fought item that Maureen Frank worked towards and much appreciated. Item number 8, looking at the Dan Hawks, what they're doing here, Dan, as chair of the CCP, the Community Corrections Partnership, working closely with the courts, the DA, Sheriff, Public Defender, Director of Behavioral Health, and City of Sonora PD. Your efforts are truly appreciated. And the last one would be item number 9. As the Tuolumne Public Power Agency, I recognize and appreciate that this is a great deal for the County of Tuolumne and our cooperators that were able to bring them in. I would still like to look at the potential of adding solar into our projects in the future. PPA, basically gets us a 60% discount from the PG&E rates, but we may be able to do even better by adding solar. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just have one item that I wanted to comment on, also number 8, the Community Corrections Partnership. In reading the memo, I just wanted to say I'm really happy to see the expansion of the jail nursery program. I think it was actually stopped for a while just because we didn't have the number of jail personnel to supervise. And so now they're going to bring it back, is my understanding, and also include the chicken ranching. So that's great. And I'm glad to see the homeless court exploration there. And finally, my last comment on this is I'm really happy with the geo-entry services. I went to a graduation ceremony last week. It was fabulous. It was very inspiring. I would recommend the next time it comes around, any supervisor who wants to know more about the program, go. You will be so impressed with what they do with our probationers and folks that are in jail that choose to avail themselves of these services. So that's all I wanted to say. And so now I'm going to go to the public and see if there's any public comment on what's on the agenda on the consent calendar.
Thank you, Supervisor Brandon, for talking about how you need committee members on some of these advisory committees to you. However, we need people who are responsible and take their duties seriously. So I was pretty disappointed to see how many people did not show up at the last Behavioral Health Advisory Board meeting, which included Kathy Peacock and Terry Garcia, who both were not there, but the Parringtons were, and they're in our audience today. So they did the MHSA presentation that you're going to see later today. And then Cassandra Janicki came and spoke on the drug courts and what's going on. Those are really important topics. And if you want to be on this committee and you weren't there, shame on you.
Any other public comment? All right, I'll bring it back to the board to entertain a motion.
I'll move to accept the consent calendar.
I'll second.
Okay, so it was moved by Supervisor Goldenberg and seconded by Supervisor Campbell. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, that carries 5-0. All right, I think it's close enough to the 9:30, and we have to wait until 9:30 for that appointment. But because we have so many 9:30 appointments, I don't want to take on another agenda item at this point. I want to go right to the 9:30 appointments. So, CAO, what do you suggest? A 2-minute break? Okay, we're going to take a 2-minute break. Come right back. So, Heather, would you please read the first 9:30 appointment? We can have your attention, please.
9:30 a.m., Item 1, presentation by Archer and Hound Advertising and staff direction on continuing a contract for services.
All right,
Good morning, Archer and Hound. I understand you have a presentation for us.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah. Good morning, Board. Eric, County Administrator's Office, where we kick this off real quick.
Okay.
So just provide a little bit of background. So in May of 2021, your board did approve an agreement with Archer and Hound for social media consulting and marketing or advertising. Since that time, they've done some great work, and that's what they're here to present on today is some of that work that they've done, as well as some of the statistics along with that. Just some additional background. I won't steal their thunder on what they're going to chat about, but you do have a current agreement with Archer and Hound that does have another year in the contract. It's for $100,000 per year. In fiscal year 2021-22, we spent approximately $79,000, and you'll see in a moment what some of that paid for. This last year, we've spent about $59,000 so far, and we do have $69,000 in the budget for next year. So upon conclusion of this presentation, we'll just be asking for some further direction. And also, so your board is aware, we do have 2 other contracts or agreements in the county for additional social media support as well. Those make up about another $30,000 a year. And you'll also see in the presentation that there are some departments, while they don't directly use the county's overall governmental page, we do share a lot of that information. So some departments did elect for multiple reasons to not use the page that you'll see today. So I will send it over to Archer and Hound.
Okay, thank you so much for having us. I'm Jessica Blanchfield, one of the owners of Archer and Hound Advertising. I have with me Hannah and Vikas from our team who work closely on this account. So today we're going to go through a quick presentation to show you what we've been doing. As Eric mentioned, we started working with the county in mid-2021. However, it did take us a little bit of time to gather with departments, to get information, to consolidate pages. So really our efforts truly began in April of 2022 in terms of social media and communication. But we'll walk through this quickly for you. Can you guys see that? So today we're quickly going to go over just general social media impact. We're going to go over the HR campaigns that we've been running throughout this past year plus. We had a broadband campaign that we initiated and ran on behalf of the county, as well as a homelessness campaign. And then there were 3 recruitment videos that we created for the county to utilize. So we'll go through those and show you those efforts. So quickly, I'll go through the information on the left. These are the absorbed pages. So these are the Facebook pages that were operational independently that we brought into the county purview. So these pieces, all of the information that pertains to these particular pages are communicated on behalf of the county page. So we do have an actual, we have a web portal that these departments will submit information for, and we of course then create content and post on their behalf. The list on the right-hand side, those are county pages that we follow. So those are folks that have decided to keep the pages running on their own, operational on their own, but we do in fact follow these pages and we share content on an ongoing basis through the county page. So making sure that folks can still receive this information through the county page. So when we initially took over, there was a branding and onboarding process that we went through. So first of all, making sure that we were able to communicate on behalf of the county in a very solid and concise voice and tone. So I'm going to go ahead and move on to that just so that we can see. So certainly the county logo still is the county logo. That wasn't anything that we worked on. Our purview was to basically identify how we could communicate on behalf of the county to make sure that we were speaking in one solid voice. So we went through, we actually created a color palette to make sure that everything that we created was within what we call brand. So all of this was not quite discerned when we took over, so making sure that we worked with county staff to develop those colors, the fonts, the iconography, and then of course the voice and tone. So as we're speaking on behalf of the county, making sure that we carry through on that voice and tone. From there, we went through and made sure that we created the toolkit, if you will, to develop social media posts that were in line with this new realignment of brand. So this is just an example of sort of a before and after in terms of the types of posts, just making sure that it was concise, that folks were able to recognize it, that it was specific to the county, and people knew what we were trying to communicate even before reading the posts themselves. So just as a reminder, our objectives in coming on as a consultant for the county. So the purpose of us operating and manning and running the social media on behalf of the county was to increase transparency and expand the reach of the county communications. So a few things that we do, they're listed out here, but every job posting that comes through the county job portal is posted through social media. Every meeting of Board of Trustees is posted. Again, these are all things that come through the email portal. Every meeting and cancellation notice is published through social media. Again, first and foremost, it is published through the website, but then of course, just echoing all of this information through social media is important. News, events, and other items from county department heads, again, that are given to us through the portal system that we have developed, and then publishing ads and boosting job postings, so making sure that information is put out there. So certainly, again, all of this information is on the county website, but as opposed to being static, the information through social media is actually pushed out to the community. So I want to showcase some numbers. I'll walk you through this quickly. So we looked at 3 milestone months. I mean, certainly we've been working on social media for about 14 months, but as opposed to looking at every single month, we wanted to point out 3 milestone months. So in this case, we're looking at April 2022, which essentially is when we started posting on behalf of the county. The middle column is January 2023, when comments were enabled. Let me go back one step before I move on and say, with social media as a government entity, there are 2 options in posting and then utilizing social media as a forum or simply just a communication mechanism for putting out information. And so up until January 2023, comments were enabled. So we were utilizing social media essentially as a forum, so putting out communication and allowing the community to comment back. However, in May 2023, that's when officially commenting was disabled. So we turned the page by direction of staff into more of just a communication opportunity. So pushing out information. I think there was some comments that perhaps weren't as productive, and so again, it was direction of staff that we turn off that commenting. So again, that happened in May 2023. The reason why I'm bringing that up is, again, if we look at April 22, which is when we started posting on social media, a couple things that I want to point out. So we broke this out into the 3 platforms that we manage. So Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn. So just to kind of give a little bit of an overview. So Facebook page likes were 2,261 versus in January, again, as we were growing this page, it increased to 6,624. And then as we continued in May, we were still on the same par of 6,617. The next number is the number that I really want to sort of focus on a little bit. So engaged people, this is the amount of people that are measured through the metrics of Meta, not through our efforts, but people that are actually engaged with these posts. So posts. So seeing these posts, liking these posts, sharing, commenting, there's different metrics that all associate to engaged. So again, in April 2022, when it was first being worked on, there was roughly 3,000 folks that were engaged, whereas if we move on to January, a little over 9,000 folks were engaged. And as we move on to May, again, with commenting disabled, the engagement is still growing. And so we're over 12,675 folks that are engaged. So I think in general, the takeaway is, while certainly there is opportunity for forums being opened and listening to the community, the engagement is still there, even as we're just simply outputting information.
Technical question, is that engagement as a number, or is that unique engagement, unique people?
That's engagement total.
Okay.
Yeah. So obviously, as we're posting daily, these metrics don't break out the number of unique people that may engage with just one post that week, if that answers your question. But the same thing is true, and so the same story, we won't go through all of these numbers, but the same thing is true with Instagram. Again, engagement started out being roughly 184,000, and in May of 2023, we're engaging with 600. So the same thing is true with LinkedIn. So giving you just an overview, the takeaway is certainly, again, while the information is still posted on the website, there is still relevancy to posting the same information on social media, making sure that it's actually being sent out and pushed out into the community who are in fact engaging with it.
Next, we're moving on to talking about the HR campaign that we've been doing for the county. As you'll know, every single job posting that the county is listing, we are posting on social media. And there has been great traction. And so we're going to be looking on the left-hand side at the KPIs, key performance indicators. We are looking at impressions, 1,255,715 impressions. The clicks, 34,663. Our click-through rate is almost 3%. And the cost per click is 16 cents, which is amazing. These posts are the top 3 posts that have been high rated on our page. There have been a lot of posts that have gone, that have received this high rate, but these are the top 3 we wanted to highlight. The first one you're going to see on the left-hand side, we have the clicks, 2,597. The click-through rate was almost 4.5%. The middle post is 2,273 clicks with a click-through rate of 3.95%. And the last one on the right-hand side has clicks of 2,167 with a click-through rate of little over 5%.
So one of the additional campaigns, so again, just to reiterate, so we're posting on a daily basis information, general information for the public. But again, the campaigns that we're running throughout the year, the HR campaign is an ongoing campaign. So anytime there are job postings, we're posting that information. And then, of course, boosting some of those posts through advertising, which is allowing for those jobs to be seen. One of the next campaigns that we ran this past year is the broadband campaign. So we'll go over some of these metrics. So the broadband campaign in general, and I think this campaign answers some of the questions when we first began doing work with the county, in that, one of the questions, for example, was whether or not, older folks in the community might be actually on social media. Will people actually be seeing this content? And so these metrics prove that the answer to that is yes. So one thing that I'll point out as we're walking through this is this bar graph campaign, the frequency by age. So again, the broadband campaign was information that was put out. Folks had the opportunity to respond to an ask. So in this case, we're showing you frequency and age. So this is sort of a twofer in that sense. So the age range that interacted and saw the information for this campaign the most, at a frequency of almost 12 times during this campaign, was the individuals that are 65 plus. And then, of course, it went down from there. But again, still ranking highest from oldest to youngest, which I think is a really interesting point to make. The other thing that's interesting for us is the pie chart to the right, and these are outbound clicks. So one of the metrics that we weren't able to gather is the actual clicks to the county website. Those are metrics that need to be supplied to us by the county. Google, I know, has recently changed the way that their metrics have been accounted for, and so I think that there was just some mix-up in gathering the information and storing that information on the county side. But again, what we can tell from our end through Meta is what these outbound clicks are. So we know for sure that these outbound clicks are actually clicks to the website. So again, in looking at this pie chart, the number or the age of individuals that clicked out to the website the most, again, was the 65 plus age range, which I think is important to note. On the left-hand side, these are just general key performance indicators. So the total impressions for this campaign was 157,000. And again, one of the other things that I will point out is that cost per click. Again, this is just what helps us understand if our efforts really are efficient. And in this case, yes, our cost per clicks were 15 cents, which again, anything under the $2 range is considered a very efficient cost per click. In total, the outbound clicks with our organic and our paid media for this particular campaign was 2,621 outbound clicks to the website. So,
can you explain what the cost and cost per click means? Is that the ad cost, or is that the cost also billed for time?
No, it's the ad cost.
Okay.
Correct. Yeah, that's the tangible cost for the actual advertising. That's the media cost and what that cost per click actually equates to. Correct. Any other questions on this particular campaign? Seeing none. These are just, again, sample posts. These are the top 3 Facebook organic posts. Again, there were many, many posts that were done, both paid and organic throughout this campaign, but just giving you a little bit of an understanding of the top 3 organic posts on Facebook for this particular campaign. And the same thing with Instagram.
All right. We were tasked with, in the month of November, it's Homeless Awareness Month, and we were tasked with raising awareness for homelessness and advocacy by partnering with the county, partnering with the Amador-Tuolumne Community Action Agency. So the Action Agency actually created the graphics, created the posts. We posted them. We scheduled them out. And then we also monitored the discussions that were happening. so the posts that were highlighted, we also, a big part of it was also humanizing the Tuolumne County's homeless individuals, which was a big goal for that. So what we found is while there were, there were some negative comments on, for the homeless, but the post sparked several enlightening discussions as well. Just kind of discussions about how to approach homelessness in Tuolumne County, ways we might be able to solve it, and how to ensure kind of the well-being of the unhoused individuals. And here are just some of the posts that we posted. The results are actually kind of astounding. So the post-campaign analysis kind of showed that there was significant post impressions and engagement. When we do a campaign, it's not just one post, two posts, three posts, and you just keep posting individual posts. It's really a cohesive campaign that we do. So that campaign garnered 126,000 post impressions and 21,000 post engagements. That's compared to October of last year. The previous month, that was a 185% increase in impressions and 570 increase in post engagement. This was still during the time when all public comment was allowed on the page. And if you just kind of look here, I know it's a little hard to read, but it's kind of like a synopsis of, there were comments of varying types, and so there are some who maybe complained, but then there were some who empathized, and there were some, and so that whole holistic discussion really kind of helped create an overall broad discussion around homelessness.
Yeah, so we're going to switch over just so you all can see and hear. One of the last things that we did over this past year was also creating recruitment videos. So we're going to show you 3 recruitment videos, 2 for general county recruitment and 1 for the sheriff's department. So we'll just share these with you.
Follow me to discovery.
Follow me to creativity.
Follow me to scenery.
To hobby.
To camaraderie.
Adventuring. To Main Street.
To opportunity.
To community.
Follow me to free.
To relaxing.
To California's history.
Follow me to the local breweries.
Follow me to who you're meant to be.
Follow me to Tuolumne. Find your new career today.
No matter who you are,
No matter what you do,
There's a place for you.
in Tuolumne County.
Discover great careers.
Build something new.
there are opportunities for growth.
Benefits. And retirement. Work outside.
Work inside.
Improve your skills.
Serve your community.
Make a positive impact.
If you're ready,
Tuolumne County is ready for you. Find your new career today.
Every day offers adventure. Every day carries risk. And every day demands a high calling. Because when we wake up, we know what's at stake. The people we love and the place we call home. So no matter what we face, it's our duty to protect and serve. Because every call, every risk, every day is a chance to make a difference.
Needless to say, there's a little bit of a difference in look and feel for hiring for the county as opposed to the sheriffs, but we knew who we were trying to reach. So that's just an overview. I'm happy to take questions that you might have.
Thank
I
you.
understand. Yeah, you wanted to finish up?
I do. Just a couple things I wanted to highlight before going to questions. So I wanted to be clear about when I came to the board, my intent for wanting to engage with social media was that for some of you may have attended. When I first came into my position, we launched this really big campaign to get out in the community, and we held a series of community meetings. And what we found is through all of those and then interacting on social media is most individuals are not wanting to come in person to interact with their local government anymore. It was very clear. So then we started talking about, well, if individuals are wanting to interact through social media, then we need a social media presence. And how it was being handled in the past before we found a contractor to do it on our behalf was, as a staff member had time, we may have posted something. So then we came to your board, we asked that we engage in this, we did an RFP, we interviewed 3 or 4 different contractors, and we arrived with Archer and Hound. We felt that they were the best to serve what we were looking for. While transparency is important, what really was most important to your staff was community engagement. How do we engage and how do we get information out to individuals? So there's a couple of things I wanted to highlight is what we have found, staff, as we've gone through this, is that we feel like we have let this down a bit because while we have a contractor doing this type of work, we're still not engaging a whole lot more than we did before. And to make this meaningful, we need to step that up if that's how we want to, if we want that level of engagement with our community. What I mean by that is we've done a lot of talking to. So most of our social media is really about putting the information out there. And I'll tell you that when we did the homelessness campaign, some of those comments that were made were so offensive. And I know some of you came to me with the concerns. So we went to what we did during COVID and we asked Archer and Hound to turn those comments off. But then after listening, to Jessica and her team, I do think there's value in having those comments on there. But in order to have the comments to engage, we have to have someone who has the time to engage meaningfully, whether that's through Archer and Hound or an individual who is actually doing that themselves as well. The other part of that is we were talking about, looking at my some ideas if in going towards into the next year is another way that we let down both the board and the community and our organization is I should have invited Jessica and her team in here on a quarterly basis. Had you ask questions, see some of the stuff, the work that they were doing, the level of engagement that we're having, and we did not do that. We kind of found that out, we'll go back to that water agency and some of the others. We just kind of put our heads down and we're doing the work. But I do believe that this is important. We see over and over and over again the way that the world wants to communicate now is mostly through a virtual type of process, whether it's through various platforms or that is the primary way. They're not wanting to necessarily come into meetings. And you may remember even when way back when we were doing even engagement via phone or video, even in here, we tended to have more people both here and in our committees and commissions more when they could engage through that virtual process than when they had to come here. So just something I wanted the board to think about. We did also let you know that there are 2 other contracts that are managed that you've never seen a presentation. You don't know the work they're doing either, which we could invite them to come in if you wanted. But a couple other ideas, let me get back to my main point, was if we move forward, and I think that we should, is we turn the comments back on. One of the ideas that Jessica had was even a way to address comments or the theme of the week is you do short videos. And if there's certain questions or themes that are happening, we get someone on there to do a quick video to just provide that feedback back to the community, what that might be. I love that idea, and I've talked to some of you about it's another way even for the board to engage. So maybe we get a board member on there and you talk about what's going on. We get department heads engaged, and it does give us another opportunity. The other one is, and I already talked about this, is the quarterly updates. So my recommendation is not only do we keep the contract, but honestly, if the board really wants to have meaningful engagement with our community, and I believe that you do, you would step this up at even another notch beyond the contract, which is something a lot of you brought up, and I know this is going to be, I won't say contentious, but it does come at a cost. But you have what almost every single other county in the state or in the nation have, which is a PIO that looks out overall for the entire county. We have one. I think the only one who really has one is probably the sheriff's office. But this could be someone who engages with all the departments, and they're on the ground doing all the work, saying, hey, I heard about this, Tracy or Cassandra or Bill, or can you give me some more information? And then they interact with Archer and Hound and provide the information, and then the ongoing engagement, they're able to do that too. So just some further conversation about some ways that I think we can enhance what we're doing. It's very clear from what you've seen on the screen, just in the numbers, that what has happened so far has made a big difference. And when we do these campaigns, it also reflects that our community is engaging in those campaigns, and maybe what we need to do is more of those. Then finally, we also found that there was some miscommunication between the board and staff when we drafted the contract, was that there were some expectations from some board members about support for you as a board member and what that might look like. So if that's something that the board wants to further consider, we can have those conversations, and we can always amend the contract to add some of that type of additional type of work in, if once we are clear what that is. So with that, sorry I didn't want to step on the presentation, because I do think they did a great job, and it was something they did very quickly. We're like, you have 10 minutes. So thank you for your time and your consideration.
All right, so at this time, I'll ask board members if they have just questions, no comments right now, but just questions. Supervisor Kirk.
Come on. I have lots of comments, but yeah, question only is, looking at the videos and some of the data, have we received hires from this work? Like, are we 100% sure that people in the community engaged in some of this information and then came in and applied for the sheriff's office, got hired, or, it's like, do we have any info on that? Because I'm assuming it has, but
I don't know specifically. I know I have heard out in the community people saying, hey, I saw your videos, those are great, and I sent it to my niece or my nephew or my daughter, but I don't know, and I don't know if anyone has actually stated when they came in, I'm applying for this job.
Hey, Liz is coming up. The reason why I asked is because we hired an individual a year or two ago for retention, but also to attract people, and I feel like this might be doing part of that. So.
Yeah, this is just a super minor example, but the administrative analyst in our office who works on the master stewardship agreement, she was hired because of the link that she saw that a friend shared that Archer and Hound had posted. Okay. She was in the healthcare industry before, so she was not at all looking in sort of the government sector. And so
I'm sure if we put a question out to staff, we'd probably get some similar responses. Okay. That's it for my question. I'll do comments later.
Supervisor Brandon.
Great, thank you. And I do have comments after as well. In line with that, are we doing any type of, with this contract, tracked links where we're able to kind of show it they didn't just click, but it actually is going to an application, working with IT or anything like that?
So we're tracking links on our end, so we're using UTM links and those sorts of things on our end. Mm-hmm. But no, the circle that hasn't been completed is through the actual county website. Eric, do you want to take that?
I'll touch on that real quick. So we know early on when they started engaging in April, we did look at some statistics, some data, some analytics from our then current analytics software we had, and we saw a dramatic increase in the amount of exposures to our recruitment site on our webpage from the social media posts they were doing. Unfortunately, we've since changed twice now the analytics software we're using, and they didn't retain any of that history. So I did go back to Roger looking for some of that information to present today, but unfortunately, we no longer have that data. But we did initially see that very big jump in exposures.
With the presentation, a lot of the campaigns, I want to ask, a slide that I didn't notice is of the total spend on the county contract in general. How is it broken up to ad spend, administrative costs on your side, time that's billed, the video production? The videos do look great. Is that 50% of the budget? Or is that 10% of the budget? So do you have those numbers, and why wouldn't that be included?
Yeah, I can follow up with those exact numbers, but roughly, if I were to give you just by memory the general breakout, the majority of it is time and effort on actually monitoring, creating posts, gathering information from departments. So we're spending on average, 4 to 7 hours a day throughout the week in monitoring and creating posts. So that's the majority of our time and effort. The next thing would be the advertising. The advertising, like we talked about, it's mostly on an ongoing basis for HR and job recruitment, but also then, of course, reserved for some of those campaigns throughout the year. And then the videos were a one-time cost, and so I think that came out of the 2021, late 2021 budget. So it didn't affect this last year's budget at all.
Okay. I want to ask too. So, looking at the LinkedIn stats from that view, and a couple of the very high performers, it looks pretty good, but it's hard for me to tell what was organic and what wasn't. I know if you put enough money into a thing, it's going to go in front of people. When I look at our Tuolumne County LinkedIn page, I see 1 engagement, 2 engagements, 0 engagements, 1 engagement, 0 engagements consistently. I'm hoping, can you reconcile that of why am I seeing really good stats there, but when I look at the page individually and like adding all the posts up, is it just a few that performed really well that had a lot of ad spend, or?
Yeah, so for LinkedIn, we're not promoting advertising through LinkedIn very much. There were a few job posts here and there that we worked with Deborah and HR for specifically. But LinkedIn in general is definitely a higher cost per click through LinkedIn than through Meta. So the majority, and in fact all over the last several months, has for advertising dollars has been through Meta, Facebook and Instagram.
Okay.
So yeah, just to clarify, so LinkedIn, the majority of LinkedIn is simply organic posting.
Okay. And then a similar question, this was a little earlier, this is a little more technical, but I didn't want to jump in too much. We had 14 more profile views on Instagram between, I think it was maybe it was a 3-month, 4-month period. We had 16 times more impressions. So that to me doesn't make sense. It seems like we're maybe paying people to see the post, but they're not really following to our content or our page.
Yeah, so I think that can be for a few different reasons.
Is it possible to pull that up too? Because I know that was a few slides ago.
Yeah, so you're talking about page likes?
Mm-hmm. Is that what you're talking about?
No, it was profile views versus impressions. And I believe it was the 2021 stat or 2022 stat, to May. So between April 2022, we had 130 profile views in that month. In May 2023, after spending a lot of money and time in this, we had 144 profile views.
Yeah.
But our impressions went up 16 times.
Yeah.
So it seemed like, again, people saw the content, but they're not actually following or engaging with our page. So it's not creating an audience is what it looks like to me.
Profile views is people actually clicking to the actual Instagram profile, which isn't abnormal for folks not to do that, but seeing and engaging with the content, that daily reach and those impressions are definitely the metrics that we follow the most. The profile views are things that we monitor, but it's not alarming that the profile views didn't grow significantly. Again, looking at the daily reach and the impressions are the numbers and metrics that we're looking at.
Okay. My last question, and this is I'll try not to blur it into comments, but I've heard when I've tried to bring something up to our staff to say, here's a program, I would like to send it, there are 2 things that have come up. One was there a long period where we weren't able to utilize posting because we had to go through the brand book process? I think initially we were saying we needed a social media communications consultant, not necessarily halt for 6 months, do a brand book, do the mood board, do all the stuff, just competent social media posts. So was that a period of time we weren't posting whatsoever because of that brand book discussion? And why did that take so long?
Yeah, it wasn't just the brand book discussion, but yes, there was a long period of time when we were first initiated to work with the county before we could actually post on your behalf, and that was for a few different reasons. Yes, we needed to go through and make sure that we were looking at branding, making sure that we were speaking on your behalf in the correct way and the way that staff wanted us to, but more so absorbing all of those pages onto the county page was quite a feat. So making sure that we were tracking down the appropriate individual, in some cases who didn't even work for the county any longer, that had the credentials, and they were the only person that had the credentials for these specific county pages, tracking that information down, gathering the information, closing down some pages that were irrelevant. That took a very long time. So that was the majority of the time spent in doing all of that work to make sure that we had access, and not just us, meaning Archer and Hound, but more importantly for us is making sure that county staff has access over us. They hold the keys to the castle. So working with them to make sure that all of that was created and implemented took a long time.
How long was that period of time? Because I know I ran into that, but I never really got a final date of, we're doing posts now.
April 2022 is when we officially started doing posts.
Okay. The other part of that, and I'll open it up to also our admin office as well, was we've had some things since this date come up, and I've been like, this is great. Here's an item. I think it's all together. It's a flyer. It's an event. Non-controversial. It's just pure sharing information and getting some engagement. Trying to get that out, it made me aware that there are departments that choose not to use this, and I know we have not forced this saying you have to, but for a service that the county is paying for, with a professional agency, with I think our staff wanting to do a good job, something doesn't make sense to me there. So I'm wondering why, what departments have not engaged with this, and why? Have there been reasons that have been brought up to you, to our staff? I know that I've heard some that it's, and myself included, I don't know who to email, who to talk to be like, hey, here's a great program that we're going to be doing through whatever, department. Get some people to see it.
Yeah, so a couple comments and then I'll hand it over to staff. But I pulled up the slides, so on the right-hand side, those are the pages that operate independently. And if you go through that list, there are quite a few that it makes sense, right? The Office of Emergency Services, Behavioral Health, Sheriff's Office.
And I should say public safety, I think, does
Correct.
Absolutely make sense. For all the other ones, though, what was the reasons given? Because I didn't understand that when I first saw this slide. Was there a reason given why we have so many properties choosing to not use what seems to be a free professional service that is not currently being done?
Yeah, I think with some of them, obviously each one is a little bit unique and different in terms of reasoning. But I know that the ones that aren't safety related do have their own in-house team, a hired member, contractor, that sort of thing that manages their pages. But again, we're still following these pages to make sure that the content that they are putting out is in fact communicated through the county page. But yes, I do hear what you're saying, and so that's the difference.
And I'll just
go
one.
You had said 2 times ago it was your last question. Can we go on, because we've got quite a heavy schedule? You did 2 times ago. You said last question. I was watching. Supervisor Goldenberg.
All right. Questions. I'll direct to staff first of all, and this is kind of tagging on to what Supervisor Brandon was just inquiring, but I believe this needs to go to staff, not the contractor. Which 2 county departments have agreements separate from Archer Hound totaling $30,000 per year?
We have the sheriff has a contract for services, which is $24,000 a year, and then Public Works also has a separate contract for $6,000 a year, for a total of $30,000 a year.
Okay, and I'll reserve comments, but looking at the overall authorized amount of this contract being $100,000, seems like we could have included those. Who are those contractors that are providing the services?
One is Cole Media, that is for the sheriff's office, and the other one is Diamond Digital Media, I believe is the name of the company.
Okay. So, to our turn hand question. I see in the background document, our board memo, that it's says that, and I'll read from here, excuse me, that limited to county posting information with no comments from the community being allowed. To me, this is abnormal, right? If we're going to instigate a contract to put out information, and sharing information on itself is good, but not allowing feedback coming back is concerning to me, and I would like to know why. I see that it potentially a staffing issue, but maybe you can expand.
So I will speak to this. I directed them to turn off the comments, and that was because of some of the offensive language and the way that people were talking and comments being made. That was a conversation that we had internally. We also did this during COVID, where people can make the comments, but you turn them off so they can't be visibly seen. And we did that after some of the offensive comments that were placed on a few different posts. And part of that is also because we don't have the time to engage on conversation with this. So but that was not Jessica's decision. That was a decision that was made by staff.
Okay. I'll get more into that in comments. Not right now. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And Supervisor Brandon, if you still have remaining questions, maybe you can incorporate them into your comments after we do public comment.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So now is the time for the public to come forward and give us your comments on this agenda item. If you have some, please come up to the podium. Good morning.
Sandra Janicki, your district attorney. So in answer perhaps colloquially to Supervisor Brandon's question, our office was not incorporated into the Archer and Hound contract utilization. After we met with Archer and Hound, our Facebook following is pretty large. We have over, I think at the time we had over like 1,200 followers. And so when we were looking at whether or not it made sense to incorporate all of the things that we share on our page into the general county page, I think we just came to the conclusion that the unfortunate reality is that sometimes what we end up sharing on our Facebook, updates about what we do, jury verdicts, sentences, things like that, that isn't always the type of content that we want on a general consumption page, if you will. And so just looking at kind of from our perspective, it didn't make a whole lot of sense to incorporate. I was disappointed as a department head about that decision, mostly because when I thought we were taking on this contract, I was hoping that we would have assistance in managing our individual pages, because that's, frankly, what would be most helpful for us. But that isn't what happened, and that's not what's, able to be incorporated, and so that was just kind of our office's perspective.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. So Debbie Batista, Register of Voters. And the reason why we didn't go with them was mainly timing. So we will get, we're talking solely elections, we'll get information from the Secretary of State that they want posted yesterday on the web page. We also have, we communicate or try to answer any of the comments. We use a relief employee, Jerry Day, who does all of our Facebook page, LinkedIn page, and Instagram. But he and I communicate, and he'll tell me to go on to Facebook and go look at this comment, and I'll answer it, or he'll answer it. Mainly it had to do with timing, and it had to do with that we didn't want people to write, the county no longer lets you vote in person, and the answer to that is yes, the county does allow you to write in person, and here are the 4 vote centers to go to. Or, we didn't get this. Yes, you did. Look into your, whatever it was. We try to answer very quickly to any of the negative comments and say thank you to all the positive comments. So the reason we did not go with them, and originally kind of like Cassandra, we were hoping we could, we still tell them everything, and they are linked to our page, I think. But we get information from the Secretary of State that she wants out on all 58 counties, and we are posting it almost instantaneously once we get it. So that's the reason why we aren't using them.
Anybody else? Okay, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board, and we'll start with Supervisor Campbell with your comments.
I don't have a lot of comments. I appreciate the presentation, and I think that you've laid out a pretty good roadmap for achieving some of the goals that we've set out as a county. And I think that the conversation it got a little derailed. I'll just kind of call the elephant down in the room. It got a little derailed early on in this discussion, because I think how the public viewed this was that, the Board of Supervisors wants to look better, so we hired a PR firm to make our image better. And really, for me, that was never what it was about. If I want to look better, I'll look in the mirror and I'll maybe fix my hair or iron my shirt or something like that. What we need to do is find a better way to communicate with the public, because despite all of the different options for communicating, it is getting harder and harder and harder to convey a clear, cogent message that the public can consume. I have an email list that I send out to regularly within my district. I have a Facebook page. I talk to the newspaper. I talk to the radio station frequently. And yet I still will hear from constituents regularly that things will be happening within the county, and they'll say, why didn't anybody tell me this was going on? I would have had some feedback to give you if I had known this was happening. And it's just so hard to connect with people now, because it's almost overload. And so that's where I see the real value in this, is that it's condensing it into a focused area. It's reaching out to the different platforms in a consistent way, which is something we've really lacked in the county. So that's where I see the value in this is, and I think that's what the pathway you've kind of laid out. And I think it's incumbent on us as a county to do our part of it and make that information available. So, thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Goldenberg, are you ready?
Not quite. I'd like to reserve my comments after.
Supervisor Kirk.
I wrote down a few things. I'll just go through it. I don't know if there's a policy on offensive comments, but I would hope that there is some sort of policy, because I want to make sure we don't restrict free speech. You're looking at that stuff? Okay, because I'm fine if people don't agree with me or what the item is, but I just hope we're being very careful about that. When it comes to, there was a comment made about board member support in the contract. I think Supervisor Campbell kind of touched on it. I don't really want board members getting involved too much in this, as far as trying to push out our information or things that we want, because I think there should be a very distinct line in media and board members. I don't want to be using public funds to push out a Nia Kirk message or a Kathleen Half message. I think we got to be very careful about that. So hopefully we can address that if we're going to continue the contract. When it comes to a PIO, a conversation was brought up about a public information officer. Well, let me back up. Do we have anybody on staff who's doing recruitment other than just regular HR? Because I know that individual's here. Have we replaced that individual?
We replaced it with an analyst. So Deb Showman is the HR manager. She is working directly with Archer and Hound, and they do the recruitment together.
Okay.
But that's something, if you've seen the stuff that Deb does, she really does a phenomenal job. And then coupled with the videos and the way it gets posted through social media seems to be making a difference.
Okay. But it sounds like there's a little bit of a cost savings. It's not completely directed towards those monies that we spent on an individual to strictly do retention and it sounds like they got multiple other job duties.
Yeah, they're now a full analyst in HR to help learn a lot of
so
other
there's a
things
savings.
as well. Yes,
Okay.
there was
so
a savings.
I'm looking for savings for the contract. Okay. As far as the public information officer, I've dealt with public information officers before, and usually when it comes to, my understanding is people in their direct areas. The PIO always goes to the person who's in that area, gathers the information, and then they're in charge of kind of relaying the information. So for me, I kind of feel like the department heads or whoever's over a certain, if it's homeless, it would be Michael. If it's CDD, obviously it's going to be Quincy. I don't really want to do a PIO. I'd rather, because again, like I said, that PIO is going to go to those department heads and gathering information. I feel like those department heads are the experts. And if they can handle relaying that information to Archer and Hound, I don't want to spend $150,000 on a staff member to relay that information. So that's kind of where I stand on the PIO. I think there is value in a lot of the videos. I think the recruitment thing's big for me. I'm trying to understand why, and the DA kind of brought it up. It sounds like some department heads thought that they would come in and maybe do their social media, whereas they kind of have their own funnel. So I don't know if that can somehow be addressed, but it sounds like there needs to potentially be some capacity there. So let's see here. I'm mumbling on. What else do I want to end with? Transparency. Okay. If this board a year and a half, 2 years ago, I wasn't here for the vote when they approved this contract, but the board said that they wanted transparency and communication. It sounds like they're providing that. So I think you guys are fulfilling your end of the bargain. I guess the question for me is, moving forward, is that what we want to do as a board, is continue to do transparency and communication through this group? For me, I'm more about trying to fill our vacancy rate through a lot of their outreach. And if we're going to continue to do transparency and communication, I think it's, again, I keep honing back onto the comment section. I think it's good for us to put information out there, but if there's any experience I have, and I think we all have this, is trying to communicate. If we have staff and department heads constantly trying to go one-to-one with people on social media, people hide on social media. They say things that they wouldn't say in public, that they wouldn't say in meetings, and I think it's a complete waste of time sometimes to be arguing with people. I think if we just put out factual information, truthful information, and people let it be. Otherwise, staff are going to spend hours a day just arguing with nut jobs half the time. So, and then I would like to say, for the homeless conversation, if we do that moving forward, I didn't like the campaign on that. I think the community didn't like the campaign on that. But I do like the idea of, if we get that dashboard up and running that we're working with Rebecca and her team on, I think that would be a great place to show that dashboard through this group. So those are my comments. Hopefully, I am okay with the contract moving forward, but I think there's a few things that need to be clarified with regard to comments and some of the other issues I brought up. But I think if this board hired them to do transparency and communication, I think they're doing it.
Thank you. Supervisor Brandon.
Great, thank you. So communication, that's important to me. I think that's a root of a lot of the issues we have with the community, is the good work is not being talked about. So the only thing people see is when something doesn't work, and nobody gives an award out for things that don't break, things that are solved ahead of time. And social media is a primary form of communication now. People, it's not an occasional person. I mean, this is where the conversations are really happening, probably more than just phone calls or email lists or any other type. I voted for this initially. We did have a lot of discussions and first coming in about communication. I wanted to make this a priority. There's a lot of discussion about whether we have an in-house person or a consultant and what that would mean for the county. I did end up voting for this contract to try that out and see what would come in. And I want to say I came into this meeting as a no because of a few issues that I want to get into. The main thing is, it seems like we don't have a board-directed policy guiding this. We approved a contract, and then issues came up. The shutdown of comments, to me, is akin to censorship, except in extreme examples, things that Facebook already moderates generally. But what we're talking about, an unpleasant opinion, that to me is not okay. Or the lack of department participation that I kind of knew, but until this moment didn't actually know how many are not joining into this. And a lack of accountable measures on what are we actually asking you to do as far as the cost, the impressions. Are we trying to grow our page? Are we trying to do recruitment ads? I think that's on us, that we should have given you a better direction on that. And that right now is not so much on the board, because we have not had a policy of this is what we'd like. This is what we're looking for. Here's my expectations. So I would like to own that. And I have been impressed by a lot of the content that you've presented the videos I think were really great. I did like to see the cost per impression. I do think that there are some things that need additional info. I need a cost breakdown because it's not really, in my opinion, the accurate cost per impression. And I know if we hired somebody in-house, we wouldn't count their time, but it's different. This is your consultants. And so we have to count that overhead in that cost. Because I know if I took 69,000 or 70 and I dumped that into 5 or 6 ads in a year, I would get a lot of engagement just on a general thing because it's a lot of money. And I want to be able to see that. I think we have to have a clear way to request content because I've been frustrated when we've had something through a committee I serve on or a program or a department head comes forward and said, here's this great thing. I pay out of my own pocket to advertise some of these programs of this last year. I mean, I put $30, $40 into a survey or a program because I've had no way to get to you. And this is not political stuff. This is, I want people to attend a fire event, hypothetically. I mean, something like that. So that's how limited I've felt in being able to access your resources. I do agree we manage our own pages. We're elected officials. We should do that. That should not be your realm. But where it's for public business and a public interest item, something we're already doing, something our staff are already doing, I need a way to be able to request you to put that out. Because I know over and over I've had a lot of events where it felt like we're not, for whatever reason, they're not participating. There's some hurdle there. Let's see. The updates are, I think, one of the issues with that too. Until today, I really got no information about this contract, despite kind of bringing it up for a few months, eventually culminating in doing my one-page request to say I'd like to have you here today. And I appreciate you coming up and presenting on that. That's something that I need to have confirmed of how do I actually get an update without having to go through a specialized request process to know what we're paying for on that, especially when this is something new. After a few years of this and it's, ingrained in the system, I think it's a lot easier to go a little more on trust with it. Right now, again, without a clear strategy, I'm not getting a report out. I want to say as far as with the county stuff, there's too many county pages and properties. And I understand from an elected department head and from a public safety perspective, the key interest in having those separate. Where we're talking about sheriffs, where we're talking about fire. Maybe elections needs to have a page, I don't know. But there's a few issues where if our department heads who may have their own page are not able to utilize your services to maybe post on the county page or utilize your services to assist with theirs, I think that should be addressed because they are all Tuolumne County pages. They all have the same kind of branding too, or should within a certain tolerance. But then on the other side, we have to get more of these departments to join on because there was way more on the right-hand column than the left, and most of the ones on the left were within the administrative office. And so this was meant to be a communications contract that everybody sitting in the back there could be able to take advantage of when we have a recreation survey or we have something coming out for economic development or broadband or a social service that's available or any of those things. And all the people on the right-hand column there are the ones that I want to get information out to the public. Only some of them were participating. So that's a really big issue for me, and I would recommend we would either table this to another day and have some work done on that contract and not move forward with it right now to be able to hammer out some of those questions. That said, it does look like, and I think the brand book thing maybe put it off on kind of a wrong foot because I thought, we hired somebody to do communications. I know my own page. I'm no professional at this, but I do okay just sharing stuff reasonably. It does look very professional, and it does look good, and I think this is an important area. I would like to have some more info and answers to some of those questions, and I'd like to see it more centralized so that all of our department heads would be able to take advantage of it, and I'm not going to run into ever again, I don't know how, there's no line item, we're not participating in that. It just needs to be a tool for when we have something important.
Supervisor Brandon, just to make sure you understand, this today is a presentation only.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, Supervisor Goldenberg.
All right. Number of comments here. First of all, our board, approved this contract. There should not be any misconception as to that. Two, when the contract was initially initiated, it was my distinct impression that there was going to be some support offered to individual board members to make use of Archer and Hound to help us communicate. And as Supervisor Brandon just said, communicate, communicate, communicate is everything. And, we as a board have very limited staff. Certainly we have board clerks and other staff that assist us, but they're not charged with doing this type of effort. When I look at the amount of the contract, I agree with Supervisor Campbell. That there was many comments initially from the public that we're going to spend $100,000 of county money just so that we can make ourselves look better. And that's not true. That was not the intent of this contract. It's a way that we can better communicate. Again, going back to communications. I also agree with Supervisor Kirk. We should not be, and Supervisor Brandon also spoke to this, we should not be restricting free speech. We should not limit and turn off the ability under contract or somehow with other staff that we do not respond to the public's concerns. I think Supervisor Brandon spoke to it well. There might be extenuating circumstances where it gets pretty far out there, and those should be handled on a case-by-case basis. I'm not in favor of hiring a PIO at this time. I feel that we can look at this contract. We should look to our individual departments, perhaps figure out if there's a way to even expand the contract to address the needs of all county departments. I'm totally in favor of having a PIO, but I don't think that fiscally we're in position, to hire that person now to flush it out. So those are my comments. I know that we're, this is a presentation. I appreciate it, but just want to let my feelings be known. Thank you.
Okay, and I need to correct myself. It is a presentation I see here with direction, and I think everybody is giving that direction here today. So I'll check in with the CAO after I make my comments about what direction you've heard. So first of all, I'd like to tell Archer and Hound that I really appreciated the presentation today. I learned a lot. And I think you guys do a phenomenal job with the recruitment videos. I just wanted to say that up front, and in helping our HR do the recruitment that needs to be done. I would just hope that we could close the loop and see how your work does affect our bottom line as far as hiring personnel. And I don't know if that's, Tracy Riggs, if that is something that HR can do to close the loop so we see how what Archer and Hound does affects whether it's asking in the hiring process, where did you hear about this, and getting that information. We do need to know how effective our campaigns are. So that would be my comment about that. And also, I was a little bit surprised to hear about not using LinkedIn. And let me talk about what I mean here. For the high-profile jobs, the ones that require a lot of training, a lot of education, such as, for example, the assistant auditor position, I would think that would maybe not be exclusively advertised on LinkedIn as far as the 3 different platforms that you use, but a lot higher than for a housekeeper, for example. So I think there needs to be, CAO, I think there needs to be some kind of communication between HR, and maybe there is, I'm just voicing this right now, HR and Archer and Hound, so that there's some kind of agreement there as to which would be more effective, which platform for this position as opposed to that position. I've got a lot of notes here, so bear with me. The broadband campaign looks like it was for your internal uses for your firm. I was surprised about that. I didn't see anything about that. We on the board are very involved with broadband, myself in particular. And for example, had I known, or if you still have a broadband campaign going on, I would have liked to have had some input there. For example, right now, there is a Broadband for All campaign going on with the state, with the California Emerging Technology Fund, and there's a survey out that is due by respondents. It's due by the end of this month, June 30th, and we're trying, it's on digital equity. And so I've been pushing that out. In fact, I've got one to go out to my email group for my district right now, but it'd be great to have somebody like Archer and Hound push that out because it's for federal funding for broadband. And the more people that take that survey, the better equipped we're going to be to get more of that funding. And especially getting information from people who don't really, aren't on or don't have the internet connections. They'd have to go somewhere else. We need that information. So anyway, so what I'm trying to say here is that from what I gathered from your presentation today and what I'm hearing from administration is there's some sort of a disconnect here. We need better communication and outreach seems to be happening somewhat in a vacuum. We need to be talking to each other. Archer and Hound, staff, Board of Supervisors and staff. Sorry, Supervisor Kirk, I'm going to, I have a different opinion here as to, yeah, I know, we're not always in agreement. I do want more ability as a board member to enter into the conversation online, to know what's going on, to know what kind of campaigns you guys are doing so that I can know what to look for and understand things better, what our staff needs and what their part in it is. As far as the PIO, we have needed a PIO for years, and we still need one. But I'm along the lines of Supervisor Goldenberg. Funding-wise right now, I think we need to wait until at least October to see what the state does, see if the state coffers come in any higher with taxes that they're going to be getting, and then make a decision if we can afford a PIO, and knowing that next year's budget, the 24-25 budget, is going to be worse than this year. So even though we do need a PIO, I'm not in favor of spending that funding right now, the money right now that it would take to do so. So what I would like to suggest is somehow we get a monthly, it could be an email. It doesn't have to be as fancy as a newsletter. I want to know what's going on. I want to know what your campaigns are, what staff interaction you're having, and if there is a possibility of intersecting with that, I'd like to be able to do that because we all need to be communicating with the public. It's not just staff, it's Board of Supervisors too. So there has to be some kind of way for us to know what's going on in this, in this world as far as the digital interfacing is concerned. I think that's it.
Okay, thank you for the comments. Couple things. We do have a paid LinkedIn account, and Deb was just explaining to me via text what that looks like. But essentially, you pay $1,800 a year and allows you to do one at a time, is what she's saying. So it's like a parking lot. You move them in and out of there. So we do pay for it. Whether we could do something different through social media is another conversation that we can have. The other thing I wanted to talk to you about was what we've been doing, and the reason we limit some of our interaction is simply because we're trying to control how much we're spending. To do any of these extra things, to do monthly updates, I mean, Supervisor Half, you've been a contractor, you know how this works. That's your time. You're going to have to bill for it. When you want that additional input, which we can ask for, I think that I have no doubt anything we've ever asked for, they've given us, that we can get it. But we have $69,000 in the budget, which will limit our ability to do anything extra. So my question to the board is, what I'm hearing is, and I got to tell you, we don't have room for another staff member, so that's good news on the PIO. The other one, though, for the contract, I am hearing majority saying yes, you want to move forward. I'm hearing you might want to explore some changes to that contract that we can bring forth. But in the meantime, the contract's good until 2024, so we can still continue the work we're doing. What we can do is spend time with each of you to hear what you have to say and see where we're at. Talk with Jessica and her team, and then we can come back with a board item to discuss it with the 5 of you to get a little more detail and get direction on what you might like to see. It may require an additional amount than the $69,000. We did not budget for the 100. Now, we've not spent that, but we've also been very careful, and that's why you hear we're not doing advertising. We're not asking to post everything. So just some things to weigh that when you're talking about essentially marketing, which is our social media, and it's expensive. And so the more we want, more engagement we want, the more advertising we want, the more the board has to be willing to appropriate for that. Now, even at 100, we never spent it. So I think if we had that full 100 in there, we have some room. But right now, the budget is $69,000. So I just want to make sure that you're aware. Other thing is just for follow up on the comments. The reason is you cannot change or limit any comments. It's either all or nothing. So we can turn them back on, but you can't hide anyone that's specifically offensive or really, really bad. You just have to let them all be out there. And again, we did do this during COVID when we saw comments become targeted personally at other individuals. We can turn them back on. Just know that there will not be a level of engagement. Staff don't have it. And as I'm sitting here listening, I will tell you I'm getting comments from department heads at the level of engagement that the board is saying that you want them to have. They're telling me they don't have time to do it. This is exactly why we have the limit that we have right now in our level of engagement. Do I want another staff member? I don't. But if you want to really jump in there and make a difference, they're telling me, which I already knew, but they're reminding me they don't have anything more to give. So we have some idea about creating another one of the teams. You've heard we've done a lot of teams for policy amendments and rewrites that go, for meet and confer to the board. So we have a group of employees internally that want to create a team that maybe they come up with some ideas over maybe a quarterly period that we can feed to Archer and Hound and kind of maybe get a little bit of a schedule. So we are trying to be creative is what I'm telling you, but thinking that your department heads have more time to engage and provide information, they're telling me they don't have it. So with all that being said, I had listed all the other things that you have all mentioned. So what I'd like to do is if we move forward to where we are today, we can meet with each of you, get some more of what it is you're looking for, find some common ground there, work with the contractor, and then come back for a board presentation to solidify any type of amendment and expectations and let you know at that time if it would require an increase in appropriations. And remember, at that time, that would require a 4/5 vote should your board want to do that, rather than if you were to do it today. If you did it today, and I'm not saying you should, but it'd be, if you put it up to the full contractual amount for a fiscal year, it'd be $100,000. We have 69, so you would need $31,000. And your contingencies are at 1.1. But we can talk about that later, too. So anyways, that's all I have to say on that. And so just to confirm, as I'm looking at all you, because it is direction, is that you do want to, majority does want to continue with the contract, and then everything I outlined about working with each of you and coming back at a future date.
That all sounds okay. I will say right now I don't support increasing contingencies.
You mean the contract?
Yes.
Okay.
For the contract.
Okay.
Regardless of how. Because I'm quite sure that if you have those discussions with each of us and each board member is asking for additional work to be done in this regard, I'm quite sure that it'll come back with additional money required, and I don't support doing that.
All right, thank you.
So I'll just put that out there right at the outset.
So I'll chime in as well. We've got budget discussions coming up next. Right? I want to hear the latest information about our budget and projections. And then maybe we can discuss this or not at this time. But I'm in favor of moving the contract forward, and whether we increase it or not to the $100,000 or even more level, depending, that's going to be based on where we sit on our budget.
I think we can continue the conversation with the CAO in our meetings with her and work this out. And so I'd like to close this particular agenda item for now. We've got 2 more 9:30 appointments before our 11 o'clock appointment, and I don't expect the next one to take very long, but I would like to move to that one. And Heather, if you can please read our second 9:30 appointment.
9:30 a.m. Item 2, consideration of approving year-end budget adjustments for fiscal year 2022-23. For first vote approval required.
All right. Good morning, Board. Liz Peterson from the County Administrator's Office. So these are just some a few last-minute changes. This is the last opportunity to bring to your board any changes for year-end, and this is as a result of, well, frankly, Debbie's keen eye. But she and I, over the last couple of weeks, run the reports weekly and chat about them and just discuss anything that's looking like may need increases in appropriations. And so that's what this is. Nothing significant and nothing that's going to impact the estimated year-end fund balance for the general fund. So just to highlight, first, staff is asking the board to recognize additional revenue in the general miscellaneous revenues cost center in the amount of $842,154. And this is mostly because of revenue that the general fund receives, but then we pass directly out to our partners at Health and Human Services. So $146,903 to public health from the state VLF for behavioral health. And then $490,431 for public health, and then $166,720 for social services. So again, those I'm going to kind of combine the two. So asking your board to recognize additional revenue in the general miscellaneous revenues cost center, but then also increasing appropriations in the transfers out cost center, and that's just so that we can pass the revenue out at the end of the year to our partners at Health and Human Services. And then one last piece in the general miscellaneous revenues is asking your board to recognize an additional $38,100. And then in the transfer out cost center, we would be moving that out to the county fire fund. And that is because, so then I'll jump down to the county fire, which will need an increase in appropriations of that $38,100. That's because we need that additional revenue to pay for the sales tax on the purchase of the new engine that your board approved from the Buena Vista Rancheria Fire Department. The state won't transfer the title to the county until the sales tax has been paid, and that sales tax was never paid to the state. The county paid the sales tax to the tribe, but the tribe is not required to pass that on to the state, and so that's where we find ourselves. And then a couple others, just to kind of round things out. The Employee Group Insurance Cost Center, we need to recognize quite a large amount of unanticipated revenue. This comes from our retirees for their post-retiree insurance and then COBRA insurance. We've received the revenue, and then we're also asking to increase appropriations because that cost center pays out those medical insurance costs. And so that would be in the amount of $1,492,622 that your board would recognize unanticipated revenue and also increase appropriations. And then lastly, just a minor fund that we have, the Monument Preservation Fund. We didn't actually budget anything in 22-23 at the adopted budget, but we have received revenue, so we'd like to recognize that revenue. And then also we have just a minor expense for like $38. So we would like to recognize that unanticipated revenue and then increase appropriations by the matching amount, so $16,500. So again, the attachment A describes the specifics of all of those line items and where that money's coming and going. Nothing, unusual, but we just have to get these things done before we close out the year. So happy to answer any questions and looking for your board's approval on that.
All right, questions? Anybody from the board? Supervisor Goldenberg.
Thank you. One of that last items, the employee group insurance is roughly $1.5 million. Stating that the funds have come in significantly higher than budgeted for, and I guess my question is, how come we didn't know?
Well, that was a couple things. So switching from our insurance provider, it changed the charge. From what I understand, the charges used to be charged to a different cost center, and they're now charged in there. But I think larger, it was just the fact that we lost the institutional knowledge from our director that we had for quite a long time, and then we had a director for 6-8 months or so, and then we got another director. So it was kind of in that whole transition time that was just one of those pieces that we just didn't know.
Okay, well, and I appreciate that, and just basically, if we're looking at our retirees and they're suffering because we made some changes, if we have this much of a difference, maybe we need to revisit.
Well, and I will clarify, we have the expense in the budget that matches that revenue, so it's all a wash. It's just in how we budgeted originally, our internal team. And just to kind of put your mind at ease, we have, with the HR team, we have met and solidified our plan for moving forward. And so we feel the HR team has a good handle on how to budget for these kinds of things moving forward. And the adopted budget reflects that, this new adopted budget.
And much appreciated. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no other questions from the board, I'm going to go to the public and ask for public comment on this year-end budget. Seeing none, I'm going to bring it back to the board for final comments and eventually a vote. Supervisor, anybody? Comments?
I'll move on staff.
I think it's baloney about the fire thing and the state charging us taxes. I think we should ask them to grant it to us.
It's not the state, it's that those taxes were paid and they weren't transferred to the state.
No, I think it's because they weren't.
Just for further information, we have asked the State Franchise Tax Board for an exemption. It's just going to take some time to get a response.
So we might get it back.
And we're also going to have some conversations with the tribe as well and see if we can get some exemptions.
Can we just loan it from the tribe for $1 a year? That'll get us about 38,000 years of service out of it.
I think we have a better shot of getting the money back from the tribe than we have from the Franchise Tax Board giving us the money back. So there's still a good shot that we might get the money back. But DMV will not register the vehicle, the truck, in our name until we pay the sales tax. So we're kind of like behind the 8 ball.
Can we just rent it for a year then? Or rent it for $1 per year like we do with other folks? Put it towards libraries.
But they already have our money.
In the interest of not getting our fire trucks towed, I want to make a motion to approve on staff recommendation of the item.
I'll second that.
Quiet.
So it was moved by Supervisor Brandon, seconded by Supervisor Half. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Carries 5-0. Thank you very much. Yeah, let's take a short break, like just a few minutes, and then we're actually going to skip the third 9:30 appointment and go to the 11 o'clock appointment, and then come back to the 9:30 after that. Thank you. All right. Welcome back, everybody. And like I was saying just before break, we're going to go to our 11 a.m. appointment, and then we will come back to our 9:30 public hearing. Heather, if you'll please read the 11 a.m. appointment.
11 a.m. presentation on the California State Association of Counties CSAC at-home plan.
And who is making that presentation? Besides our honored guest, is there a staff member that's going to introduce or?
I'll just jump right in. I'll take that. So here with us today, we have Graham Canals from CSAC to talk about the at-home program. And so we'll go ahead and invite him up and go through that presentation.
All right. Welcome, Graham Canals.
Good morning. as we work on a clicker, I will lay some initial groundwork. Okay, that sounds great. Thank you. I really appreciate the opportunity to spend some time with your board this morning, and we'll be walking through what At Home is. You've had some conversation about this previously, and in addition to endorsing it as well, and I'll talk a little bit about where things are at in the legislative process around it as I go through this. But I want to flash back about a year when this all started. And this all started because what we learned was that whereas in the past it was always fought by state and many in local government and communities that the determination of success around homelessness was just about money and there wasn't any. It turns out there's no system. And so there isn't clear responsibility for who does what. And that actually is a more paramount challenge that needs to be addressed than actually the dollars are. Dollars are relevant for sure. But until we define who's responsible for what at the state, county, and city level, then we're doomed to fail. And that's where this began. And it began bottom up. And so we had a pretty extensive set of initial principles that were adopted ultimately by our board back in September of last year. And then we formed an all-county family working group, included our colleagues at both the urban counties of California and the rural county representatives of California, all the statewide association experts that run different county departments and a number of county practitioners. And actually we had both your county council and also Michael Robeson as well that served on that. So you were the only county in the state to have two representatives on our homeless policy solutions group that really developed the at-home program. And the challenge was that what we challenged folks with doing is to get uncomfortable, to be willing to go to places that we haven't been willing to go before in terms of clarifying who should be doing what, and to craft a comprehensive set of recommendations that could be put into statute and that could help guide progress on homelessness at the local level. That's what the overall charge was about. And notwithstanding lots of language to the contrary, there is not real accountability related to homelessness in California. Now, there's also not real accountability on homelessness in any other state in the country because it turns out no state has created a real system to address homelessness. And At Home is about changing that. And so we started with an all-county survey on what's working, what's not working, where are there barriers, where are we getting in our own way, where do we need to streamline, and how to make real progress on homelessness. Next slide, please. So that brought us ultimately At Home. Accountability, transparency, housing, outreach, mitigation, and economic opportunity. And I'm going to hit on what each of those things is, and then I'm going to focus primarily on the first of these 6 pillars, which is accountability, because that's the primary focus of our work this year. Accountability is about defining who does what, how it's funded, linking and aligned to accountability and authority. And you can go back one, actually. I'll get to there in just a second. Transparency is about data. We have to know what is working and what is not working. And it needs to be clear to communities and it needs to be clear to the state. And that is often not true. There are too many systems, data systems that you're required to operate on behalf of the state and federal governments and that exist around homelessness that do not talk to each other. And so having to find out what is occurring for one individual receiving services and going through multiple different systems is not a way to determine what's working and what's not working. So that needs to change. Housing in this case is about shelters, it's about transitional housing, and it's about permanent supportive housing. We need more of all three in communities aligned to the number of homeless in the community. Outreach is about two different things. One, it is about that emergency response system when someone falls into homelessness. And two, it's about the workforce. we have a severe shortage of workforce, particularly in behavioral health and in social work in California and across the country. And we are going to get stuck in our tracks if we don't address that workforce issue, because those are the individuals that are providing the direct services. That's not limited to government. That is a public and a private sector shortage that we need to address. Mitigation is about health and human services, primarily the health and human services that counties operate on behalf of the state and federal governments. And then finally, economic opportunity, pathways out of homelessness, pathways out of poverty, as well as recognizing that there are some individuals that are so severely disabled that they are unlikely to be able to become self-sufficient, and we have to address that in a real and meaningful way. Next slide, please. Okay, so now I'm gonna circle back to accountability. Of the dozens and dozens of recommendations that exist throughout At Home, the most material and what is uniquely different here is about accountability. For arguably the first time, is crafted a comprehensive approach to defining who does what. And so we are recommending there be one countywide or regional plan, that there are clear and measurable outcomes in terms of what it is that we're trying to achieve at a local level, that the dollars flow consistent with that plan. And so currently, there are dollars coming from the state moving in all sorts of different directions. Some come to counties, some come to cities, some goes to continuums of care. There's money flowing in a variety of directions. That money is totally disconnected from who's actually carrying out what responsibility currently. And that doesn't make any sense at all. And so we're suggesting have one plan, have the dollars flow through that plan, and that they would be allocated out to help kept within the county and allocated out to cities, nonprofits, and others that are delivering services in proportion to the services that they are delivering. So if you do half the work, you get half the funding, basic. Ultimately, in order for a system to work and have true accountability, there must be public entities that are that have both the authority and the direct accountability, and those are counties and cities in our relationship with the state. Next slide, please. So clearly defining roles and responsibilities. What we have crafted is with the help of the countywide family, is clearly defined responsibilities for cities, counties, and also the state, which I'll touch on as well. For cities, in exchange for receiving homelessness funding, cities would be responsible for siting, standing up, and doing the administrative operations of shelters. Siting transitional housing, siting permanent supportive housing, and doing encampment cleanup and sanitation in the incorporated areas. In the unincorporated areas, counties would be responsible for all those same things. And throughout the county would be responsible for the health and human services program. That is often in the social work behavioral health area, but whatever those needs are with a prioritization for the homelessness population, it would be the county that is responsible for that. In terms of encampment outreach, which is a significant issue in a number of communities, we leave that recommendation open, and we leave it open because the entity best equipped to do that varies from community to community. Sometimes it's the county, sometimes it's the city, and actually in the case of Sacramento County and City, it is the health plan that is actually performing this function. So this could land in a multitude of different ways, and we wanted to keep that open so that each community can determine what makes the most sense in doing that. Next slide, please. In order for all that to work, there needs to be ongoing funding. Just like in our family budgets, you do not make ongoing progress on paying down your debts with one-time funding. You need ongoing funding to address ongoing progress. And that is absolutely true here. It doesn't exist currently, but it is absolutely true in terms of what is needed. So we're recommending that there be ongoing funding that is linked to the responsibilities that are delegated from the state to counties and cities. That the dollars would be, as I mentioned earlier, then distributed based upon who's doing what through this countywide plan. That there be maximum local flexibility. The world is different in rural and urban areas. Your needs are different, your infrastructure is different, and there needs to be flexibility to address that, and that is what we're calling for. We also are recommending that there be performance-based funding, which is a model borrowed from probation. There's a program called the SB 678 program. It goes back a number of years. The better you do, there is a reward for that. So to the degree that you achieve your goals in terms of reduction of homelessness faster than what is stated in your multi-year, your 3-year plan, there would be performance dollars that you would receive associated with that. That is in part to address an issue that is happening in Monterey County this year, where their point-in-time count went down 15% year over year. That's awesome. We should celebrate. As a direct result, they lost $1.7 million. And now some of the solutions they put in place that were successful are being eroded because the dollars are no longer there to support them. And so this is a way to have a smoother transition from what you need to address the greatest concentration of homelessness and then how to sustain that on a going forward basis. And then finally around this, there needs to be a sizable minimum county amount. This is relevant in Tuolumne and a number of your rural colleagues. It makes no sense to have everything structured on a per capita basis. There has to be a workable minimum such that you can really address the scale issue that exists on homelessness in your community. And so we are calling for a significant minimum amount. What we are building is a very broad coalition around this set of accountability structure. Thus far, I think we're in the ballpark of 33 plus counties. There are a couple more that have it on their agendas later today, and a number of others that are moving it through their process. In addition, there is broad support outside of the county family. Within the county family, all the statewide associations, the Sheriff's Association, probation, welfare directors, behavioral health directors, public guardians and conservators, and on and on. But also the California Chamber of Commerce, a number of local chambers, the Sierra Business Council and others, the Economic Roundtable. There's a continuum of care in the San Luis Obispo area that is part of this effort. There are a number of nonprofits. There's a church network. It is a very broad and growing coalition. And that is because the demand for change is high. Communities are frustrated. County leaders like you all are often frustrated as well that more progress is not being made. And the fundamental issue to address is that there needs to be an alignment between the dollars invested and the outcomes expected. And those two things are currently not connected. And so what we're proposing is not a mandate. If the state doesn't fund it, you don't have to do it. And that is critical because currently the expectations are often that you solve 100% of the problem, but you may only have 5% of the resources to do it. That doesn't make sense. And so we have to have some alignment between what the expectations are and the willingness to invest. And so we are calling on the state to do that very thing. And it goes back to you cannot have an expectation of ongoing success when you're only willing to cut a check once on a one-year basis. That doesn't work. You can't make long-term decisions, and you end up actually having an inefficient use of the overall dollars. I want to reference one other thing in terms of streamlining. Often we get in our own way. And currently there are many, many dozens of programs and funding streams that touch homelessness one way or another. Almost none of them are entirely related to homelessness, but quite a few of them touch it. And they all have different rules. They all have different reporting requirements. And in a not unfamiliar case or example, in Santa Cruz, they have a rapid rehousing program that requires 10 different funding sources, 6 state departments. All those funding sources have a different slate of reporting requirements. and you can serve a slightly different population with each of them. That is not a way to make progress. And so if the end goal is to materially make progress and to get out of our own way, then the way to do that is for the state to define what we're trying to accomplish, who should do it, and then allow local communities, boards, and your community to determine how. It is your role to determine how to accomplish the goals. It is not the state's, but it is absolutely the state's role to determine what they're trying to achieve on what is framed as the number one priority of the state, and who should do it. And so we are both recommending a framework to put into statute linked to the dollars that would craft what is being accomplished and or what we're trying to achieve and who would do it, and leaving the tools locally to your discretion in a way that makes the most sense for you and your community. That's really what At Home is all about. And currently, we have crafted language that would go into statute to accomplish these very things. Can you move to the next slide? So your board has already endorsed At Home. We are building the broad coalition. We are currently working with the governor and the legislature, and we've met with the White House and all sorts of other potential partners and stakeholders around this to make progress on this issue. And we don't want to wait. We don't want to wait until next year because too often windows of opportunity open and close way too quickly. And so we want to take advantage of the momentum around homelessness, the desire to make bigger change around homelessness, and to harness that to make this material change where California becomes the example of what you do right around this, which is about empowering communities. And so we are, the legislature adopted a budget last week. That is not actually the budget. It is a placeholder, and the final details of the budget are currently being negotiated between the legislature and the governor. And we will see something on that in the next couple of weeks. But we are absolutely seeking to put this language around accountability in statute along with the budget this year. And so we have a broad coalition letter that will be going out sometime in the next several days. Our team is working on that. So all the folks that have joined the coalition, including yourself, will see a draft of that to sign on to. We have also combined efforts with the other major proposal around homelessness this year, which is AB 799 by Assemblywoman Luz Rivas. That bill, there are some fundamental areas where we have a strong disagreement, but there is a lot that we each agree to together. And so last week we did a joint letter together on the importance of homelessness accountability and including it in this year's budget and linking it to dollars. So we did that together, all the things that we could agree on and the things that we could recommend that should absolutely not be part of an overall structure related to homelessness. And so we're doing everything we possibly can around this and working on your behalf and behalf of all counties. I would say CSAC is fortunate to be the steward in this, but this is really an all-county family issue. So it has our label on it, but it's really an all-county family label. That's how we see this effort, because that's what it takes in order to make this kind of progress. And so we're pushing there. It is unclear where things will land. There is a black box around the state budget at certain times of the year, and we are absolutely in one of those times, but we are seeking to have maximum impact. And the more that your state delegation and your local partners hear about this, the greater our potential will be to actually make this kind of change this year. And with that, let me hand it back to the board, and happy to engage in any dialogue you want. For those that have interest in reading through more of these recommendations, if you're super techie, there's the QR code that is on the screen, or you could simply just go to counties.org. That's our website. There are links to it there. through At Home. There are many, many dozens of recommendations across all of these policy areas, and we encourage input as this is not a static document. It will continue to evolve as the world around us evolves and as we learn more and more from communities just like Tuolumne and all across the state.
All right, thank you. So at this time, I'll ask if there are any questions from board members before we ask the public to weigh in. Questions? Supervisor Goldenberg?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the presentation, Graham. So I'm really in favor of this approach. It's very much needed.
Facility, for example, is great, but you still need to be able to operate that facility. And so that's fundamentally the foundation of this, which is the responsibilities and expectations need to be aligned to the ongoing funding. You cannot continue to make progress if there aren't dollars to do so. And looking at all creative ways to do that and partner with the state and with the federal government in some places is one of the pathways to do that. We just need to start with a place where we're defining who's actually doing what. And so we're working on that very thing. There are both opportunities in that, and there's some challenges. For example, the Governor's Mental Health Services Act proposal went into print late last night, and there are some elements in there that we struggle with that would redirect some of your current dollars, take them out of your left pocket, put them in your right pocket, and would have a longer-term impact on your ability to meet mental health needs in your community. And so there are some areas where it's becoming more challenging, but there's also greater flexibility in the overall language about that specific MHSA proposal, and that part is good. And so, like everything, there's some good and there's some not so good, and that has to ultimately land in a place where there is ongoing funding that is linked to what the ongoing expectations are.
Yeah, certainly, and the long-term planning is a key. And just looking at the current where we have seen, from the state level, as far as funding efforts to more metropolitan areas versus rural areas. And the rural areas do not, they come out at a loss. And so trying to establish this accountability and stabilization is hugely important. So
Okay, thank you for your questions. So Graham, what we're going to do now is I'm going to ask the public to come forward if there is any public comment, and they'll probably need to use the podium if there are some people here that would like to, at this time, come forward and give us your thoughts about the at-home program.
Well, this sounds really great. So while you're talking about being so open and transparent and flexible, where is everybody? We have all these organizations in the community that should be here listening to this, and nobody's here.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Board. I agree with Carol. We have a lot of organizations in the community that can participate in this, and I'm not exactly sure how it fits into this, but now that I have the link, I'll go do the research, and I'm on the Homeless Commission and committee, and hopefully we can sort through how to leverage the community, public and private, And we'll get some other organizations to sign up and collaborate as well in support of this. And I'll be looking for that letter so that we can leverage that as well. Thanks.
Come on up. Welcome.
So I know very little about this topic, but it's a topic that's very dear to me. I have friends who didn't successfully come back from the Middle East after being there for years, and they're just kind of, they just can't quite get there. What I had hoped to hear in this presentation was, here are the things that work, here are the things that we're going to do, here's why the funding really is going to hit home finally. And all I heard about was lobbying and kind of getting the money coordinated. I didn't really hear the solutions. So I'm hoping that that's just my naivete, and that there really is a lot of that meat behind this activity. Thank you.
So I'm just looking to see if there's any other public comment before we have Mr. Knaus answer anything.
Good morning, Board. Kathleen, as we just spoke about a few minutes ago, my main question is, how come it has taken so long? And, you know, being a little bit critical, what is it that the government, the governor all of a sudden, you know, has opened his eyes and said, oh my gosh, we have homeless people here in California. You know, what was the modem or the movement that said, oh, is this what we're going to do this year? That's what I'm asking.
Thank you. Looks like we have one more public comment. Good morning.
Public I am. Good morning. Michael Roberson, Homeless Services Coordinator. It was a great learning experience for me to be a part of this collaborative team. I learned a lot from a lot of people across our state, and I appreciate that. But I'd like to point out just a couple things. Social services didn't handle homeless services until a few years ago. This is new on the landscape of social services. So you've heard me say this before. And so that's why CSAC and other organizations are lobbying so hard for this to become sort of institutionalized as a part of the services that the state provides. And with that comes the funding. And then hopefully accountability too, in a measure of ways, or a variety of ways. I would also say that I don't want it to be lost in the broader presentation today, that there is a point in this accountability plan for cities and counties to increase transitional and permanent supportive housing. And so we're doing that work as a county, and it's a heavy lift and a big push, and you all get that. But I wouldn't say that we have any obligation to align our efforts with the at-home plan or CSAC, but they've really led the way in helping us to develop what our plans are. And in answer to the question why the other organizations are not here and the public is not here today, it's because we have not yet assigned another property address to initializing sort of this system. As soon as we do, they'll show up. Have a great day.
So, Graham, I didn't know if you wanted to answer any of the questions that the public had brought up before we go to comments from the board.
Sure, I'd be happy to. First, huge thanks to Michael Roberson, because he was heavily involved in this throughout the process and wasn't afraid to speak his mind on behalf of your board. So really appreciate that. That's what makes the product better. In terms of why now, it's a really good question. And it is largely driven by a huge amount of frustration that things were not working more effectively, that there was a call of the state to do better, but no goals in terms of what that means, not defined. And that was occurring all throughout last year. And so we're in a place of wanting to do something different, and we can't change how we got here, but we can sure change what we do now. And so we are seeking to do that. And it's as uncomfortable for counties as it probably is for anyone else. There's a core question around this in terms of the state's appetite to make considerable change. because what we're suggesting is arguably 3 steps forward. And the state has not been in a place of wanting to take that many steps at one time. And so it is not an easy feat to pull off what we're trying to do, which is one of the reasons why there's such a huge focus on the advocacy to try to do something that is different. And so we're hopeful that there's a greater appetite than there has been on this. We've had incredibly promising conversations. And in the legislature's version of the budget, there was an additional $1 billion for next year that was committed. So at least there's 2 years of funding instead of just 1. That is helpful for planning. But ultimately, we are seeking a 3-year planning cycle, similar to what exists for MHSA, a 3-year planning cycle. And in order for a 3-year planning cycle to work, where you have a unified plan that you develop locally with all the relevant stakeholders, there needs to be an alignment of the dollars to fund the 3-year plan attached to that. So we are seeking that. I would encourage anyone with potential interest or with hesitation to go to our website and to look at the recommendations. There are many, many dozens of policy recommendations across each of the 6 pillars. I focus heavily on accountability today because that is what is front and center to us and what we're trying to accomplish over the next 2 weeks. Ultimately, we seek to have all the policy recommendations that are incorporated into this written into state law and put into practice. And what that would do is it would enable the right structure so that there could be real accountability. And that can move in both directions. That is both empowering local communities and it's also creating accountability for local communities. Those 2 things go hand in hand. And so to a large degree, the willingness or our ability to succeed is defined by our willingness to accept failure because we were trying something that's a little bit different attached to it. And currently, the model is do better with no resources, with a lack of clarity about who's doing what, and the do better is defined as nothing. And so that doesn't make any sense at all. It's not intuitive. It doesn't work for communities, and it certainly isn't a condition to make progress. So tons and tons of recommendations throughout this, and would encourage folks to take a look at those and happy to engage in any further dialogue.
Thank you. All right. Now, if we can start with Supervisor Campbell.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you very much, Graham. I really appreciate you coming to kind of expound on some of the ideas that are in the at-home program. And I've been very grateful and honored to have a role in that discussion at CSAC. And, you know, one of the most inspiring things and one of the reasons why I like engaging with CSAC is that you get to talk to other counties that are experiencing exactly or almost exactly the same kind of problems that you are. And that kind of goes exactly to the question of why is this significant for our county, is that this is outward facing. This is about finding those areas where all 58 counties have agreement or at least somewhat agreement where we can work together in a single voice and elevate the concerns and the needs of our constituents at the local level, because we know this, that counties are the ones that do the real work. We are the people that have the direct engagement with the public. We are the ones that are addressing these needs and helping the citizens. And so maybe, just maybe, it's a good idea to listen to our input. And I'm very grateful that we have CSAC and that we have this coordination of effort amongst counties, particularly rural counties. And you kind of highlighted some of the concerns that I had coming into this, is that it's a scaling issue with counties, that the cost is so high, cost of entry for some of these ideas is so high, and there's a lack of available resources in terms of the types of properties that are available and just the general resources. And, you know, my first real job in county government at all was as a staff service analyst for behavioral health. And I watched how focused behavioral health is on making sure that it meets all of its requirements in terms of reporting, in terms of making sure that we are being responsible with the money that we get from the state. It's so much effort put into reporting that it detracts from our capacity to actually do the work that people expect us to do. And so I think a little more trust that counties know how to get the job done, and that we just need that financial support, and we can do a lot. We can do really great things at the county level if we have that financial support. And so making sure that if we are going to expect more of counties, which is fine. We have wonderful people that work in Tuolumne counties, but if we are going to expect them to do more than they are already doing, we have to back them up. And that means make sure that the funding is there. And that has to come from the state level, because we are maxed out in terms of capacity, and we're maxed out in terms of funding at the county level. So to me, that is what this whole process is about, is joining forces with our neighboring counties that are in the same boat, and making this message heard. So thank you very much for bringing it to us and giving an overview.
Thank you. Supervisor Kirk.
Graham, thank you for coming. Like Supervisor Campbell said, I've watched you over the last 5 years deal with issues, and I think you're poised to you're in a good spot to affect change in this area. So I appreciate your leadership on this and your approach. I don't know if I agree with everything like anybody would on any type of program, but I definitely agree that the approach that we're taking with this is going to be much better than what the legislators have proposed in the past. And I'm really curious if Newsom truly is going to listen to you guys, but I'm hopeful with the coalition that, he will bend an ear. I think he needs to make great strides in this arena, especially if he's going to run for president someday. We have to have success in this arena. And so I think we're headed towards the right plan. Today's about at home. Our board has passed a resolution. We do support this. I'm hopeful for the future, but like you said, I think the frustration in this county and across the state has just reached a boiling point. So like there just has to be progress. And I think this is going to be, like you said, we might make mistakes. I'm willing to put my neck out there to maybe make some mistakes and sign on to something. But I think having the right people in the room and the bottom-up approach is the way to go. A few things that you said that really resonate with me. Obviously, the one-time streaming. We were at that CSAC conference, and one lady got up and she said that their county dealt with 27 streams of funding, which is just insane. You can't have success in an arena like that. Maximum flexibility, local control, and then Supervisor Campbell kind of touched on it. If you look at the numbers in Tuolumne County, and this is me just talking to the public, per capita, we're close to LA County. So like you said, when we have startup things that we want to do, we're the same as LA, just different numbers. So, the long-time funding has to be there. I think the last thing I want to say is I really, truly hope, we haven't gotten into the weeds like this individual said, but if there really, truly is going to be local control and accountability, or if there's going to be the flexibility for local control, I'm really hoping for that, because here in Tuolumne County, if you look at some of our past data, like we had a law enforcement team that dealt with the homeless issue back in 2014. We went into Columbia and we cleaned it up, into Jamestown. We got rid of a lot of the drug issues. We cleaned up the businesses. We got people who needed services to services. Our departments here did a great job, but then guess what? The funding left. We didn't have the law enforcement team to go out there. So when I hear that there's a potential that we could have local funding on, I really hope that the strings aren't attached. And so whatever you can do in that arena to really see that through, that's where, for me in Tuolumne County, like if you ask me, Graham, I have a plan I could explain to you in 20 minutes. If I could get two others to agree with me, I know I could kick ass in this arena. But the problem is I don't have the funding. I don't have the law enforcement to deal with that, side of the house. So I'm hopeful that this someday will deliver that, because I'm huge on success. Like, give me the tools to be successful, and I know every single one of us wants to. We're all sick of hearing it from the community and not really having the resources to do it, but we're making steps, and I'm praying that this will be a big part of our success in the future. But that kind of depends on the legislators and Newsom and how well you guys can negotiate, but I'm hopeful, and you have my support. So thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Brandon.
Great, thanks. Graham, such a privilege to have you up here. To those in the audience that might not know, I mean, Graham represents all 58 counties within the state. And so to come up and to be able to present before our board is such an opportunity. And CSAC in particular, I think us in local government can sometimes be grumpy. We've got very good reasons. But the respect and the credibility that CSAC has established with the governor's office, with the legislature, in being kind of the tip of the spear for all of these efforts is incredibly impressive. To even be able to bring together such a diverse coalition of groups, to be able to specify exactly what policies need to change, to be able to even consider doing something of this grand of scale and not taking 5 years to do it. Perhaps only CSAC and Cal Cities coming together, that is what could be able to get that done. And I think you're doing a great job, and it's wonderful to have you here. Speaking specifically to this, addressing homelessness, that wasn't initially the thing that I ran on to come into office, but it is something we have to address. We know it's out there. For me, it was from the housing side. And you're so right, and this plan is so right, when it's talking about the tweezer services, the tweezer budgeting, where we get legislators that come in, they want to do a good job. So what do? They allocate some money to a specific population and that, and suddenly we don't have anything for generally addressing it, but well, maybe one for homeless veterans, and then one for homeless folks that are on Medi-Cal and CalFresh, and then one for a certain type of housing insecurity. And programs like you were mentioning in, forgetting if that was Monterey, but where you have to have 10 funding mechanisms. Even 2.5 years into this job, it is still very difficult to understand many of the health and human services grants, funding streams. They're highly technical. They're just difficult to work with. And I really like the idea to simplify that and make it to, at the county level, streamlined, easier to work with, but at the state level, easier to work with as well with the flexibility. I know several times we have talked about, and when I was on our commission at the time on homelessness, projects that this would be great. And we just ran into things where you're willing to help us buy it sometimes, but can't maintain it. Or we got to run it for 55 years. Or we have to put a bond up for the operations for 5 years. That made it really difficult, in particular as a rural county, where we're making that pitch, as just mentioned, that our pit count per capita is higher than many of these urban areas. We have a lower tax revenue base on many fronts. And you're adding extra restrictions that to others, they can pay their way through and figure it out. For us, it stops projects. And the more we don't address this issue, the worse it gets, the more expensive it gets, and the harder it gets. So I really appreciate that. I appreciate the specific language, too, about addressing how PIT is done. I know that's something that I've been bringing up before, was that, winter weather and the rural conditions up here. If we have a bad year, we don't get the number. Well, our funding is based on that number. And so that creates, compared to an area like LA or San Francisco, where unfortunately they can literally go count them on the sidewalk, we got to get up into the mountains, or it might be snowing. I think I can really see a lot of rural points in this. And it's great, too, to see not only just the rural counties speaking up, but bringing in the urban counties that face a lot of these issues. I also appreciate under the housing, the CEQA exemptions. I know that's been a big talk at the state as well, of how do we try to streamline a lot of these environmental rules that for positive benefit. Hello? Where'd it go? I don't know.
You're there.
Yeah, it died for a sec. That for the CEQA exemptions, I think that's a really strong component of it. I wanted to add just really two things. As a recommendation, I think things that are issues, at least for what we struggle with. The first is on the enforcement side, and I know that is hard at the state to deal with politically, and I know that you're very aware, I'm sure, from every presentation, but where we're talking about, as Supervisor Kirk had mentioned, we have money coming in to do behavioral health and to do sober living, and that can be improved. But we don't have the capacity to help stop some of these drug networks. And we don't have where we're talking about encampments along waterways polluting that, or in very unsafe areas. It's very difficult not to make vagrancy or homelessness illegal, but in even select areas where there is a strong, compelling public purpose, where parks in my district are completely denied access because of folks that are aggressively panhandling to others, and we don't have the resources. That's been a huge challenge. And if there's any support with the overview of kind of Martin versus Boise, is there something that can be done to give us more tools where the worst problems exist to be able to address that? And then the second thing is, as a component of the CEQA discussion, I know it's applying to public housing projects and low-income housing projects, but that also is working at odds with the state here, where I think we want to see more housing. We're talking about it later today. But the environmental rules on what's mentioned with the infill infrastructure grant, or the ability to build maybe a centrally planned supportive community that makes sense, we can't dream big because they kind of put us in a jar, like, what's that, like the little butterflies, you know, you can't have them break out of that. Every time we try and do that, it's like our wings are kind of like all crumpled up. We can't think about it. So it's too much money for impact reporting. We just had a project in another front that because of that, we're not going to be able to build, you know, probably 30 or 40 more units. And we run into that constantly. And so if there's any opportunity to, when it comes to private market, affordable median income housing, to be able to expand that conversation, I think that would be a huge help, in particular for rural areas where it's very difficult to get these projects going. And that keeps the people who are working, who are stable, into one of these homes while we take time to do some of these sometimes slower public housing projects. Other than that, give our thanks to Danielle, who absolutely has kicked butt with all of this, and the entire CSAC team, because they are incredibly professional, they are incredibly knowledgeable, and I know this has been a lot of effort, and it shows. And I encourage everybody, go check out the individual policy recommendations on this. It's been fantastic, and to Supervisor Campbell, too, for his work on this.
Thank you. Supervisor Goldenberg.
Yeah, so again, so I chair the Tuolumne County Committee on Homelessness, near and dear to my heart. Homelessness, as you're well aware, covers many different areas. We're seeing a disturbing, very disturbing amount of elderly people becoming homelessness, forced out, and housing, as you know, Supervisor, when Jaron was just talking about this, is a huge component, you know, to the problem. Glad to be working with Michael Roberson and Sarah Carrillo. I'd be remiss if I didn't call out also our HHSA director, Rebecca Espino. She's integral in all the efforts that are going on in Tuolumne County. Again, stability, long-term planning. We look at other counties and look at per capita. We look at pit counts, and Tuolumne County is certainly up there. I paid a visit not too long ago in Merced County, and they have a number of very good programs, you know, that are going on there. And they're a county of about 225,000 people, I believe. And their count of homelessness was pretty much the same as Tuolumne County. So what does that say, right? You know, we've got a little over 50,000 people, maybe 54,000 people, and we might have, leaving aside official counts, you know, but realistically, you know, we're estimating 800 to 1,000 homeless, you know, people, and Merced County with 225,000 population has about that same when I met with their deputy directors. So that speaks to how programs can definitely, you know, work, you know, amongst different counties. This is a multifaceted, very complex problem. There's no easy solutions. And I just want to say I very much appreciate, you know, your efforts, you know, on the part of CSAC to deal with this and to try to bring this to the forefront and come up with ways that, you know, again, provide us that stability that is so much needed. Thank you.
Thank you. And I agree with most all the comments that my colleagues have made up here. I really appreciate your presentation. It brings to light especially the accountability piece, and I want to tap into that a little bit further. I love the idea of the one county plan that everybody kind of contributes to, and the need for ongoing funding, and a performance-based, if you do well, you possibly earn more funding. As long as it's not a one-size-fits-all model that doesn't work well for rural counties. And the minimum amount of funding for rural counties, I think, is good. And in your presentation, I saw a couple of things. I saw where you're helping to align cities and counties and all the different organizations that would be helpful in that process. What I felt was missing is what the state's accountability is. And I see that you're working with the governor and the governor's office. So I want to know where the state's accountability is. We in this rural county are fairly conservative, like most of the mother lode counties are. And we see, and a lot of us are from the Bay Area for transplants at some point or another. And we see what's going on in cities like San Francisco, where Whole Foods, West Valley Mall, they're all leaving because, in part, of the policies and their state policies. So there needs to be accountability on the state's part too, as far as what is reasonable. And I know that there are different court cases that come into play that make up our policies as well. But there comes a time when there's some kind of a common sense principle that can be applied, and I don't always see it coming from the state. So I hope that when you're working with the state, that there's always a call for accountability and saying, hey, wait a minute, maybe that policy doesn't work so well. And I'm not going to call out any certain state policies, but I think it has to happen both ways, for the cities and counties to work together, but also working with the state and their policies and deciding, hey, this policy just is not working. Let's look at something else. So I'm just offering that as an option also when you're working with especially the governor's office to really take a good look at some of the policies that maybe aren't working so well. One case in point that I'll just point out, up until recently, we haven't had any traction on getting a place for transitional housing. And so we've been using some of the dollars to put people in hotel rooms. And there's low barrier type regulations that, they don't, in my mind, they don't offer accountability. And we've had a hotel room ruined into thousands of dollars, tens of thousands of dollars, because of the low barrier policy. So we can't afford that. We just can't afford that in our rural counties to have that. We have to have some kind of accountability from the populations that want the help, that are homeless and want the help. And we also have to have some kind of accountability, which I have not spoken of, for the folks that do not want the help and end up costing the taxpayers lots of dollars because we're always cleaning up after them. This is no criticism of the state. I'm just pointing out the elephant in the room, basically, that we need accountability, 360. And so those are my comments. Go ahead.
There we go. Okay, cool. A few points. First, on the legal issues, which both you, Chair Haff, and also Supervisor Brandon referenced, there certainly is the Martin v. Boise case. A lot of people are familiar with that in terms of limitations on the movement of encampments and homeless individuals. There's another case out of Grants Pass, Oregon, that actually takes that a step further on its early. I can't say preliminary. Apparently, who knew? But there's an early decision on that that makes that more challenging. There's a third case that's actually in San Francisco, and the case is about whether you can move any homeless individual on a sidewalk for any reason, or if you're prohibited from doing so for any reason. And that is an interesting case because you have both the desire not to move under any circumstances, and you have an ADA related issue. And so the disability rights community is involved in that as well. And we've been involved in all three of these cases to have as much local discretion as possible so that you don't have a tool taken away from you that might make sense in your community or another community. So that landscape is difficult in terms of tying your hands for different policy-related options. We are having very positive conversations with at the state level around these issues that we're talking about. Ultimately, the state's accountability is to fund it on an ongoing basis, but it's first and foremost about putting the responsibilities in statute. The way it's done currently, at some point in time, when someone is displeased with the progress that is being made, there is a call out that there's not more progress being made. But at no point in time is there clarity about who's actually supposed to accomplish what part of that progress. And so that has to get put in place. And that's part of the state's role, to define what we're trying to accomplish and who should do it. And then to leave the flexibility locally in terms of determining how that actually gets done. Whether that's the county directly, it's the county and the cities, whether that's with your continuum of care, whether it's with other nonprofits, whatever the model is within your community, you determine that because you're the local community. You're best equipped to be able to navigate through that. And that is part of the state's accountability as well, which is know your lane. And the lane is about investment. It is about defining who does what, putting that in statute and sticking to it. It's also about oversight if things aren't working. So if there is whether it's a specific program or the structure's not working, it is the state's obligation to step in and to intervene. In many respects, that's what we're proposing in terms of at home. It's just coming from a different level of government around this. And I want to reference a thing that's come up in a number of these conversations, which is the state currently has a $32 billion budget deficit. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because the state, both the governor and the legislature, have indicated that homelessness is their number one priority. Just like in my household, whatever it is that is my number one priority, I'll find a way to fund that. I may not be able to do the other things, but we can fund that. And the state can do the same around homelessness. If it is the number one priority, funding's not an issue. There's an issue of the willingness to invest and to do so on an ongoing basis, which does expose the state. That is accountability, so long as it's linked to clearly defined responsibilities, and that doesn't currently exist. And so that's why this is a big lift for the state as well, because they have to buy in to a real system that if it doesn't work, it's on them too. It's on the state, it's on counties, it's on cities, and communities will continue to be frustrated. And so there are elements, they're not as visibly apparent as counties shall do health and human services to the degree that they're needed with individuals that are homeless. It's not as explicit as that, but it is absolutely critical and would be in place with this structure. We just need it to get done. And in many respects, it does come back to good intent by all that are involved in this conversation at the local level and the state level. And much of this is not partisan in any way. It's about understanding what you're trying to accomplish and being willing to invest in that, and then empower local communities to do it in a way that makes sense. And if they screw it up, come get us. That's okay. That's what local government is. That's okay. But that model has to be put in place so that we can get there. And it's a question about are we going to walk through an approach of taking another half a step of progress at the state level this year, or are we going to do something bigger that is probably 3 steps? because we've been doing the incremental half steps for years, and that's not enough. It's not working. We need something that is a bigger, more powerful change that really exposes true accountability, because everyone talks about accountability. Whatever their proposal is, it's framed as being accountability. But until we define who's actually supposed to do what, accountability doesn't exist, and we're going to fail. And that is not fair to your community, to your board, to your cities, or to the state. And so we can do much better, and that's what this effort ultimately is about, and why we're trying to galvanize as many we can across the state to put pressure and to help educate the governor and the legislature around it. And I'm always happy to be, as someone that grew up in Humboldt County, that worked in Placer County, rural runs through my veins, and I'm always thrilled to hang out in rural Tuolumne County.
Thank you so much. All right. Well, we're past the noon hour, and so I'm going to break for lunch at this point, and we'll be back at 1:30. Sorry to those who I told we would get to the 9:30, the third 9:30 appointment. It looks like we didn't get there this morning. All right, we're going to call this meeting back to order. It's 1:33. And let you into my thought process here. We were about to do the 9:30 public hearing on the 23-24 budget, which is going to be a long presentation. And I understand that the 1:30 appointment is pretty quick. So I think we're going to do that one first and then come back to the budget hearing after that. So with that in mind, Heather, would you please read our first 1:30 public hearing appointment?
Yes, 1:30 p.m. Item number 1, public hearing to consider Patterson West ordinance for zone change RZ 23-002 to rezone a 25.6 acre parcel from AE-37 MXAIR to A-20 MXAIR under Title 17 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code. Notice of exemption pursuant to Section 15061B3 of the state's CEQA guidelines.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair Half and members of the board. I know it's been a really busy year, and please forgive me for being remiss, but I have neglected to introduce the newest member of my planning team. This is Clark Sintek. He's one of our planners here on staff, and he's been here with us since January, and this was his project, so I'm going to turn the mic over to him for our presentation.
Well, welcome.
Thank you.
And Chair Half, before the presentation begins, could you open
We need to open up, it is a public hearing, so before you make your presentation, I open the public hearing.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for having me. Like Dave said, my name is Clark Sintek. I'm Planner 1, the County of Tuolumne. The project I've brought before you today is zone change application RZ 23-002 for applicants Scott Patterson and Craig West. This project involves 2 existing parcels, one at 10911 Martin Terrace Court in the Gibbs Ranch neighborhood, and one directly to the north. This project site contains low-density residential land use designation, which in sections 4 and 5 within your staff report, it further elaborates how the portions of the proposed zone change are consistent and compatible with the LDR land use designation. So this kind of just shows general configuration. This is the first parcel. This is the parcel being rezoned to from AE-37 MX Air to A-20 MX Air. This zone changes in advance of a lot line adjustment between the larger parcel being rezoned 033160064 and then the Patterson parcel directly to the south 033490033. This is whereby 1 acre of land will be taken from this large parcel being rezoned and added to the Patterson parcel, which is currently zoned single family residential MX Airport. So this kind of gives you a better determination of how this lot line adjustment is going to take place after the rezone. This zoning reflected on the west parcel must be modified to be appropriate for the lot line adjustment, because the reduction in size of this west parcel would require the remaining of this 24.06 acres to be rezoned to a 20 MX air. And this lot line adjustment is basically just giving a little bit of buffer zone to this Patterson parcel to the south. Here's another configuration. Hasn't changed. Joiner comments. 180 property owners were notified on March 8th. 4 responses were received. The advisory agencies that commented on this were Public Works, just saying that there was a driveway if there would be needed a driveway easement if access was needed to the Martin Terrace Court from the west parcel, APN 033160064. Excuse me. There are 2 prior meetings to this rezoning application. First was the Airport Land Use Commission that happened on May 18th, mainly because this rezone fell within the Columbia Airport Zone D. It was unanimously approved to move forward towards the Planning Commission, which happened on June 7th. And it was unanimously approved in that meeting as well to move forward to our meeting today. Here are the required findings for the zone change application. Evidence and staff's response to each point can be found in the staff report. And then finally, the decision process. The Board of Supervisors may approve the project, deny the project, and send the project back to staff for further review. Any questions?
All right, we will start with questions from the board. Does anybody have questions? Supervisor Goldenberg.
So just real briefly, thanks for the presentation. So this is pretty straightforward. Looks good for Patterson. Just want to make sure that there was no concerns as far as the west property ownership.
No.
I mean, I reviewed the documents, saw the public ones, but it looks like it's a joint thing that they've agreed upon.
Yep. There's...
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Any other questions? I have one, and it's more for the public's sake. I noticed in the materials there's a Planning Commission meeting, and up on top it says unapproved, and I'm assuming that's just because it was a unanimous decision that they made in favor of this project. So the unapproved is just because the minutes have not been approved. Is that correct?
Yes, Chair Half, that is absolutely correct.
Okay. I was looking at it with a public eye and thinking this may be a question, so.
Yeah, we're a little behind getting those minutes approved, sorry.
Well, it was only earlier this month that you had the meeting, so I can understand why.
Yeah, it'll be at the next meeting.
Okay. So now it's time to go to the public to see if there's any public comment on this project.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Scott Patterson. Thanks for your consideration of this zoning change today. I'm here to answer questions. This is, supported with the general plan. General plan matches on both sides, and you're right, Craig West is part of the application. And also to speak to that easement comment, there's no need for an easement from Martin Terrace Court. Craig West also owns the property to the west, so he has access to Jamestown Road. He probably has between 800 and 1,000 feet of Jamestown Road frontage, and so I just want to make that point. He's not requesting it, but it was brought up by Public Works. So I'm here to ask for your support of the zoning change, and then I can move on with my lot line adjustment. So I'm here for any questions.
All right, thank you. Any other public comment? All right, I'm going to bring it back to the board for comments and discussion.
I have no comment. Would look to make a motion.
Looks like there's a comment down
I'm
here.
sorry,
So
was there a comment?
Supervisor Brandon, I saw you raise your finger.
I was only indicating it's Supervisor Goldenberg's district. I know it's.
I just want to make sure there's no comments from the board before we move, because I'll entertain a motion.
Correct. Okay.
We could close the public hearing.
And I'll close the public hearing.
Thank you.
So my motion would be to approve per staff recommendation as stated.
Second.
All right, so it was moved by Supervisor Goldenberg and seconded by Supervisor Brandon. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, that matter carries 5-0. Thank you very much. All right, we'll go back to, let's see, the 9:30 appointment, which is also a public hearing. And Heather, if you'll please read that.
9:30 a.m. Item 3, public hearing to approve the fiscal year 2023-24 budget with personnel recommendations as outlined in the budget document, classification, bargaining unit assignment, and pay range listing. Capital projects list, and adopt the 7-23.
All right, and I will open up the public hearing. And I understand we have a presentation to be made.
Yes, we do. Okay, good afternoon, board. I'm Liz Peterson with the County Administrator's Office, and of course we have our collective team. We have Bobby and Mark here also from the County Administrator's Office, and then our team over there, and Debbie, our Auditor Controller, as well as our CAO and Assistant CAO. Thank you for, for hearing us today. I just wanted to start with what I wanted to start with was a handful of years ago when I first started in this office, in the County Administrator's Office, 7 years ago, I think it was probably 6 years ago, I went to my very first CSAC training, which was about budgeting. And a CAO at the time who has since retired, you may have heard of him, named Robert Bendorf, was teaching the course, and he said, budgeting really isn't about the numbers so much as it's about the people. And as a non-accountant with a degree in psychology and a background in social work, I felt like, okay, I think I could do this. If that's sort of what we're kind of overall looking at, then I think, it can make more sense to me. I have since learned a lot about accounting, but I still don't, it's still, I think he was right that budgeting really at the end of the day is about the people. It's about the people who put the budget together, which I just want to pause and say thank you so much to the team for helping, for helping put this together between Bobby and Mark and Debbie, who was invaluable, and Tracy's guidance, and Eric, and then the team from the rest of the departments. I mean, this has been a massive undertaking, and as we get into the presentation, you'll see the schedule and how quite long and intensive it takes to put a budget together. And I know your board is aware, but for the public, it is quite intense, and we could not have done it without the team of support who helped make this happen. But more so, stepping back even further, I mean, really a budget is about the people that we serve and the people who provide those services. At the end of the day, that's what we're talking about. And this is the money to support that. But it really is focused on the people. And so I'm hoping today that your board will get a glimpse into the people that we will be serving with this fiscal year 23-24 budget, and the people who will be providing those services, your county staff who work tirelessly, who are super committed to the organization, to the work that they do. And so while last meeting when we had a comprehensive discussion about where we were at with the budget, it was pretty grim, and we had a pretty significant shortfall. And as you know, we were able to, through a variety of different mechanisms, balance the budget. And it was kind of I walked away feeling a little kind of just sort of down because it was tough. It was a tough budget year for a lot of reasons, but I didn't want to lose sight of the fact, so that's what we're going to be presenting today, of all of the great things that we will be doing in fiscal year 23-24 with this budget that your board will be approving. So we're going to go through some of the highlights, some of the numbers. We're going to talk about some of the services, and then open it up to your board for any additional input and changes or thoughts or whatever. So,
and I'd like
anyways,
to ask our board members, if you have questions as we go, write them down, notice the slide, so that you can give the full presentation without interruption.
Thank you. Yeah. And yeah, thank you. Okay, so on that note, it is your people here in Tuolumne County and the organization who commit to providing exceptional services that create a healthy and safe community, that exercise natural, cultural, and financial resource stewardship, who promote economic prosperity, and who enhance the quality of life. And I just want to note that if your board does want to direct any further changes today, the budget documents as well as the budget resolution would potentially need to be changed. And so this would require a break from the meeting, from the public hearing today. The staff would have to go back and prepare, change the documents, whatever they may be, and then come back to your board and then continue with the public hearing for final action by your board. And we're going to get into a little more detail here in a little bit, but I just want to let you know that all of the budget detail, including all of the attachments that are referenced in the memo, including the memo itself, and kind of all of the detail nitty-gritty of the budget can be found here on this link. It is included in the memo that was posted with the agenda packet. Yeah, anyways. But it also can be found on the county's website, under the budget portal, which is under the administrator's office.
Okay, and as Liz, sorry, a little bit loud. As Liz said earlier when she was talking about sort of the intense process that this can be, this is a copy of our budget calendar for this fiscal year. Just shows all the dates that we sort of tried to stay within and give ourselves timelines to do. We started meeting in February, but the preparation for this budget began much earlier than that in January. And then I also wanted to talk a little bit about the role of the budget team. The budget team is made up of 51 members who represent, there's a member from every department represented. There are 21 voting members. We had 6 meetings throughout the fiscal year 23-24 budget process, starting with the first one in March. The budget team's role is really to help us brainstorm ideas during the budget, to collaborate across all departments, to ensure that everyone is being heard, and also to vote on recommendations to our office. There were 2 votes this season, and that was a vote on personnel, adding personnel to the budget, and then the Visit Tuolumne County contracts.
All right, so a summary of the various funds now, just to highlight. These are by appropriations. So we have 3 different fund types. We have governmental funds, which is most of their governmental services. Then there are enterprise funds, which operate kind of like a business. You can stay on the first one. That basically charge for their service. And then there are internal service funds, which sound a lot like what they sound like, funds that provide services internally to the organization, and those are things like we refer to them as our mandated costs, things like our PERS fix, our workers' comp, our leave liability, our new technology, internal service funds, a whole host of those things. So starting first with the governmental funds, you can see this is each fund's appropriations that are included in the budget. Of course, the general fund being the largest, 127 million. Go ahead. Thank you. So then our enterprise funds, we have 4 enterprise funds: the ambulance, our 2 airports, and then our solid waste. And so you can see the total appropriations for those funds in this fiscal year 23-24 budget. And I'm not sure if I said this or not, but there is much more detail in the memo itself for really for those who are following along as to what these appropriations are. And then, of course, there's even further detail in the budgets themselves. Go ahead. And then lastly, our internal service fund. So you can see our largest fund by far is our employee group insurance. That's the cost that the county pays out, and then we allocate that out to departments based on number of employees. Then we have other internal service funds, purchasing, as I mentioned, workers' comp. Yeah, you can see all of those. So this is a comparison of those funds, what we just saw. from last year's adopted budget to this year's adopted budget. So the general fund is one of the funds in the governmental funds, but we always break that out just because that's the one where it's really the board's kind of discretion really for the services that are provided as well as the revenue that you receive to provide those services. The general fund is all of our kind of basic services, library and recreation, animal control, sheriff's office, community development, etc. So you can see there was about an increase of almost $20 million, and that is almost all because of the county's master stewardship agreement, the forest health projects that are taking place that are budgeted in this fiscal year, significantly higher than they were last fiscal year. That is all grant funded through state and federal grants. So overall, you can see governmental funds, we're expecting about a 20% increase in appropriations. I mean, we have a 20% increase in appropriations budgeted from this year to last year. Enterprise funds just increased ever so slightly by 3%. Internal service funds increased also quite significantly by almost 20%. So in total, you can see all budgeted funds were about $79,397 increase over this year over last year. And that FTEs, those are full-time equivalents. Those are positions. And so last year at the adopted budget, we had 728.1 positions, 24.5 of those were grant funded. This year in the allocated position list for your board's approval, there's 736.1, 16 of those are grant funded. So that's an increase of 8 FTEs. Yeah. So then just wanted to remind your board on how we used fund balance in the general fund. So we started, we estimate that we will be receiving about $6.5 million in ending fund balance. That's based on our projections and the work that we do at the year-end budget process. So we always refund contingencies at $1 million. And then, of course, your board has the budget policy for 50% of the 10-year average of actual fund balance to be used toward operations. That's that $2.3 million. We transferred out $750,000 to fire. We transferred out a little over $1 million to roads as their match for the storm work that they anticipate to complete this fiscal year. Then we transferred out just about $400,000 additional to capital for some capital projects, and those are all listed. The capital projects as well as the road projects are listed as a part of this budget, and we will chat a little further down this presentation about those specific projects. And then we used an additional $1 million of fund balance toward operations. Now we want to go through the board's budget policies. This is something that we always talk about when we discuss your board's adopted budget. And just go through, how are we doing? How is the budget meeting your board's policies? So the first policy is that we would balance annual operating budgets without the use of one-time revenues. And this policy we did not meet this year because of that additional $1 million toward fund balance from the previous slide that we used toward operations. That was to help reduce the amount that departments had to cut from their budgets. And that was something that was discussed on the 6th. And so this does not meet that policy. Policy number 2 is to dedicate unobligated or available fund balances to these 5 items, which is establishing annual contingencies, which this does, paying off county debt, increasing reserves, funding future liabilities. And one of the things I just want to highlight on that is the increase of $2 million that is budgeted in this budget from the post-retirement internal service fund that is going to the section 115 that your board set up to help pay off our other post-employment benefits, OPEB. Thank you. And then our PERS pension liability. So we are using additional funding in this budget to help pay down those liabilities. And then lastly, to fund capital equipment, plant and infrastructure, and other one-time needs. And so there is funding in there as well. The $400,000 is going from fund balance, it's going toward capital. So number 3, budgeting non-earmarked general fund contingencies at no less than 1% of the general fund. So contingencies are budgeted at $1.1 million. $1,102,349. That's actually on the next slide, which is actually 1.1% of the board's general fund budget. And so that's currently $107,919 above the board's 1% policy. So this does pass. Board budget policy number 4, establish general reserves at 7% of the total operating budgets for governmental funds. This, as you know, is no small feat, but it's something that we work toward every year. Currently, reserves are at $5 million, which is 2.6% of the governmental funds. 7%, if we were to use this year's numbers, 7% would be $13,384,316. We do not ever contribute toward reserves when we are working off of our estimated fund balance, which is what we are currently working on. So it is likely that when the auditor finishes, closing out year end, and Debbie and Tracy come to the board with our final actual fund balance, is likely at that point, can't speak for sure, but that they would recommend putting additional fund balance, if there is any, toward reserves at that point. Okay, the number 5, striving toward fully funding future liabilities. And we have in your board's budget policy, there's specific kind of funding thresholds that we're supposed to be meeting for all of these funds, and we are meeting those. The PERS, like I said, with the Section 115, we are working toward paying down future liabilities with that. So we are passing that. And then approving changes to personnel during the adopted budget. Except for adding positions that are exclusively grant funded. And as your board knows, there's quite a large number of positions being recommended for changes one way or another at this budget. And those all have come now, and we do not bring those kind of as one-offs anymore. So this budget passes that policy. Okay, and then the board has, item number 7 sort of has these guiding principles that are supposed to, guide your board on the development of the budget. And so it's kind of policy number 7, but there's kind of 4 components. So first is prioritize funding based on board established priorities and objectives. And we're going to get into that just a little bit, but this budget does pass for that. There's quite a bit in the budget that is achieving your board's priorities. Number 2, or 7B, strive to provide funding to adequately maintain plant and infrastructure. We will chat about that in a little bit, but it's no surprise, I don't think, but we have quite a fair amount of deferred maintenance needs specifically for our building infrastructure. It is great that we established the new technology internal service fund to help get our technology to a place that hopefully it's being replaced on a regular basis and doesn't ever get to that deferred maintenance need. But as far as our actual plant and infrastructure, our physical buildings, they're not adequately maintained currently, and we don't have a significant amount of money in the budget to meet those. But of course, that's many, many, many millions of dollars to get us there. But we are working closer. And then going along with that, an active long-term capital improvement program. We do not currently have a capital improvement plan that has been approved by your board. And so while we have pieces here and there that departments have put together, I'm thinking of fire, or even our capital projects director putting some pieces together, or the courthouse, which I think we'll hear about in just a little bit. We don't have that comprehensive capital improvement plan. And then lastly here for number 7 is to match specific state and federal funding reductions with commensurate cuts in specific programs. And that is something that we do consistently as the funding goes away for a program. That's why we keep track now of the grant funded positions, because as the funding goes away, then the positions go away. And then lastly, the county administrator establishing the budget team who shall make recommendations to the CAO for the recommended and adopted budget process, which, as Bobby mentioned, that is what happened this year. Okay. And then lastly, I kind of alluded to this, but this is the contingencies by fund in each fund. And so you can see, I just want to highlight the percentage changes are kind of look a little wonky, but I just want to highlight that in almost every case, well, in a fair amount of cases, I should say, contingencies have gone down from last year to this year. And that is, I know that your board is aware, and I don't want to harp on that too much, but that things are, expenses continue to rise and our revenues don't match that. And so often departments are having to pull from contingencies to balance other funds, to balance their fund. So, okay. And then last for me, and I'll pass it off to someone else because I'm tired of. These are the allocated positions by function. And this is, again, just for your board and the public to be aware that these are our people providing the services, 736.1 people. And 16 of those are grant funded. Yeah, so, and I just want to mention, too, the public protection of 287. There are multiple departments that fall under the state's definition of public protection, including the DA, the public defender, actually the community development department, and then, of course, the sheriff, as well as our fire. And anyway, so 287 is quite a large group of those folks who are providing public protection. So, okay, so I'm going to pass it off then.
All right. So as Liz mentioned earlier, we do have a lot of really good things that are happening in this year's budget. This is not by any means an inclusive list. We just wanted to highlight some things. So first of all, we'll start with the Board of Supervisors, your department. You have put together, using existing software, a forward-facing archive of documents for the public. These include resolutions, ordinances, and the minutes of the meetings. It's a new page that is on the Tuolumne County website under the Board of Supervisors, and it is called the Clerk of the Board Records. Next, you guys also, Supervisor Brandon mentioned this earlier, I believe, to the public, where you guys have now created an easier online application for committees and commissions for people to be able to see what's out there and available and be able to more easily apply to be part of those committees. Next is the Community Development Department. They are going to complete this year and get certification for the housing element that they've been working on. The District Attorney's Office is creating a vertical prosecution model for victims of women who are victims of violence, and also the driving under the influence cases here in the county. They also are working on the creation of a mental health collaborative court. Under the Homeless Advocacy and Outreach, they will be purchasing homes for the distributive housing model. Next, under Human Resources, they're actually doing quite a few things. They'll be undertaking a full update of personnel policies. They will also be preparing to rewrite the MOUs for all the bargaining units. And we did just also want to mention that there was a record number of participants this year, employees for the education reimbursement program. So that is really exciting. In our IT department, they will be continuing with the IT intern program that has been successful for them in partnership with Columbia College. The Master Stewardship Agreement will have all of their CERL projects contracted out this year. In probation, they will be hiring some clinicians to serve the population, especially the youth in the juvenile hall facilities. And under library, there will be a STEM program at all 4 branches of our libraries. In our OES department, they will be working on with the Community Wildlife Defense Grant to be creating more defensible space and also doing roadside brushing. In our jail, they are working on a grant for the Officer Wellness Program that helps with mental health for the officers. In air pollution, they are working on the Wood Smoke Reduction Grant Program and the Green Waste Recycling Program. In recreation, they have set aside funding to send a team member to Leading Edge, which I think you guys know is a leadership training program. Next, we have behavioral health. They are looking forward to the future expansion of behavioral health services within the jail and the juvenile detention center. And they are also going to be implementing all the things that go along with Care Court. In social services and the ambulance program, they work together to secure grant funds, over $296,000 in competitive grant funds that will support buying 3 new ambulances. In public health, they acquired over $2.25 million in funding over the next 1 to 5 years to advance the department's capacity for program scope and span of services related to home visiting and mobile services, addressing health disparities, and workforce and professional development. In fire, they are going to be able to acquire a part-time administrative support to assist with vegetation ordinance education.
So we just wanted to highlight again, this budget contains a lot of funding for some really exciting stuff, lest we forget. Like this is why we do this, right? So just to highlight some of the personnel changes that are included in this budget that we would like your board to, the personnel changes that we would like your board to approve today. These are the ones that were included in the memo from Human Resources, and there are some other job description changes that are not listed here, minor changes in the job description for, increased capacity or whatever it might be. So there's a reclass in the county administrator's office for the senior analyst or deputy county administrator. There's a conversion from the business manager to business housing program manager. A reclassification also from the OES coordinator to the OES assistant director, adding a grant-funded position, administrative analyst in OES to support the community wildfire defense grant program that Bobby just spoke about, probation, converting the senior office assistant to the legal assistant, as well as administrative assistant also to a legal assistant. In public defender, it's reclassifying the deputy public defender 4 to an assistant public defender. And then approving that job description as well. And then in public works, converting the road superintendent to a road and fleet superintendent. And then as well in public health, converting a grant-funded program supervisor to a non-grant-funded program supervisor. And that position, of course, is paid for out of public health. So all of those positions will be effective July 1st. And then, as I mentioned, there are additional revisions to job descriptions for approval that are contained in the memo from Human Resources. I want to call out one specific one. There is a requested change to a job description for the Deputy County Counsel. We're actually requesting that one be pulled off and not be approved by your board today. We need some further review of that job description before we bring it to your board for approval. I also want to mention, and this was in the memo, that there are many job descriptions and changes that were requested by departments that have not completed the meet and confer process. So while the funding for those positions is included in the budget today, those changes are not being brought to your board today for approval or consideration. If and when those positions complete the meet and confer process, we will bring them all back to your board for approval to either change job positions or to make changes to the job descriptions themselves. So I hope that's clear. So these are the only ones, as well as the minor changes to job descriptions in the attachment that we're asking your board to approve today, minus the Deputy County Counsel position.
So as we alluded to earlier, one part of this that we really wanted to touch on are the ways in which money's been allocated to achieve the priorities according to your strategic plan. So under fire and the objective of preventing loss of life and property, there is $360,000 in grant funding to upgrade the emergency operations plan. There is $10,000 to put out public info and education according to the countywide vegetation ordinance. There's $2 million to fund the Groveland Fire Station. Under the objective Improve Wildfire Resiliency, there is $24 million set aside to construct all 6,200 acres of pods 1 through 5 fuel breaks in the Cerro Footprint and Cerro 2.0. Under public safety and enhancing community emergency preparedness, we wanted to create a robust TC Cert CSU program that trains individuals on emergency preparedness and creates a trained team to support them in the event of a disaster. There is $58,000 remaining for the California Fire Safe Council grant for staff to conduct outreach and education. There's $725,000 for incompetent to stand trial services. I skipped the objective on that one. Efficient use of public safety resources and deliver comprehensive services. Under roads and infrastructure, the objective, raise the county's pavement condition index for roads by increasing road revenues. The action item of paving one local or minor collector road per year and present funding plan annual to the board to use one-time funds to pave one local or minor road per year. For LATCF road projects, there's $3.8 million for reconstruction of Crystal Falls Drive, an overlay of Middle Camp Sugar Pine Road, chip seal of Jamestown Road, a chip seal for Lions Bald Mountain Road, and a chip seal on Merced Falls Road. And another objective in there was to provide all residents with access to broadband speed of at least 25 megabits per second. We are pursuing grants and implementing broadband projects in partnership with CPUC. The EDA grant brings in $222,000, and the LATA grant brings in $500,000. Under community health and prosperity, the objective to develop policies and projects to increase the supply of workforce housing. There is just over $66,000 for updating Title 17 to complete the scope of work assigned to the consultant. There's $122,000 to add a housing specialist position in order to maintain code and policies. And there's $100,000 to audit the development process and develop recommendations for improvement and streamlining of CUPA. Increasing the supply of transitional housing for those experiencing homeless and behavioral health clients. Those ones are a lot. Conducting meetings with county partners and local agencies, including the City of Sonora, to begin discussion on transitional housing needs. There's $658,000 for renovations and $300,000 for navigation center operations. And developing a homeless action plan required for HAP 3 and 4 funding. There's just over $1 million to execute HAP 3 and 4. Under employee excellence and organizational resilience, the county really wanted to be the regional employer of choice. We had the action item to increase staff to meet new mandates, and under that we added 4 FTEs under behavioral health, which are estimated to start on September 1st of this year, valued at $281,000, and 1 FTE in Department of Social Services, estimated to start at the beginning of next year for $59,000. A full year of compensation increases as approved by the board in fiscal year 22-23, and $239,000 in hiring incentives. To decrease the organization's vacancy rate, $40,000 is allocated for updating personnel policies, and social media firm for recruitments was $69,000 was allocated for that. Improving customer service through employee development. Operationalize Title 4E funding training calendar to support training for all county departments who serve children. Operationalize behavioral health workforce employment training funds by updating the mental health services plan, and build technology skills to support an efficient method to sign and deliver training to applicable staff.
All right, next we wanted to talk a little bit about appropriations and sort of look at last year compared to this year. So, yes, in non-general fund departments. So the first one we want to look at is the Tuolumne County Fire. It looks like they had an increase of just over $5 million. And if you remember, I believe that is due to their contract with CAL FIRE and the 3 new stations that we added. The total FTEs living in that department is currently 5. Oh, and so, yeah, I did actually want to mention, because I actually asked Liz this earlier because it looked funny to me, and I was like, oh, only 5 people in the for the FTEs in their department. And I guess what she clarified for me was also to understand that the majority of the employees that do this work are actually contracted through CAL FIRE, which is where you see this increase in the contract, is because a lot of the work is done through the contracted employees. Next, we're going to take a look at the Public Health Fund. They have an increase this year of just under $500,000, and they are that increase is also going to be put into their contingencies. So that is the offset for that. And there's 42.1 FTEs or full-time equivalents living in that budget this year. The Social Services Fund looks like a just over $3.1 million increase, and a big, almost a third of that chunk was due to salaries and benefits. And the total FTEs for that department is 122.5. Under Behavioral and Mental Health Fund, they looks like we have a $2.5 million increase from last year, and the total FTEs in that department is 73. Under Road and Storms Capital Projects, pretty huge increase there. You're going to see about almost $28.5 million in increase there. But as we know, with the storms this year, we just sustained a lot of damage. So there's just a lot of work that needs to get put into these projects. If you look down on the bottom, there are 12 projects listed there. So just showing where all that money is going to go to fix these different areas that were impacted greatly. Under our capital projects, we have a list here, as you can see, of all the projects that are going to be included this year, or at least get started on this year in capital projects. I did just want to mention there was about $1 million reduction in funds that we put into capital projects versus what we did last year. So significantly less, of course, due to the budget restraints this year. But there is still a lot of cool projects that we're going to do, including the roof on this building that we are in right now, a generator for the sheriff's building dispatch, moving HSSA to the Tuolumne General Hospital, among various other projects that you see here. Next, we have the American Rescue Plan funds. We are going to be expending all these funds this year on these projects. There's a salary, we're going to do salary and benefit reimbursement for code enforcement staff, Title 17 consultant, personnel policy update, the housing element update that I mentioned earlier that they are going to get completed and certified this year. They also need a generator and probation. We need to do updates to the AV system at the Stryker Court, which also serves as our emergency operations center if anything were to happen. So we definitely need that up to date. LATCF allocation for county fire, LATCF funded road projects, housing projects, grant writer, and a space needs study for our county. And the total appropriations for that is $6,382,650.
Hey, Bobby, can we switch seats?
Yeah, of course.
Play a little musical chairs here before I get started. So each year when we do this, we produce a series of budget stories. So the budget stories are documents that we produce that tell the story of each departmental cost center. They provide an overview of the department, including any services or programs that they provide. They describe accomplishments from the previous fiscal year and identify goals and objectives for the new fiscal year. And new to them this year, we are combining ClearPoint strategy and OpenGov to sort of implement or integrate the board's strategic plan into these stories. So I'm going to go off script a little bit here and jump onto the internet real quick because I wanted to show how you would actually access some of these things if you were a member of the public. So the first thing you would do is go to the county website. I'll just Google it. Oh, is there still not internet for this? Yeah, I deserve it. I deserve it for ad-libbing. Can't connect to this network. Well, isn't that fun? Okay. Great. Okay. Thank you. I can't even spell Squamish County right now. Okay. So if you were to go to the Maine County website, you can find the budget stories by going to Government Administration Office. Did it not?
Just keep hovering over that.
I'm clicking it. It's not doing anything.
Yeah, it's just, there you go.
And then go to Budget Portal if you know how to use a computer. No, I'm not. And then you would click on Adopted Budget Fiscal Year 23-24. This takes you out to OpenGov. So OpenGov is where all of these pieces of information live. All of the detailed reports that are connected to the budget would be down here at the bottom. And then everything here in the middle that is very poorly formatted. There, I fixed it. I can fix something. All of the budget centers are here in the middle. And so you may notice that a lot of these links are dead. It's because they're not updated yet. Because perhaps unsurprisingly, getting two different pieces of software to talk to each other is incredibly time-consuming and difficult. But I do have a couple in here that are great examples of what this will look like once everything is updated. I'm thinking maybe by the end of the week, probably by the end of this week. The first one is a great example. Is from Human Resources. So each of these budget stories has a division overview that describes, what this department does and their major priorities. And so perhaps unsurprisingly, HR has gone into a lot of very good details about what they do and the services that they provide. This section right here describes the alignment to the board strategic plan and the 5 main priority areas. These sections are directly linked from ClearPoint, and these are filtered so that they only reflect any strategic plan objectives that are connected to HR. And then the same thing for these action items here. So you can see the action item description and the progress of completion that these are undertaking, and you can scroll through and see all of the action items that are connected to each one of these departments that have a connection to the strategic plan. A place where they went above and beyond is they wrote out specifically the ways in which they impacted the board strategic plan this year, which was not a requirement, but it's HR, they're going above and beyond. It also shows the number of allocated positions and the adopted budget chart and some of the accomplishments of this department this year and their goals for next year. And so each of the individual cost centers, barring a couple specific variances between the way that they are structured and whatnot, they will all contain their own versions of this body of information. And with that, I will go back on script.
Okay, so again, just as a reminder, if your board wants to make any changes to this adopted budget, we will need some time to break, go back, make those changes, and then come back to your board. And so today we are recommending that your board conduct the public hearing today to consider the adoption, to adopt all the budget actions contained in the fiscal year 23-24 budget document, which includes all personnel actions and recommendations, minus the job description for Deputy County Counsel, as well as adopt the fiscal year 23-24 adopted budget resolution. And then there's the link one more time, that budget portal that Mark showed, that shows all of those attachments, and happy to answer any questions.
Okay, so we'll ask board members if they have any questions regarding the presentation just made, and I see people writing stuff down. Yes, Supervisor Brandon.
Great, thank you. We had an opportunity to talk about this a little bit, so I had 2 specific areas I wanted to focus in on. One of them was the grant-funded position change of 8. Can you explain that? I know we have a budget policy too, specifically 7D. State federal programs, once the money is gone, we no longer continue that. Which positions are those? Which grants were the ones that ran out? And is it, trying to find the next grant, or are they being transitioned fully to general fund positions?
Yeah, so I, to be honest, can't tell you all 8 positions off the top of my head. I could pull up the allocated position list. None of them are in the general fund.
Okay.
They're in, I think almost all of them are actually in Health and Human Services, where either the grant ran out or for whatever reason they don't need the grant funded position. They are looking though to absorb those as permanent positions. And as we know, with those special revenue funds, they have the state and federal dollars to cover the cost of those positions.
Okay, so no general fund positions.
That's correct.
Okay, that was, I think, the key question. Second is, I know the Community Wildfire Defense Fund, that's great, wonderful. I know we have asked our departments, however, to make cuts, and we've been generally expanding OES funds with grant-funded positions to be able to cover that work. So that's not covered under the grant. From what I had seen, it looked like that was one general fund position added for that.
It is a one position, and in parentheses it says GF, and I can understand why you would think that meant
It is
general
not general
fund.
fund.
It's grant funded.
Grant
Yes, I'm
funded.
sorry, I should have
Okay,
written
thank
that
you.
out. Yes, so it is a grant funded position paid for out of that grant.
Okay, thank you. That was exactly my confusion on it.
Thank you. Supervisor Kirk.
On slide 13, one of the things that our policies that we failed on was establish general reserves at 7% of total. Although we haven't met that benchmark there, haven't we been increasing that year over year? I just want to clarify.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so that sort of
So it's like a
fail
half
with an
fail.
asterisk.
Yeah, 'cause we're-
as you're working toward.
we're
And as I
working towards it.
mentioned, nothing is put in the reserves right now, but I imagine when final fund balance is brought back to your board in September, that I have a feeling the recommendation will be to add something to reserves if there is fund balance to add.
Okay. And if I heard you right on slide 23, those are the changes that are new before us today that were not at any of the prior meetings, those changes in personnel? Additional revisions to... Is that correct?
Those are not new position. Well,
I mean,
I shouldn't
today
say-
we haven't discussed these yet. This is a change.
You
for
have
the budget.
discussed
We
these,
have?
yeah.
Okay.
Well-
I thought I heard. That's what I'm clarifying.
Yes, there was a
Everything's the
little
same
back and
as
forth.
June
I
6th.
apologize for that. These are the original. I'm sorry, Tracy. Did you want to say something?
No, I was just saying that what you see today is what you saw on June 6th.
Okay. So there's no changes in personnel today. Okay. For positions, let me think. I think
Except
I
for
had
county council.
Huh?
Except for county council.
And that's just a classification
Okay.
change that we're going to wait and think about a bit more, and we'll bring it back later.
And then this isn't really a question. It's kind of a comment question. But with the OpenGov stuff, and I've brought this up a few times, but with OpenGov and with ClearPoint, I don't know what's when I go online, I don't know what's current, what's up to date, what's still pending. So I see that some of that stuff's in there, some of it's still being built. When can we as a board, when can the community go in there and expect it to be accurate, up to date? Because I would love to use that as a resource a lot more.
Actually, every member of your board currently has a browser access, so you can log in at any time and go and view all of the reports that are in ClearPoint. As for the information that I just showed you, all of the reports that are built into the OpenGov stories are scheduled to auto-generate a new version of those reports every Monday. So every time that any staff makes updates to those, they will get updated every Monday. We can set it to update every hour, but they're set for weekly.
Okay, but we're still having issues with the technical conversion of data and information, correct?
What I was alluding to is simply getting them all prepared to have them all be live links ready for today. I was biting off more than I could chew, trying to get them to talk to each other. I was sitting in the back updating social services, and it took me an hour to troubleshoot the issues that were of my own creation. But yeah, that's what I was alluding to with that.
All right. I'm not trying to put you on the spot. I'm just saying it's a good tool. I'm looking for the day when we can.
Every day that I work with it, I'm making great strides to it being the useful dashboard that you envision.
But besides Mark working on this, it's also incumbent upon every single department, and they are also struggling finding the time to keep another software updated. I mean, I had a text from a department head today. So we are looking to, Mark is currently exploring ways to be as efficient as possible with the time that they're keying it in, but some departments are struggling with maintaining the information and keeping it up to date for the board.
No.
All right. Seeing no questions over here, I have just one, so I would point you to slide number 10. There it is. Okay, and when you were discussing this, you mentioned that the general fund is where the discretionary funds are, but I want to, and I hope this is not a gotcha, it's not meant to, but I haven't seen this before just now. So in the 23-24 adopted budget, the 126 million and some odd dollars, what percentage or what dollar figure of that, because it's not all discretionary funding. A lot of them are very, you can only spend it on this or this and nothing else. So, and it may be off the top of your head, but ballpark, either dollar-wise or percentage-wise, what percentage is actually discretionary?
Yeah, I was actually putting some of that those numbers together for a totally separate project. This was a few months ago, so it would have been based on fiscal year 22-23, but it was around like 48 million or so. So, you know, that's very
small.
Not very accurate for
right.
for what you're asking, but it gives you at least a picture. Yeah.
Right, I just want it for the public's interest because sometimes they have a hard time understanding that we have very little discretionary funding. And I just didn't want them to get the impression everything under the general fund is discretionary because it's really not. All right, thank you. All right, with that, I'm going to take it to the public right now and see if there are questions or comments from the public. Please come forward. We'll wait for you.
Good afternoon. Thank you for letting me have this opportunity to speak to you. I am Augusta Parrington. I am a member of the Friends of the Tuolumne County Library. As you probably know, the Central Library is a vibrant place, but we also have branches in Groveland, in Tuolumne City, and in Twain Harte. And for the record, I'm sure you all know this, the services we provide are for children, pardon me, for teens, for adults, and for English language learners. Now, we can't go up against police and fire, but we are, in a way, just as important. Our staff, however, is absolutely spread thin. We desperately need some help because you can't keep asking the same people to do more. Our hope that you will consider giving up the part-time position so that we could have a full-time librarian. We are compromising in not having a head librarian who would be expensive and have high qualifications. We are content with the situation as it is now. However, if you want to have an involved and educated community, you need to have a well-functioning library. As an addendum, I would like to note that the general fund has increased by 20%, yet the library is being decreased by 2.9%. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Good afternoon.
I'm not sure this is still relevant because I can't tell from the presentation. My understanding is last week there was, I think it was last week, there was a discussion about creating a water board and hiring someone full-time to be a member of this new water board, something we had years ago but haven't had for years. Is that still in the budget?
Yeah, you are talking about the water agency. The water agency, as discussed last week, is in the budget.
It is in the budget.
It was voted on last week.
Okay, but it wasn't presented here. I didn't see it anywhere.
It was presented last week, last board meeting.
Okay, it's in one of these categories?
It's under Tuolumne County Water Agency. You're not seeing a granular view. You're seeing
okay.
a high-level view.
Okay, then I would like to specifically speak against it and ask for reconsideration that it be taken out of the budget for a couple of reasons. I'm a business guy, trained for results. And whenever we saw a proposal, we'd ask, okay, what result is this going to produce for our company? Not what information can we collect, not what networking can we do or what relationships we can build, but what results, because the relationships and everything else are necessary for a result, but what is the result we're going to get? You know, so are we going to get cheaper water? Are we going to get more water? Are we going to do something to the aquifers to keep people's wells from drying up? And what I understand in the proposal that exists is that it's very much of a fishing expedition. Let's get connected. Let's talk a lot. Let's go neighbor with all the various water authorities that we have in our county and in other counties. Let's find out what the state's going to do with the big reservoirs and how it might impact us. All informational. What I never heard was, what's the result? How is that going to make our county, how is that going to deliver a specific benefit to our county? So what I would ask the board to do is reconsider that, given our short discretionary funds, reconsider that, ask for something specific for next year that produces specific results. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Hello, welcome.
Hi, Jane Braga, League of Women Voters. We have some concerns about process and substance, and I think very similar, same subject matter. On June 6th, the Board of Supervisors agenda listed in conjunction with the 23-24 budget a presentation by John Mills, the Tuolumne County Water Agency consultant, in the amount of $35,500. Supporting this budget documentation showed the water advocacy contract combined with administrative analyst services created a total budget amount of $150,000 approximately. Representatives from both TUD and the Chicken Ranch Rancheria raised questions about what exactly they were going to do and how effective it would be, etc. The board voted not to renew that contract by a 3-2 vote, effectively discontinuing the TCWA. 1 week later, on June 13th, the board held a special meeting. On the agenda for that meeting, county administration was listed, under county administration, it was listed discussion and direction on support for the Tuolumne County Water Agency. There were no supporting documents, no reference to the water advocacy contract, no mention of this being a budget item, no indication that this would or could be a reversal of the board action of the previous week. Further, it was learned at that meeting that the administrative analyst position had been changed to a senior administrative analyst position. The total budget cost now increased to $171,000. One supervisor changed his mind, giving the CIO direction to put this item back in the budget with the new figures. This process raises questions. When is the board vote final? When the June 13th agenda item, when it was placed on the agenda, why was it not indicated as a budget item or as a revisit of the board vote? Is this transparency in government? And finally, one question about substance. What exactly will the TCW do that is not already being done by and will not interfere with other agencies in our county without adding another layer of bureaucracy? Is this agency really necessary? Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I wish people had come to the meeting last week when that hinky stinky item came up, because I thought it was a backroom deal. But anyway, I would like to know what the cost is of debt service, because I didn't see that in here. Because, I mean, we put up a lot of buildings for collateral and borrowed a lot of money, and the debt service at one time was like, I don't know, 1.4 and then 1.7. So I didn't see any listed item in here, but I'd like to know what that is. So when we increased the number of FTEs to an additional 8, we said you have the revenue to offset costs, and you were adding capacity, flexibility, or promotional opportunities. Well, this is a 6% increase in salaries and benefits, which, if I looked at it correctly, is $3.4 million. And the conversion, if you'd been at the meeting last week, they kind of let it slip when they talked about that. Changing the administrative analyst, a senior administrative analyst is a $50,000 a year change. So with our current financial situation being what it is, I don't think we should be adding employees. I don't think we should be giving promotions and giving people giving us, the taxpayers, a $3.4 million tab to increase a little bit more bureaucracy when you asked every department to cut their budget by almost 3%.
Thank you. Come on up.
Tom Parrington. I'm speaking on behalf of the issue of the water agency that was discussed last week with a very inadequate description of what the subject matter was. To reverse a prior board decision, which was very publicly announced, I don't think you're really in compliance with the Brown Act, having listed that item for discussion, where you're basically reversing a prior vote. And I think it's something that really this board should take another look at today, because you have a contingency fund that's much shrunk from last year's budget. You only have about $1 million in contingency, and you're talking about pulling $171,000 from that contingency fund now to fund a water agency budget where you have no water, you have no water rights. The water function of the county, other than maybe for emergency well depletions, is really TUD and the other water agencies in the county. It's a nice study. It'd be nice to have more information, but it's a luxury you really can't afford. And I'd ask you to reconsider that position. Thank you. And I appreciate Mr. Supervisor Campbell's very good analysis and raising that question last meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Cassandra Jenneke, your district attorney. I just wanted to point out one granular issue that I see as problematic. When we're looking at the personnel changes that are proposed for this year, there's the creation of the assistant public defender position, which I think is a much needed creation for that office. My concern is in the benchmarking of that position to the assistant district attorney within my office when the minimum qualifications are not the same. So in the assistant district attorney position, it requires 3 years of increasingly complex legal experience to include supervision of attorneys and support staff. That is not included in the assistant public defender position. And I know it's been a goal of the Human Resources Department and the County Administrator's Office to create equity and consistency across our job descriptions. And so that is a concern that I have, particularly when we are benchmarking pay scales against other offices that might be larger or manage more programs than others. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good morning, Supervisors. Jolynn Miller with UC Cooperative Extension. I just wanted to apologize for not being at the meeting 2 weeks ago when we were brought up and I wasn't able to answer questions. So I just wanted to let you know that I'm here if you have questions today. And then I also just wanted to leave you with an anecdote about by supporting our partnership, you're directly supporting the two flagship programs, which include 4-H and the Master Gardener program. I think you guys are all very well aware of the impact these programs have in our community, but I'll leave you with one small story. When I started here 11 years ago, I had a 4-H'er that was very involved in leadership and public speaking. Her name is Grace Bloom. And she stayed in 4-H through a teen, and she went on to college and then went on to vet school, and she is currently back now in the community as a veterinarian. And I'm actually talking with her about having her lead a veterinary science 4-H project. So just one really small anecdote of what 4-H can do with giving teens and kids leadership experience, going out into the world, and then bringing that back to Tuolumne County. So just a quick little reminder about what we do with UC Cooperative Extension. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? All right, I'll bring it back to the board for comments. Supervisor Campbell.
Thank you, Chair. And really, thank you to the budget team. I mean, I know we say that every time. But we have really refined our process a great deal over the years, and this, I think, is a really good process compared to how it was when I started. We had a big binder dropped on our desk, and we had to go through that basically line by line to really have a clear as this understanding of what's in the budget. And, of course, you illustrated for folks that once we get through this budget and people that want to understand more of the details of what's in it, that's all publicly available. Whereas before, if you didn't have a hold of one of those binders, you really weren't going to know what was in the budget. So kudos to the team. And I really appreciate the work that the staff has done in terms of the budget team for working through some of these issues so that it makes our job at the Board of Supervisors a lot easier to address some of these issues, because we've already hit a point where, maybe we're not, departments aren't happy, but they're making most of the hard decisions so that we're not imposing those decisions on them. And we're honestly, the department heads know better where the needs are than the Board of Supervisors does, just because they're living with the services that they're providing every day. There are really only a couple of things that I wanted to raise with the budget as it's presented, and I don't think it'll come as a surprise to any of my colleagues here. They're the same issues that I think we talked about on the 6th when we had that little sub section where we were talking about additional things. And there were a couple of those that I wanted to bring back for consideration. I think they were good ideas, and I think they were things that we probably should take another look at finding ways to fund them. The first was something that's pretty critical. We've invested a great deal, and to this board's credit, we've invested a great deal of energy and money into rehabilitating roads. And the chief road I'm talking about is Q and Mill Road. It's in my district. We also have a major project that's gone on in Confidence South Fork Road. We have designated project on Lions Bald Mountain Road and look for additional funding to complete a small section of that road. I'd like to see the same thing happen with Q and Mill Road and also Confidence South Fork Road, where there is a small, depending on how you look at it, a relatively small section of road that's not included in the project, the scope of the project. I'd like for us to find a way to fund the repairs to the balance of Q and Mill Road, particularly past the fire station. So we're talking a portion that's roughly from the fire station north to the bridge, as it's called, but it's really a culvert at the end of the road. I know it's often and I talk about Q and Mill Road because it's what I know best. It's in my district, but I know Confidence South Fork Road has similar issues where there's a balance of the road that could greatly benefit from a small additional investment of road dollars. And honestly, I think that's what people expect us to do here. I think that's why they put us here, is to improve roads. It's what people bring up to me constantly, and this road in particular is very important to the citizens of my district. And if we can make sure that we complete these projects the right way, I think for the additional cost, and we can talk about what that would be. I'm thinking in the neighborhood of 50,000 each for these completion projects, but I can leave that to staff to see what we can afford there. I think if we can do these projects right, it really shows that the board is truly committed to one of our goals, which is increasing the PCI of our county overall. And I really see these projects as showpieces for that effort. They are in exactly the communities that we're talking about with limited ingress and egress. So that's what I'll say about that issue, and I'd be happy to talk more about it. The other issue was this is another issue that I had brought up on the 6th, and it seemed that there was support for that, but we sort of delayed the final decision on it based on what final information we would have about what was left in contingencies today, and that's the library position. So we're eliminating a part-time library position and reducing book purchases and a couple other cuts in that department. I think, that's understandable given the cuts that are going on in other departments, but we have an opportunity here to vastly, with a small addition of continuing to lose that part-time position, but adding a full-time position, increases capacity at all of our library branches, and it's been something that we've struggled with for a long time. So I would again bring that up, that we need to convert that part-time position, which is going away, and add a full-time position there, so the net cost is significantly mitigated by the loss of that part-time position, I think, in that area. And then the last one, I think, was it was something that Supervisor Brannon had brought up on the 6th about the UC Cooperative Extension, which, of course, they're the 4-H people and the Master Gardeners. I've had time to look into it and see where that money goes and what the real increase is. It's not a very large increase, again, for a significant benefit to the community. And so I'm supportive of that addition as well. I think it's a very small investment, but it helps so many in our community. So that's kind of where I am. It's where I think I've had a lot of feedback from the community over the past weeks, is finishing off these road projects that we have, making sure our libraries are successful, and investing in programs for kids like 4-H and Master Gardeners program. So those are the three that I think were discussed on the 6th. There was some support for them. Well, we kind of truncated that discussion. I'd like to initiate that discussion again. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Goldenberg.
Okay. Hold on one second. First of all, I just want to, once again, and I said this back on during our June 6th meeting, that I commend all the work that's done by staff to bring this budget, before the board. CEO Riggs, Assistant CAO Eric Earhart, Liz Peterson, and a lot of other staff, did tremendous amount of work. What was really important to me was that this concept of using the budget team to get the buy-in amongst all departments. And again, that effort, a lot of give and take. Recently, and this kind of gets away from the county, but we saw at the federal level that there was a huge discussion about the federal debt ceiling. And eventually it got worked out, and this was a partisan issue, between Republicans and Democrats, and we're nonpartisan, here, but it's very important to look at those processes and see how people can work together, and there's give and take. So that said, on the 6th, I was not in favor of the water agency and moving forward with that, and voted against it. And we did. We had a 3-2 vote at that point. I was not able to be at the meeting on the 13th due to personal reasons, but when I did not know that that item was going to be brought back on the 13th, at that point. I maybe would have pushed harder to come in remotely, but the vote, as it turned out, ended up being a 3-1 vote. And so I feel that that was not in the best interests of the county. Tagging on to Supervisor Campbell here, talking about some other areas, the university extension request. Do we have a dollar amount on that? I didn't.
Yes, it ranged between $24,000 to $32,000. And when I spoke with Jolynn, obviously any amount will help them. And we've been throwing around more of the number of 24,000. So far, one county has taken action; the others have not. But they will plan to do it in September. The others aren't saying they won't do it; they just had already solidified their numbers, so they were waiting. So it's 24,000 is the base of what they were asking for.
And that would be an ongoing expense?
Yes, that would increase the contractual amount.
Okay, so the same question would be towards the library. I'm also in favor of going from the half-time position to the full-time position. What dollar amount?
So that actually, because there is no money at all for the library assistant, the half-time, you'd have to fund the entire position. And I believe that's, what did you say that was, about
76,000.
76?
Yeah.
76,000.
So we eliminated the half-time?
We froze a half-time senior library assistant. So there's no funding for that position at all. So in order to do anything with it, if you want full-time, you have to fund the whole thing.
Okay, so we froze it but not eliminated.
Right.
Okay. If we could, and this board did so, agree to reduce contingencies to a level below that was stated in board policy. So I look at that and, I consider, the ramifications of that. I'm also hearing that there's some potential additional funds that may surface. I did see some information internally that came through regarding PILT and an increase. Do we have the dollar amount on the road issues, Supervisor Campbell?
So it's so the PILT addition, my understanding is 108,000, which would, 107,000 and change.
No, I thought it was like 230 or.
The PILT increase was 232,000, and I don't remember the hundreds of dollars, but 232,000 was the increase in PILT.
So the amount to fund those road projects, though,
well,
that you had in question, that's one-time funding.
Yeah, I was just going with the balance between the 1%, which was the 994,000 minus, or I'm sorry, the 1.102 million, which is the total now in contingencies, minus the 994, which gives you 107,919. So that's what's remaining over and above the 1%, from my understanding from contingencies. And I thought I saw that in a slide.
You do have the right number, Supervisor Campbell.
Okay.
And I guess my question is, if we have an increase in the PIL funds of roughly 230.
It's been included in the budget already. Yeah.
So that was included.
That's included already.
That's how your contingency grew.
That's how it went up by
was
100.
the PILT.
Yeah.
So the contingency stands at what now again?
1.1 million.
And we need to have a minimum of
994,000. So number 3 here at the bottom in that kind of pink color. So contingencies are currently funded at 1.1% of the general fund, and that is $107,919 above that 1%, that 994,000.
Okay. Well, I'll leave it at that. I would like to revisit the university extension and also the library position. I think it's very important. that we have the libraries in our community and have them provide the most robust services possible. Also, still curious to hear what the amounts of Supervisor Campbell's concern on the roads you had a request.
And so I can answer that. So we're limited by, because what we're talking about is in-house public works construction project, not what's part of the existing contract work. So we're limited by the force account by the amount of money that we can spend on those projects. And so $50,000 is about the maximum there. I think it's actually $60,000, but I've talked to our public works director, and that seems to be a sufficient amount to at least make significant impact on both of these projects.
I would be supportive of revisiting that in our budget as well. That's all my comments.
Thank you. Supervisor Brandon.
Starting off and echoing the comments of my colleagues, thank you to the budget team, and also for all the technical stuff. I think it's a really great way to be able to view the budget. It's nice to have this presentation as well, and I think it's really well laid out. And it's easy for anybody that would like to go check all of this to be able to participate in a way that normally would be very difficult. So really well done on that. Just as a comment and echoing Chair Half's question answer comment there before, I agree that I think with the general fund in particular too, identifying out the discretionary funding within that in the future would be very helpful. Because I know we have a certain amount coming from local taxes, which is the amount that I'm normally referring when I'm talking about any budget challenges, and other ones where we can't really move that. But it does look substantially larger. But it is obviously completely accurate. The water agency, for those who may not have been at the last meeting, I did want to give a very brief, maybe overview on that. I think as said at the initial meeting, I support the idea of us being involved with our natural resources and water, and I'll give you a few reasons why. But it was, I think, an issue of some of the accountable goals that actually were brought up at the meeting here. So while initially it was not where I think it needed to be, where it ended up coming back for direction was that having a natural resource position that is able to write grants, and maybe it's not water rights, but it can be infill infrastructure, it can be stormwater recharge, it can be emergency drought funding. There is a $15.5 billion bond currently going through the legislature for forest and water projects. $3 billion of that is earmarked for water. There are things that we can apply for in working with our partners that can be good for the community. And we do have water issues within the unincorporated area. I share that concern that we can't only have 20 or 30-year goals. We'll never get there. We have to have some of these be 2 to 3 year goals, taking advantage of that. And like many of the other staff positions we have, they're able to fund it through grants that come in and actually help people at the end of the day. So just as an explanation for that, we also didn't dissolve the water agency. It does exist, at least on paper, the same as it has for quite a while. But it's giving the staff support also with the Natural Resource Committee and some of the other efforts, for example, with housing and economic development, where we can have somebody that can work with those positions from pipe, plant, capacity, and other types of projects. Specifically, what I really wanted to bring up was support for the UC Cooperative Extension contract. So that is something that's been frozen for a very long time. And I know we're in a tight budget situation. I believe for about 8 years it has not increased, and they have really cut where they can. And that $24,000 will mean being able to continue to provide the service in the Master Gardeners, and to me, 4-H, that's really critical to the county. So I appreciate hearing the support for that. That's really important to me as well. And I certainly can also understand the argument for the infrastructure investments, where we're talking about a road project that, based on a bureaucratic rule, we can't get that last little segment to connect. We've made a lot of progress as far as putting the money we've at least had available into road projects, and I think we want them to be successful. So that holds a lot of confidence for me as well. Adding that up, I would love to hear Public Works, if you can maybe give a quote on what those projects would be. Specifically, since we're looking at the 107, it was brought up with our contingencies. I think we do need to follow our budget policy of maintaining the 1%, But the additional PILT money that was added in there that moved it over, to me, that is open to discussion on it.
Right, so we got an estimate. Mike Cagnetti went up there this morning and measured a few things out, and we think we can do both roads, Confidence South Fork, and the piece of QN Mill for under 120,000, both in-house.
Okay, what would they be individually?
His first estimate was 60,000 for the QN Mill portion, and I believe the rest of them was under Confidence South Fork. But I might have that backwards because his text is kind of cryptic.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Brandon, are you? Okay, thank you. Supervisor Kirk.
Don't want to say everything that everybody else said, so just thank you guys. This is, what, the fourth or fifth time that it's been before us. Thank you for all the work on it. I think just on the conversation that I'm hearing, Supervisor Brandon spoke a little bit about the water agency, but obviously, again, it takes time when you reactivate a water agency to have items that you're going to focus in on and accomplish. It doesn't happen in 7 months. And anybody in the water world would understand that. But we are gonna get some tangibles in front of this board quick. So we're on the same page. When it comes to the items that were being discussed, that were being added on, where it stands for me is roads first, library second, 4-H third. And I think with the 4-H thing, is it 24 that is needed from each county, or is it 24 total?
I know ours is 24. 15%. We don't all have the same contractual obligation based.
So it's a percent. Okay.
It's a percentage, correct?
Okay. Yeah. So roads first, library second for me, and then the 4-H thing. My understanding is we got a good person for that library, and like I said, my wife says I'm a jerk if I don't support the library, so I gotta support those libraries. But you know, there's so much information in here. So I don't want to go through it all, but thank you guys. I think the one thing, and I keep kind of bringing it up, is eventually I really want to get to OpenGov and ClearPoint to all be working and streamlining, because I think it's a really good way to govern and to manage things, but I don't know when we're going to be there. And I know it's capacity, I know it's staff. I just feel like we got to get to a point. Tracy's probably going to roll her eyes at me, but like I just want to get to a point where every time we have a discussion about something new or a great idea or something that we want to accomplish out of board, I want to be able to look at ClearPoint and say, do we have the capacity to do it? Where are we with these projects? And so that I just keep bringing that up, and I'll keep bringing that up. But thank you, Mark, for working on it. I know you got a lot of things working on. So that's where I stand. Thank you.
All right. Well, I like the budget as it is. I am not in favor of reducing contingencies right now. That being said, I have a heart for the libraries and 4-H both. But I think we should be looking at that in September when we know better where our position is with the state. So those would be the top two that I would like to bring back to consider at that time, but not until. So those are my comments.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Just wanted to see if I could summarize real quick. And I'm not sure if they've been doing their little matrix over there that we started a while back, so it looks like they maybe are. So a couple things. What I am hearing is I do hear 3 for the UC Cooperative Extension. I hear 3 for roads. If you do library and you do UC Cooperative Extension, that's $100,000. So 24 for the 15%, 76 for the full-time position. I will remind you, and I know you know this, but both of those are ongoing expenses, and you are using we're already using more than what we have in ongoing revenue. But that's a decision for your board to make. So that would bring your contingencies down to the $1,007,000. So the next question is, while I am hearing a majority support for even additional for the roads, I'm not hearing a dollar amount. And so what I heard from Kim, do you say 120 for all of them? Is if you wanted an additional 120,000 to do all of those roads. So I believe she said QN Mill and South Fork Confidence. So that would be another 120,000, which would then take you, I don't know, you're at Or what, can you just put up your, what would contingencies be if they funded that, please? Just the 1104, whatever. That would be your new contingencies for now, if we were to do those 3 items.
You want to comment? Do comments on it?
I think we need, you guys, we need direction because we will pause the public hearing. We will go out, we will make the changes, rebalance everything, redo the resolution, and then reconvene the public hearing.
Right, we need to have a little bit more discussion before I close the public hearing. So I want to hear from board members. Go ahead.
I just Googled PILT, payment in lieu of taxes, and it was established obviously for tax reasons, for private property, for wildfire management areas. I feel like roads is more wildfire related as far as driving routes and escape routes. I do think we're going to get more money in September. We always come back better. So I have a feeling all this stuff's going to get accomplished. I think I'd rather, my priority is roads first, and then we do the other things. I think we're going to come back better in September, honestly. So
are you?
I'm roads now and do the other 2. And
so
Supervisor Brandon?
To me, I think we need to follow the budget policy, 1% to contingencies. The cooperative extension to me is the priority that I see within this. And then I think with the amount that was quoted there, the Q and Mill specifically portion, that added together does not go through our contingency policy.
Supervisor Goldenberg.
Well, I'll just state that there was no hesitation during the water discussions to reduce contingencies below the level they were supposed to be at. And so now we're talking about other areas, and the argument I'm hearing is that, no, we can't reduce those contingencies. Which way is it going to be, right? It just, to me, that's a pretty false, way to go about it.
Supervisor Campbell.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still in support of all 3. I think that they, regardless, and we're dancing around what it is. We're either reducing contingencies or we're making reductions somewhere else within the budget. I don't see the need to wait till September to discuss these things. There will be a whole new slew of priorities, I'm sure, by then. And so these things are important to our community right now, and I think we need to put our money where our mouth is. So I'm in support of all 3 actions.
And I haven't changed my position at all. I think we can wait until September.
So we have kind of like 2-2-1.
So if I may throw into, I forget who may have brought that up, but in following our budget policy and keeping the 1%, we do have the option of looking at other areas where we can make a reduction commensurate and be able to bring this back in. I'd be open to having that discussion and asking staff to look at some of them. And I think we've had some recent allocation we can talk about too, where I think we brought it up at the past meeting, but like the office line item, stuff like that within the water budget, I think that's not really core to what we're talking about. We could look at something there. I do think we need to keep the contingency amount, but we do have that option to go in depth a little more. I think in that first meeting as well, I had gone through our, not the friendly budget document, but the 300-page one. And there was a few things that I think we could also look at even within the board section or other areas to cut. So as an option.
Okay, I would suggest we just visit each item individually and you actually vote on them for me so we can decide if we're moving forward or not, if you wouldn't mind.
All right, so let's, we'll take your lead, CAO Riggs. Which subject would you like to bring up first?
Before I forget, we can't close the public hearing until you actually adopt the resolution. It's all the way to the end.
And just a point of clarification, would it be possible to separate the 2 road projects since we're talking about the monetary amounts?
We can, but Kim was not positive in the amount for which, so unless I see her on her phone, so she's going to try, it looks like, but I think Mike is
only
on
because
if we divide it equally and it's 60,000 each, I'm quite sure they could find a way to spend.
We have 107,000 to talk about, and that alone is 120. So I think we have to consider them individually.
Okay, so let's just start with UC. Ben? Supervisor Half.
Okay, so we'll start with the UC extension. Do I hear a motion?
I would like to motion to approve, I guess, to increase the contribution to the UC Cooperative Extension by $24,000 or the 15% requested.
I second.
So we're actually making motions on each one and not just because we had pulled the board. And I thought I understood where it was, but I don't know if you were keeping track.
It's my understanding when I just went through and listened to you the second time, there was a 2, 2, and a 1. You did not have 3 to get any one direction.
What was the 2, 2?
No, it was 3 for the roads, 3.5 kind of. It was
so we had a
2 for. It was 3 for UC Cooperative Extension, and it was. I wasn't super clear on the library.
Supervisor Kirk said he was only do roads now. Everything else could
If
wait till
there's
September.
If there's 2 for all of it, I'll just change my vote to 3 to get this done because we're going to have the money.
Right. Supervisor Brandon, myself, and Supervisor Goldenberg, yes, on UC Cooperative Extension.
Right. When they were all together, we didn't have a majority because.
I'll switch my vote. I'll switch my vote to majority.
You know, I'm okay with whatever, but I just wasn't clear on why we're taking a vote.
We're going to have the money in September.
Because there wasn't 3 for all 3 items. That's why.
I mean, a vote with a motion and that process. I'm not understanding that, but.
Because if I don't get a majority, then we walk
let's do
away
it.
with nothing. I'm fine if Supervisor Kirk is saying he's going to go with the majority.
I'll go with
that
all
means
3.
we do all 3.
Let's do all 3.
Okay.
If that's where you're going, then that's what we'll do. But that is not where we were at first.
Simple.
So let's define all 3. It's at one of the road projects, the librarian and the UCCE?
No, both the road projects.
Both the road projects.
Library.
And the library.
And UC.
And UCC.
And that's 4.
No, roads was considered 1, is what they're saying. Yeah, because it was 120. And then 76 for your librarian, 24 for UC, which would bring you down, approximately around $880,000 for your contingencies.
I don't want to way overcomplicate this, but we've talked about Q and Mill Road because that came before this board pretty extensively. If it was also Confidence South Fork, and I'm just not remembering that, which may be the case, but I'm less aware of that situation. With Q and Mill, because that was brought up, had conversation kind of check into it, and it was that specific segment we couldn't finish after the reconstruction, which makes sense to me. I don't necessarily have the confidence yet to say, no pun intended, I guess, to jump on the other road project because I'm not exactly sure the circumstances of that.
So it was
we have a lot of roads that need.
It was a road project that wasn't finished, just like Q Mill, because we did it in-house, ran out of money. So it's like a couple hundred yards away from finishing, but we had to walk away from it.
So we have a motion on the table.
I don't know if we need a single motion at this point. I think
what we need
we've
is
got
direction.
Support from the majority of the board on all 3 projects, including both road segments. That's what I'm hearing.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like a majority support there to me. So
Yes. So if Supervisor Kirk is changing to majority to go with the other 2, which creates a majority, we can pause the public hearing. We can go make the changes, get rebalanced, redo the resolution, and come back in.
Okay, so we will pause the public hearing until we hear back from you.
Supervisor Half, if you wanted, we can step out. You could maybe do the MHSA presentation while we work on the budget, so you don't have to stop the meeting.
Yeah, I don't want to stop the meeting, although people might need a break at some point.
Short break, please.
Yeah, let's do a short break, 5 minutes. All right, we're on our second 1:30 p.m. appointment, and Heather, would you please read that item?
1:30 p.m. Item number 2. Consideration of approving the Tuolumne County Behavioral Health Mental Health Services Act, MHSA, 3-year program and expenditure plan, fiscal year 23-24, 24-25, and 25-26.
All right. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Board. My name is Jennifer Gould. I am the MHSA Agency Program Manager at Tuolumne County Behavioral Health, and I will be presenting the MHSA 3-year Program and Expenditure Plan for fiscal years 23-26. And this is next to me, Lindsay Lujan, Deputy Director of Tuolumne County Behavioral Health. I'd like to request that you hold your comments till the end of the presentation, and then we can address them then. Thank you. So the Mental Health Services Act was created to transform and expand the mental health system. It was passed by California voters in November of 2004 and took effect in January of 2005. So the Mental Health Services Act is a fund on tax of individual income over $1 million. And so that fund goes to counties as well as statewide programs. And that's to help provide services to people with mental illness or those at risk of developing mental illness, as well as to educate and train mental health workers, and to ensure that counties have the proper facilities to serve those in need. Next, we have our MHSA components. So programs and services that MHSA is required to fund are as follows. So we have the community services and supports. We have workforce education and training, innovation, prevention and early intervention, capital facilities and technological needs, prudent reserve, and the community program planning process. I'll be reviewing these briefly over the next few slides. So first we have our community services and supports. So this is the largest component of the Mental Health Services Act. So within the community service and supports, we have the Tuolumne County Enrichment Center. We also have the David Lambert Community Drop-In Center. It also covers our Smile Keepers program, which is a dental hygiene program available at the EC about 2 to 3 times a month. So far this fiscal year, Smile Keepers has served in quarters 1 through 3, 46 unduplicated individuals. In addition, we also have a memorandum of understanding with Give Someone a Chance Shower Bus. It also covers our outreach and engagement, our special and promotional events out within the community. For example, we attended the Not My Kid event, and also we're in partnership with other agencies as well as for that event. And it had nearly 400 community members pre-registered. And again, that was a first-time grassroots event. We also had our LGBTQ event, and we were having a table there, and that one community members, and I think about 500 people attended that one. So it allows us to cover those community events and raise awareness and outreach on MHSA. In addition, it covers our permanent supportive housing program. We have 2 houses. We have 1 house for women, 5-bedroom and 5-bath. We have 1 house for men, 6-bedroom and 4-bath. It also covers our full service partnership program, which is an intensive case management program. So we are able to provide direct services to children, adults, and families who are living with a serious mental illness or serious emotional disturbance and who meet the criteria for specialty mental health services. In addition, in fiscal year 21-22, FSP served 39 children, 26 transitional age youth, 18 adults, and 4 older adults. It also covers our crisis department, or Crisis Access and Intervention Program, also known as CAPE. We provide phone support 24/7. We have telephone and face-to-face support and crisis intervention services. We have walk-in services available from 8 a.m. to 7 p.m. daily. Next, we have our Workforce Education and Training Program. So the goal of Workforce Education and Training is to create a diverse workforce. So first, we have the availability to provide trainings annually, such as our law and ethics privacy training. And sometimes we were able to open up trainings to the community as well as to partners. We also have a continuation education credit available to professional staff. We also have a consultant to provide clinical supervision to our unlicensed staff, which is a wonderful component of MHSA that we're able to offer here in Tuolumne County. So far, I believe we've had a few staff gain their licensure so far this fiscal year. We also have a wonderful retention program, specifically at behavioral health, for those who are eligible and willing to sign up a one-year service agreement with behavioral health. Cal Mesa was kind enough to partner with us and be able to award those eligible employees $1,000. It came around the second week of December of last year. In addition, we also had some relief employees who were also eligible for that, and we were able to award them $450. Next, we have our innovation component. So our innovation plan we've been working on extensively since January of last year. That was one of the very first things that I did in this position when I got into this role. It is called Family Ties, Youth and Family Wellness. Our innovation plan will focus on creating non-mandated activities using non-traditional and alternative mental health approaches for youth and families. We are happy to announce that the Mental Health Services Oversight and Accountability Commission just approved this on Thursday, so we're excited to move forward with that. Next, we have our prevention and early intervention contractors. So on the left, we have the contractors that are with us through the rest of this fiscal year. And beginning on July 1st, we have the contractors beginning for the next couple fiscal years. So we have Infant Child Enrichment Services, we have First 5 through Tuolumne County Superintendent of Schools, Amador Tuolumne Community Action Agency, Catholic Charities, and Tuolumne Miwok Indian Health Center. And if you would like more information on the PEI, that's in page 137 through 145 of the plan in Appendix G. Next, we have the community program planning process, which is the heart of MHSA. MHSA is as some of the core values. They're family-driven, it's client-driven, community collaboration, and it is the heart of how MHSA gets their programming and services chosen. It's chosen by the public, basically. So we have a lot of stakeholder feedback that's available throughout the year. We have Q&A forums, we hold presentations, we have our community surveys that we do regularly, and we're looking to increase those efforts beginning this next fiscal year. So here we have behavioral health reform and MHSA modernization. So on March 19th of this year, Governor Newsom proposed a 2024 ballot initiative to improve how California treats mental illness, substance use, and homelessness. It is a bond to build state-of-the-art mental health treatment residential settings in the community to house Californians with mental illness and substance use disorders, and to create housing for homeless veterans and modernize the Mental Health Services Act. The ballot would also include an amendment to the MHSA leading to at least $1 billion every year in local assistance for housing and residential services for people experiencing mental illness and substance use disorders, and allowing MHSA funds to serve people with substance use disorders. Anything on MHSA modernization is on page 14 through 22 of the plan. So currently we have our MHSA funding in the pie chart. So everything that I spoke about for the community services and supports and everything that's covered under that specific umbrella is in the large dark blue portion of the pie. 72% of our current MHSA funding. The orange part is our prevention and early intervention contractors, which comes in about 18%. We have an innovation budget for 5%. And then we have the workforce education and training, which is the dark blue portion, and that comes in at 4%. And then there's a little silver sliver there, and that's for capital facilities and technological needs. So that covers our electronic medical record system, our computer purchases and upgrades, as well as we have some infrastructure through our permanent supportive housing programs, such as the deck at Cabrini, which is also covered in that portion as well. We also have about $507,000 in prudent reserve through the end of this fiscal year. And we also have, beginning in fiscal year 23-24, more than $8.8 million with a little more than $5 million in MHSA expenditures. Also, budget information is on page 151 of the MHSA plan. This chart is on page 17. So what does this mean? So MHSA modernization funding is as follows. So if there were an executive order that was passed by Governor Newsom, which could be at any moment, it could be on the 2024 ballot, or it could be sometime soon, we don't know. This is what would happen to MHSA. So we will have, in the blue portion, right off the top, it's 30% for housing and enhanced care in residential settings for individuals with serious mental illness, serious emotional disturbance, and or substance use disorder. So that's 30% for housing. In the orange portion, we have the full service partnership program. So 35% of MHSA funds would be dedicated just for that program. The gray portion would be a blend of some of the components that I just mentioned. It would cover community services and supports and all the programs underneath it that I mentioned, as well as the prevention and early intervention contractors, our workforce education and training, as well as capital facilities and technological needs. So that would become 35% of the remaining part of what the MHSA modernization is being proposed as. Next page. So what are the impacts to MHSA modernization? Well, first, it would have an expansion of target population to those who are struggling with SUD. Currently, right now, we serve all ages, we serve families, we serve children, we serve adults, so it would expand to that population. Secondly, it would have a funding shift for our PEI contracts. So in January and February of this year, we did a request for proposal for our current prevention and early contractors, open it up to the public, and we had met with those who had continued with our funding and our contracts beginning in July. We had met with them individually. We met with them as a team to let them know about this MHSA modernization that may or may not pass. So what does that mean for them? Well, beginning this coming fiscal year in July, we were actually able to increase all of our PEI contracts significantly. So that was great news. However, with this MHSA modernization, what would happen if it were to be an executive order and or if it were to be passed on the November 2024 ballot, it would be decreased by 50%. And all of those contracts would be terminated within 30 days. And we would have to work with them to find out what the new budget would be for them individually. So that would be a huge impact because those are all the contractors that I mentioned that are out doing work for our unserved and underserved populations in the community. We do not know how, but it would probably impact our capital facilities and technological needs, and as well as our crisis department, because that was all, again, under the community services and supports, and also CAFTAN as a separate component of MHSA. And then also, unfortunately, it would be the elimination of the innovation component. So that Family Ties Youth and Family Wellness project that we've been working on for a year and a half that just got approved on Thursday would be gone. In addition, we also would have the entity Mental Health Services Oversight and Accountability Commission, who actually does the approval and the funding of innovation components, would be absorbed under DHCS. There would be some kind of administrative impact to us, possibly. And then, of course, there would be a redesign for Tuolumne County in terms of how we're going to accommodate for the 30% for housing requirement through MHSA modernization. I'd like to open this up for the board's comments and also request the board's consideration of approving the Tuolumne County Behavioral Health Mental Health Services Act 3-year program and expenditure plan fiscal years 23-26.
Okay, thank you. We'll start with questions. Does anybody have some? Okay, well, I don't see any, but I do. I have a couple. When you were talking about the MHSA modernization funding, you said the second pie chart thing was 35% to FSD, and I didn't quite catch what FSD is.
Okay, so FSP is our full service partnership program. It's a whatever it takes program, and that's the one that provides intensive case management.
management. Okay. Now, I'm very concerned. You said that if this goes through, that it will affect the crisis department.
It probably will in some
Talk
shape
to
or
us a
form.
little bit more about that. For the public's benefit, what have you been working on as far as crisis? I know there was a crisis mobile and all sorts of things. So tell us what you've planned for, where you are right now, and what would go bye-bye.
So in regards to how it would affect our crisis services, that's something we don't fully understand yet since this is fairly new. So we received this notification in March of this year. We've been actively looking at the budget, working with our Health and Human Services leadership to understand what this would mean for different areas. We were really quick to move on understanding that, which is why we already have an understanding of potentially how it could affect our PEI budgets. But we really need to look at our crisis unit fully and what components are fully under MHSA to understand the full impact. That being said, we do have a crisis mobile unit grant that you had mentioned, and it helps support mobile crisis in the field. And it's an additional piece to the crisis and services that we have, but not currently supports funding for our kind of fundamental crisis services at Tuolumne County Behavioral Health. As far as how that will impact, we really don't have a full understanding yet. However, I can tell you that there's already been preparations on, if this were to pass in the next year, immediately reorganizing things. So I can't fully tell you what that looks like. If anything would be eliminated, I do want to say that we do have a mandate under the Department of Healthcare Services to remain a 24-hour system. So even if MHSA funding around crisis does shift, our mandate to be a 24/7 department won't change, and that will still be an obligation of the department.
Okay, well, that's good to hear. Okay, I think that satisfies my questions. We'll go to the public at this point and see if there's any public comment. Not seeing any, bring it back to the board for comments. Supervisor Brandon.
Great, thank you. And it's absolutely alarming. I didn't have any questions because you'd done this presentation before and done a really good job with the Behavioral Health Department to the advisory board. And it's good to get more detail on this. I think everybody wants to see more housing. I think we're clear that that is absolutely in need. But to restrict it so much to the full service partnership to eliminate innovation, I think called it the junk drawer, but all the stuff of all the efforts that have been going into creating these new locally specific, I want to say novel, but I mean really tailored solutions. It's really sad that those would be potentially on the chopping block. And I know we had received already from, I believe, CEO Riggs and her group what had come out about budgeting for care court as well. And so not only to maybe the fear of not having enough resources to do what the governor is telling counties to do, and with care court, I think there's some good within that program, but the money has to be there. But then to tell us how we have to spend the funding that we might even have to, at their direction, who knows if they're going to say, oh, and a portion of that's going to have to go to support this other program as well. It's just really going against what we have seen with what counties are working on with homelessness, flexibility, accountability, and support, to now back to the prescriptive stick method of, we're gonna beat you until you basically do the results we want, but we're not going to give you very clear directions with it. So that's really concerning. I do appreciate bringing back the MHSA program, even though this is going to be, we'll see how it ends up having to go. I know that's immensely complicated. I had sent in some of my thoughts, I think, along with the Behavioral Health Advisory Board ahead of time. And it's a lengthy document, but well worth the read. So thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Goldenberg.
So, thanks for the presentation. Unfortunately, right, it's a evolving, ever-changing world, right? When dealing with the state, we think we're on top of something, we lay out our best plans, moving forward, and then get a curveball thrown at us. So appreciate you guys constantly looking at this, adapting the best you can, and the unknowns are really difficult, to do that. But I personally can see that you're very much trying. I'd really want to see, that crisis mobile unit, kept in place. It took us quite a while to get there, to get that going, and we just absolutely need to have that and continue. So thank you.
Supervisor Campbell. No? Okay.
But thank you very much for the presentation.
Do you have comments? Supervisor Kirk?
Just interesting to hear how everything's shifting at the state level. And I'm hopeful that if the at-home program works, we need the same attitude with accountability and transparency back to the counties, because what you're seeing is a decade or two of changes in the legislature, in budgets, and closing mental health facilities, and all these other things in like corrections and institution. Anyways, all these people are now on the streets, and now the counties are bearing the brunt. And it's just really interesting to be in the seat and watch it kind of play out. So best of luck to you guys. And we'll see what the governor does. But yeah, interesting times.
So my final comment is, let us know how we can advocate for you. Use the Board of Supervisors. If you need to bring something back specifically, whether it's for the crisis unit or something else that you feel strongly about, we're here for you. And with that, I will entertain a motion for the budget for this program.
That I'll move on staff recommendation.
Second.
So it was moved by Supervisor Brandon and seconded by Supervisor Campbell. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Carries 5-0. Thank you, ladies. All right. So now we're on the 1:30 presentation, the third 1:30 p.m. appointment, and no, we're not. So Eric's working on budget. So, well, then we'll pivot. And I know we've got something with the housing element. I think that's the next on our list. Yes, so that would be number 10. So, Heather, would you please read that agenda item?
Item number 10, presentation on the community outreach plan for the 2023 housing element.
Welcome, ladies. Do you need a minute to
Nope.
set up? Okay.
Good afternoon, Chair Haff, members of the board, staff and public. My name is Quincy Yaley. I'm joined here with Tamara Blankenship. We are from the Community Development Department, and we're here to do an overview of the community outreach strategy for the housing element. As we've discussed in the past in front of your board and with the public, the housing element is a required chapter in the Tuolumne County General Plan. It's the only chapter that's required by the state of California, and we have to update it every 5 years. We have recently embarked on that process, and it was kicked off with your board approving a contract and scope of work with PlaceWorks, Inc. for us to begin doing that work. And the housing element, in order to be done on time, must be certified by the end of June of 2024. And so today we're just here to talk about the community outreach strategy that we're working on. This effort we're going to talk about today is the same steps and the same process that was in the scope of work attached to the contract that you approved. So if you were familiar with that scope of work, take a snooze, because we're going to go over it again. So focused and meaningful community engagement is an important part of the housing element and is actually required by the government code. And so the public outreach strategy will include 3 components: a housing element steering committee, meeting with the housing collaborative, as well as several community meetings. And we will conduct these all consistent with state law. I'm just going to go over those 3 a little bit more in depth, and then I'll be happy to take any questions you may have. So first is we're going to be doing community meetings. These will happen throughout the process, and they are going to be similar to the work that some of our steering committee is going to be doing, but they're going to be more brainstormy in nature, more workshop, a workshop format, a little bit less formal than what our steering committee is going to do. I'll talk about that in a second. We're proposing to do these workshops at 2 times during the preparation of the housing element, and we want to hold a workshop both in Sonora as well as in South County. We often get feedback that South County is neglected, and so we want to hold one of our workshops series in South County as well. They have those two, 108 quarter, the 120 quarter, very different housing needs, and but both relevant to the process. As I mentioned, we are planning to do a housing element steering committee. This would be a non-Brown Act group. We would comprise it of no more than 7 industry experts and stakeholders, similar to what Robbie Bergstrom is doing with the executive economic development group that he's working with. The first meeting would be to receive input and comments, and would be somewhat of a brainstorming session with that steering committee on policies and programs that they want to make sure are touched on in the process. And then the second meeting and the third meeting, first would be to review the draft document before we send it to the state of California for comments. And as what typically happens is you have to redo your first draft. So we send them the first draft. HCD, or Housing and Community Development, will send back a list of comments. We'll take then that list of comments to the steering committee and get some input on addressing that in the final version. So we're hoping just one round of review at the state is necessary. And then the last component of the public outreach process would be a meeting with the Housing Collaborative. They meet twice a year, so their next meeting is in November, and we would request time on their agenda to review the housing element with them. And kind of depending on where we are in the process in November, that will really drive the input that we may need at that time. Those meetings tend to be short in time frame, and so we'll want to be really targeted and specific and intentional about what we want to pull out of the group that's at the Housing Collaborative. And so it's kind of a very fast time frame to get to the next summer where we need that certification, and therefore we want to maximize the opportunities that we have for public input, and that is why we've put together this process for you. So I think that is all we have to present, but like I said, we're happy to answer any questions you may have. And I guess before I should turn it back, this is an informational item. We're not looking for a motion at the end of it, but happy to take any comments that you might have. Thank you.
Always good at this time of the afternoon to remind us. So, board questions. Anybody? Supervisor Goldenberg.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation. I just had one. I'm not familiar with the Housing Collaborative. Can you explain that, please?
That'd be great. Would you guys mind answering it, since it's really something that came from some folks on the board?
I'd be happy to. The Housing Collaborative was started last year. Was that right? Mm-hmm. So it's not county-centric. It brings together from every different type of industry, whether it's nonprofit, for-profit, county, city, tribes, all in an effort to get everybody on the same page as far as housing for Tuolumne County. And we've had specific content on these 2 meetings. It's just the morning in May and November each time, and then we just had one again this May to address certain issues before us where we can talk about it, get presentations, and then move forward. But basically, it's all for the purpose of championing housing, because we need housing on every single rung of the ladder. So in a nutshell.
The one project in my district with the Stanislaus Group, that's this whole.
Well, that project was mentioned. That project, this last time that we met in May, just recently, we went over 6 different projects that are in the works in the county, whether it's in the city or in the county, to make everybody aware and to educate those who came to this what these projects are all about.
Chair Half gave a great explanation, but only to clarify on that, it
Sure.
is not a group that does projects. It is only a discussion forum with mostly a lot of the kind of grass tops, bankers, business folks, realtors, architects, everybody who's not just county folks, though county folks are included as well.
Very good. And I appreciate the explanation, Supervisor Half, and the follow-up, Supervisor Brandon.
Any other questions from the board? Supervisor,
Brandon.
I was going to say Jaron. Brandon.
Great.
I know. Brain.
So I wanted to ask about the Housing Element Steering Committee, how the people are going to be chosen for that.
So we're going to choose them. First of all, I would say that I've been fortunate enough to work with a lot of folks in the community and on a lot of different committees, and have really seen, the ones that are dedicated to the cause and not just sort of showing up for. They're really getting involved. So I would imagine it would be some individuals, if they're willing, that have been a part of a housing policy committee in the past. That's what I would envision doing, is finding 7 individuals who have been participating in the housing collaborative, who are familiar with the Board of Supervisors' strategic goals and policies. Well, that's a component in our staff report that we want to make sure that they're providing. That they're looking at it through that lens.
Okay, and so as a non-Brown Act committee, and through that process, there won't be any appointment process, there won't be any public meetings or public records, right?
It's a non-Brown Act. We'll take notes, to inform us after the meeting is over for whatever needs to happen next.
Okay, and so PlaceWorks, they're only, in the proposal you had mentioned, doing 2 presentations, one in Sonora, one in Groveland. What of the other communities? I know there will be, on our side and with Tamara, I think, community outreach from the county side, but will, for example, the folks in my district be able to speak with PlaceWorks as well?
So the meetings will be open to the public, so anyone from anywhere in the county can go to any of the meetings.
Okay, so they'd have to drive to Sonora, Groveland. Twain Harte would have to drive to Sonora.
Yes, they would have to get themselves there, yes.
Okay, and are they able to, I think they had done in the past virtual meetings, right?
We haven't talked about that. As much as we can make that capability happen for the workshop, it's not a problem.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Any other questions from the board? Seeing none, I'll go to the public. Any comments, questions?
Thank you, Supervisor Brandon, for your comments there. I was reading the memo. I think it was a staff memo. And then there was the other memos. I don't know if that was from the consulting company or the state direction or something. But we were very clear from the county's perspective that the steering committee was going to be non-Brown Act, and there will be no public involvement other than the people that are chosen. But then you say you want to maximize public input, and there's another statement that said local government shall make a diligent effort to achieve public participation of all economic segments of community. So I have an issue when the public gets excluded. And you're told that, this is going to be the secret meeting of these little people. And it's probably the same people that we've seen on many other committees who've had years and years and years to make input. And are we really going to get original, creative ideas?
So I will forward this person's question to you, her concern, because I understood that there was going to be quite a bit of public engagement. So can you expand on that?
Sure. We're going to be doing community meetings. Those are open to the public. We're going to do a steering committee, which initially, as I said, is will be a brainstorming type of session, but also in the second and third meetings will be an opportunity for the consultant to explain to the committee why the housing element has written the way it is, because it's a very policy-driven document that it has to follow state standards. And so that's going to be a component, is to make sure that the document is as encompassing of community involvement and still meeting state standards. I'm not sure if I'm explaining that right. So yeah, I mean, there's public meetings. And then also it's going to go to the board and the planning commission. So there's public comment at those times too. And we're hoping to get it all done by next summer.
So just well publicize those public meetings.
Yep.
You know, so that they, you know, get the word out. And,
Sure.
you know, sometimes we're remiss in how we get that word out. We go, well, you know, we put it out in the minutes. It's on the website. You know, we need to do a good reach out, you know, just so people are aware and can attend.
Supervisor Campbell.
Yeah, thank you, Quincy, and thank you, Supervisor Brandon, for those comments. I guess I like the idea of having fewer meetings where the effort is to attract more people, because I kind of like the idea of people from Twain Harte and Sonora and Columbia getting into the same room together to discuss housing rather than do satellite meetings in each community, because I think that you'll get a more rounded answer that way, because people won't just be talking to you, they'll be talking to each other. That was kind of where I was approaching it from, although I absolutely see the perspective that we don't want to make people drive long distances or unduly inconvenience them. But I tend to, you know, I'd prefer to just go to, if I was going to attend a meeting like that, I would want to sit around. This is just my style. I would probably sit in the back and listen to what everybody else says first, and then kind of make my own voice heard. And I think a lot of people are that way. So I'm not against what's proposed in terms of the arrangement, but is there anything, I mean, could I take it on myself to hold a meeting about this? Or if I felt that there was more?
I mean, we're here to present to you what was the approved plan and the scope of work that you approved. And so that's why we're here today. That's why we're having this item.
Okay.
You know, if you want us to change the way that the public outreach is done, you know, we will do that at your direction. You know, we do our best to balance where we hold our meetings. We certainly hold the board meeting in one place every Tuesday, and you know, people have got to get themselves here, and we don't have that even ability for them to interact digitally anymore. So we certainly are doing the best we can within the scope of budget that was approved. But we are here. So if there are any directed changes, we will make those.
No, and I wasn't suggesting we make changes.
Yeah.
I was saying, I think what you have here is a good plan, and you know, you deal with this all the time, and so I trust that you and your team have the right approach.
And I would add to that, Supervisor Campbell, that the housing element is one specific effort that the county is making in outreach to individuals. There's a much broader job that Tamara is doing in formulating in terms of broader housing issues that will expand beyond what the housing element mandates. And so we're really focused on what does the housing element mandate us to look at, having a state-approved document, and then have the luxury of capacity in Tamara's position to do more of maybe like what you're suggesting is a meeting with you and your constituents and in the various communities that certainly we don't want to not do those that outreach. We're just talking specifically about this document here.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Brandon.
Great, thank you. Housing's important. We're in a housing crisis. I bring that up every time. We really need to see more units because our businesses can't find people. Rents are going up. For any number of reasons, it's extremely difficult. And I probably get at least 1 to 2 people per week that I think hopefully end up more often than not finding a place, but are feeling on the threat of being homeless and reaching out because they know that this is something we talk about. So what I want to say is our RENA is very low for our housing needs assessment. In the past, when we did this, it was to jump to the state's tune a bit. To city, to county is very small. And so what we're doing as far as compliance with that, and then what maybe with federal fair housing in it, you know, it's not going to push us very hard in any way. It's going to be very easy to achieve. In fact, I bet by the time we've passed it, we will already have approved some housing thing that's come through that's going to hit the 4 units. And I oversimplify that, but I think it'll happen naturally. So because it's very low, if we want to see more housing, that means whenever these opportunities come up, we have to, accountability is on the direction of this board and the execution of staff on ourselves to basically push whatever housing goal we would like. I'm not sure we've defined that very well yet. I know many years ago, the county looked at a growth strategy. I think we've all said we support housing here, but do we have a number? Do we have a need? Is it meeting the current needs? Is it overbuilding a bit for future growth? Have we made that clear? Going into this, what I worry about is we sign the contract, goes to a consultant. We do get community input, at least in each community one time, and then it's kind of silent for a long time, and then a full plan comes back that we do technically have the capability to amend or send back, but the consultant money's gone. It's too complicated to discuss up here and propose, and we kind of go with what comes back. Just for reference, if you've probably looked through it before, but for a refresher, our last housing element is 138 pages. It's very detailed. It's not a lot of just background. These are all specific policy recommendations. Each page probably has 10 things that are talking about different processes. And within that, it has 22 mentions of the Housing Policy Committee. The reason being is having input at the beginning versus accountability throughout when it's so complicated is kind of very different. So I wanted to recommend really, I guess, two main things with it. I'm fine with, I think the Sonora one does make sense, and I'm not too opposed to a Groveland one. It is a unique housing situation. It's a small percentage of the county overall to have one of two. But what I would like to see, and I think this is, for 3 districts up here, I think there's not a virtual or in-person option to be able to attend. So our constituents for a PlaceWorks meeting will have to commute to Sonora or to Groveland to be able to speak. I know we will have additional community outreach, but I think it's important that the consultant's able to hear from that. So I would recommend that at least once in each of our districts we're able to have a virtual session. I know that Groveland may have a unique housing situation, completely acknowledged. When we talk about growth, we talk about Jamestown, East Sonora, and Tuolumne. None of those specifically are having outreach in this. And they can go drive to Sonora, but we know it will not be the same percentage as if it was their targeted to their needs. The second thing is related to the Housing Element Steering Committee. I agree with Carol's comments, agreeing with me, which is maybe not great. But I think it sends the wrong message to make a, for lack of a better word, privately appointed, not appointed by this board, by a county process that's public, and meeting in non-Brown Act fashion to come up with a lot of the details. And I know I have dived deep into many of these housing policy things. They are complicated. There are many, many discussions to happen, especially in trying to understand what you had mentioned, the overall policy environment of that, what the state's requiring, even what's possible, what's legal. Years of meetings. So I wanted to recommend that either one, this is exactly why the Housing Policy Committee existed, and that we restore that group, whether it's me on there or not, as the group that works with this in a Brown Act fashion where people can attend, speak up, and talk. This is how the last one was passed through, and it's got a history of kind of all the meetings that they had, how they went through that community process. 2, we would have people that we can appoint as representatives to it, because I know that there are unique conditions within my district, the same as probably everybody. I would like to have somebody there that represents that. I don't know whether we're going to have organizations, advocates, whether it's going to be geographically distributed, whether there may be all demographics we're looking for, from young people to older people. Where it's 7 folks, there's not an accountability on who's actually going to be in that discussion. Or as an alternative, we do have a planning commission. 7 people, we each have appointed 1 plus the 2 at large. That I think would be an appropriate body as well. I'm not comfortable as it is with the 7-member steering committee that I think we'll be meeting privately, and I think we'll have a better product if we have something, one of those other 3 options. So those are all my comments. Other than that, I'm excited to dive into the housing element in whatever capacity we do that.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Kirk.
I was reading the recommendation. I am aware of the outreach plan and the need to execute it within the timeline constraints. So thank you for making me aware.
That was it? Oh, okay. Didn't give me enough time to formulate. Everybody, did you go?
Yeah, I did. Other than,
Okay.
Just the role of the steering committee is to, provide direction.
Okay. I need to say a little something, and then we'll figure out where we're at. I like Supervisor Brandon's ideas. I just don't know if we have staff capacity, even with the housing specialist, to do those things. So I need more information before I'd even go there at this point. The reason that we got rid of a number of committees was because of staff capacity. And now we've had the budgeting process where we've frozen positions and we're not hiring for some. And I'm a little worried about overtaxing, especially CDD, for this particular subject matter. So I would be reliant upon you to advise us how that would work.
Thank you for the question, and I do appreciate the consideration. We work at the direction of the board. So if this is the priority that the board wants is additional public outreach, we shift gears to do that. I will tell you right now, the last probably 2 to 3 weeks, I have been almost 100% working on building security issues. And so my ability to shift or provide oversight is very limited right now. That being said, we're planning to do the public outreach in July. An option could be to advertise it very, very well, see how it goes, encourage members that you would want to be on this, participating to attend. If it tanks in July, and we feel like we didn't capture public outreach, we could certainly do more outreach. So our capacity shifts at your direction. There are certainly other things that we are working on to bring to you, and if the direction is to provide more community outreach specifically related to the housing element, we would need to probably come back to you, work a little bit on what that would look like, and then bring that back to you.
Okay, and I do notice that this item is for information only at this point. I do want to point out that there is a possibility that we could open up the Housing Collaborative to the community as well, especially for your presentation, I think, and we haven't talked yet about, what your presentation is going to be about, and there's a core team of 5 that meet to develop the plan for those meetings. But I would say, without talking to them, that it's not beyond question that we would develop a curriculum for that day that the whole public would be welcome to come to.
And the reason for coming today, I know it's a little odd, but is because I did hear concerns from different board members about the community outreach that was in the approved scope of work. So that is why I wanted to come, to really make sure I was locked in and we were on the same page. And if we are not on the same page, then I'm happy to take direction from you as to what you guys would like to see.
All right. What more do you need from us at this point?
Well, I suppose maybe, Tracy, I guess I'm looking to see if we're going in this direction. This was the plan. I'm hearing that you want more community meetings, and that we don't want to proceed necessarily as in the approved scope of work.
So essentially, we're looking for direction on the communication plan that is outlined in your memo. And so what I've heard is possibility of a board committee. So we need direction on whether you want us to return with that. And if not, we also heard maybe at least a virtual, no less than a virtual meeting in every district. So if you could provide just some direction. One will require us to come back and with all of what that would mean to do a board committee, if that's what you all choose to do. If not, then she and Tamara can work to do at least a minimum of a virtual in each district, if that's what you guys want.
And
virtuals can be from anywhere, so I don't know
Right.
that we need 5 virtual
Yeah,
meetings.
I was
That-
going to ask that. Could we do one virtual meeting? What's the capacity level there? Does that throw a monkey wrench into? Because there are, and I do know there are several people in our community who are very active, but also have mobility issues, let alone geography and where people are. Just as an ADA kind of idea, it's not a bad idea. But if it's going to make it much more difficult, that's something we need to discuss.
So we would need the community meeting that's proposed in Sonora is to be held in the board chambers, and so then we would need support from IT to run that meeting. We are capable of running the internal components of a meeting with the audiovisual, our staff is, but not interaction with the outside. So we would need additional resources for that. The meeting in Groveland is at the CRC, which I don't think is set up yet for a virtual, or maybe I'm not sure. But so if it is, we could, and we had the IT support at that meeting, we could certainly run that meeting virtual as well.
Just to maybe clarify, because I'd asked Tamara, we had met to talk about this. The consultants are not from the area, right? So the main thing in coming up for in-person is a lot of travel time and prep, as my understanding. That if they were to do a virtual one, it would be a little easier on their time budgets as well. I don't think it would have to be with every district, because Groveland having one, District 4, Sonora having one, District 1, it's really the 3 districts here that would not be represented. Mine's probably the closest to Sonora, and I still know that Jamestown and Columbia, even between the two, have very different views of housing, but at least I could try to bring those together. So my recommendation would be for 3 virtual, but I agree with Supervisor Campbell for those reasons I hadn't considered, but you're right. There are people still with COVID who do not want to come out to a large public gathering. There's folks with accessibility issues, so.
And people who don't drive at night, and I would imagine to get the maximum number of participants, it would be at night. So am I hearing that we do one virtual that would combine the 3 areas that were not previously included with in-person, plus anybody who was not able to make any of the other 2 meetings? So it'd be kind of a catch-all to get people involved. So one meeting for all of that, right? One virtual? Okay.
I was just going to ask our CEO for an update on the hiring of the IT person that's supposed to help us conduct hybrid-type meetings.
He's here. He's in the back.
Okay, so if we have that resource now on board
thumbs up
and
back
available.
It's the room that's not available yet. They just put in the T-bar, is my understanding. They were waiting on that with the contractor. That has been put in or was being worked on last week. So once we get that in, then they get the contractor, which is the same one who did this, to come in and put in the AV equipment.
And certainly at least here in the boardroom.
Yes.
We're talking a 100% virtual meeting, right? Not a hybrid meeting.
That's what my understanding is.
That was what I was thinking.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That's what I was suggesting.
So we wouldn't need a room or anything like that. People could just
Yeah,
work
so
from
if
their
it's going to be, if we're going to do this meeting in the boardroom, virtual and in person, then we would need IT support. If we're just going to do a virtual meeting that is open to the public, we can run that from the office and we would not need any additional support for
Excellent.
that. And there are a lot of people that would like to show up in person, too. So we shouldn't discount that.
Right.
And that would be with Placeworks, correct?
Well, so Placeworks isn't scoped for the 3rd meeting, so I'll need to talk with them and try to either just have them do that and hope we don't need to come back for a budget adjustment at the end, or that Tamara and I would just run that, and get feedback.
Yeah, have that be the 3rd one so you're well versed.
Yeah.
All right,
So-
I think we've got a plan.
So does that all sound good?
Yeah, just
Okay.
to clarify, so one in-person meeting Sonora, one in-person meeting South County, one 100% virtual meeting.
Plus
for
we'll do
everyone else.
plus we'll do the housing collaborative, Plus, we'll have planning commission and board meetings. Those are all public. And then we'll have our steering committee, which is one brainstorming policies, and then the next one is looking at the draft before it goes to HCD, and the next one is looking at the HCD comments and incorporating those back into the final document.
Okay.
Thank you.
If I may, and I do appreciate that consideration because that does ease one of my main concerns with it. To CEO Riggs' point in looking for any direction on this, related to the steering committee, to say one was restoring the one before, that's my preference. I think the main thing is, I think as it's set up right now, I have concerns about us not having any input with choosing that, no process of knowing who's going to be on there, of what positions, what demographics, and not having public meetings. I tried to lay out a few different options that may meet what we would all expect. So I guess that's what I was asking, is if we could consider a different process, whether it involves us or the planning commission or whatnot, that has at least a public element to it, which I think is going to be really important. And that's what I was wanting to pull out to. Not necessarily to say that the only option I was recommending is the Housing Policy Committee.
And I did hear a comment just now from Quincy that including the Planning Commission in the process
So
would
the
be part
planning
of it.
commission has to review the document before it goes to the board.
So the Planning Commission invites any and all persons from the public to come
Just
to
like
those
this
meetings.
I believe with the Planning Commission, that is when the housing element is drafted, it goes to them first, then back to the board, but not the monthly regular discussion, the
That's
strategy, brainstorming.
The plan is not to put it on their monthly agenda and have them provide feedback. Although they certainly could attend the public meetings and or the virtual meetings to provide that feedback.
Okay.
So your board could do a couple of things. And again, you won't be doing it today. We'd have to return. But it could be anything from not creating – anything you appoint, any body you appoint will be a Brown Act committee. So, and means, the published agendas. That means if you don't have a quorum, unfortunately, we have a little bit of an issue right now with not having our members of our committees and commissions not arriving and being there or leaving early, and all kinds of issues that result in not having a quorum. When that happens, the discussion can't take place. So that's just one of them. But you don't have to be, it doesn't have to be the Housing Planning Committee. It can also be any other committee. But as soon as your board begins appointing, then it becomes a Brown Act committee. It's a public committee at that point. So, that's something we just need direction. And if that is something you want us to return with, we can. That is not what staff is recommending, but we can make it happen if that's what you want.
Well, I'm not hearing any response to Supervisor Brandon's suggestions. Any feedback for him?
I think we have enough committees.
Not gaining traction there. So I think we've given you our best shot at moving forward.
Thank you, and appreciate your input. And your board has talked a lot about housing, and so trust us, we're the government. I've been listening. Tamara's been listening. We know your concerns. We know your issue areas, and we'll make sure that we're putting attention towards those in this process.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'd just like to clarify, when I said no committees, it doesn't mean that individual board members couldn't work with staff to address some of their concerns, to, look at, the makeup of the steering committee.
If I may, because that's a really good point we had talked about. To my knowledge, there isn't any process set up right now that we would be able to engage with that. That would be an alternative that I think could be workable too.
But it's not an official selection thing, because then we're thrown back into the Brown Act. This is just having discussions.
Sarah?
To that point, just to be really clear, is individual board members don't have authority to act. And so the problem that I could see happening is that Ms. Yaley is going to receive probably direction from different board members about different items. It's outside of a board meeting, so there's not authority. She's going to sort of be caught in the middle. So I think what more likely is a good idea is to let her just make the selections and then notify you all of what's of it, and then if there's concerns with that, then we can bring another item back.
Yeah, also I meet with each of you monthly, and we do cover, important topics of the time. And so, and if there is feedback that I, need direction or need information or feedback on, I would put that on our monthly meeting discussion.
Thank you. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, Heather, I think we're on item number 11 because I don't see Eric returning yet. So let's go on to item number, is that right? 11?
Yes, you are correct. Item number 11, consideration of approving a cooperative agreement for the administration and operation of the Columbia Fire Protection District.
Okay. Sorry, I was looking at the date here. Good afternoon, Tracy Riggs, County Administrator's Office. So as your board is aware, it has been many, many, many months that we've been working on towards a collaborative agreement with the Columbia Fire Protection District. I worked with Chief Ferreira for a number of months. He did resign in May. However, several staff, as well Supervisor Brandon, attended their meeting, the board meeting that they had on June 15th, and they did approve a collaborative agreement with the Board of Supervisors. That is attached to your agenda item. This agreement is very similar, not exactly the same, but very similar to what we have with the Jamestown Fire Board. All of the proceeds from the taxes that are generated that they would get for fire, all but $10,000 comes to the county for operations and administration of fire services for their district. Their boards stay intact. They maintain $10,000 for any cost that they may have for operations of the board. That would include insurance or any other items that they may have to deal with during the year. We had said that during the meeting this would go into effect July 1st, and we're asking that the board chair be able to sign this agreement. And as a reminder, right now we are operating and partnering with the Columbia College, which has been a fantastic partner. That started May 7th. We did discuss some duplication of services during the meeting, and what they promised to do is by June 30th, those duplicative services would stop, and that would mean after they get everything done, our auditor controller will work like she does with all the rest of us to get to a fund balance. Their remaining fund balance is also going to transfer into the county for operations, as well as the property taxes they would earn next year. Their additional assessment they have, this is the last year, it drops off. So it's around, I think we said $65,000 or so annually that will come into the county to help offset the cost of operations. And with that being said, it is our hope that your board will sign this agreement and that we can move forward with providing services for the Columbia Fire District Protection area. And one more thing. Please keep in mind, we are still working towards a location. What I mean by that is we know there's an apparatus bay that the engine company owns. There is not barracks. Kind of similar to what we have now in Station 56 too. We have apparatus bay, no barracks. That's why we're at the college. The college told us 12 months. They don't want us out there for a long time. We are doing everything we can to try and figure out all kinds of creative solutions, and we'll continue doing that. But just know that staff will be returning to you in the future with some other ideas that we have in either working with the parks or other locations. And we're even looking at some grants right now to see if there's a way to kind of pencil that together. So happy to answer any questions. And I do believe that Chief Murphy is in the back of the room as well.
All right. Questions from the board? Supervisor Kirk.
I just want to be clear. So when their assessments goes away, their tax base will bring in about $65,000, and what's it cost to operate that per year for the contract?
What is that? I'm looking at, I think about $2.4 million is what an approximate cost for that station.
For that station, okay. It's a lot of money, but we need fire services, so we're going to have to figure it out.
Well, so I'll tag on to that. $2.4 million per year to operate the station?
Yes.
That seems a little bit high. Chief Murphy can maybe explain. I was under the understanding we were looking at 2.0 staffing.
So currently, that station, we're utilizing the SAFER grant funds. I'm sorry, Andrew Murphy, now again, the permanent assistant fire chief for Tuolumne County Fire Department, CAL FIRE. To answer your question, and I shook my head, yes, but the not to exceed number is 2.2 million for a 3.0 staff, 3 people per day engine, and it's 1.4 approximately. That's for staffing, not to exceed numbers with the CAL FIRE agreement plus operating expenses. So typically we're coming in about 85% under that, but that's what the not to exceed number is. So currently we're utilizing two of the 3 stations we added are SAFER grant funded with 3 people per day, and then the one that we added through the LATCF and ARPA funding is 2 people per day.
Which would be the case with Columbia, correct?
I believe that's the station we're using for SAFER grant. It's one bill, but what we're reimbursed is the 3 per day. Yeah.
Okay, I thought the SAFER grant was Groveland, Mona Vista, and Station 51, and increased staffing at 76, or?
It's 19 positions, so those positions are being spread out throughout the fire department, but the focus and the grant award that we're utilizing and ensuring is that 3 people per day at 2 of the CAL FIRE stations.
Okay. All right.
County fire station.
Just kind of follow-up question here. The current amount of funding that we committed, C.O. Riggs, if you can refresh my memory, for Columbia specifically.
Yes, so in Columbia we have almost 1.7 million, I believe, from the LATCF funds that are going into the budget next year. So you did a little bit from the prior year, another bit from the next year, and so that carried forward to offset that. But that's another one-time funding that will go away. Hope that helps.
Correct, and that's where we really have to come to grips, right?
Yes.
You know, I mean, even if we got grant funding to get a fire station, do other things, we still got to figure out how to keep that station running. My only last other question would be on the location of the station, and I realize, you know, temporary with the college, looking at different sites, including out by the airport. What have been our discussions with the state parks? Further discussions. I know there was some initial discussions, but realistically, when you look at response times, and they're highly would be beneficial to have a station closer in.
For sure.
You know, maybe they have a plot of land and we could look at options.
Supervisor Goldenberg, are you asking for that to come back? Because right now we're looking at the agreement. So are you asking for that kind of information to come back at some future board meeting?
Yeah, I'm okay with doing the agreement. But the agreement, you know, from what I read and looking at it, talked about siting and other things as part of it.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so I think the questions are applicable.
Okay. So Supervisor Brandon actually took the lead on discussions with the state park. They are looking at some options there that might be available. We are also exploring that site at the airport. Nothing is solid. Nothing is final yet. The one at the airport is county-owned property, and it is an old house that actually has a hangar you could drive through. So it's tall enough, has apparatus bay, would have your barracks right there. Does need to be remodeled. It is on the outside edge of the district. Obviously, if you could do it in the park, that would be really nice too. So we are exploring everything right now. The grant that we're looking at, we'd have to do it on something county owned, and that was what we were looking at for the one in Columbia. Again, I think now we just found out that we're gonna have to wait till the January submission, which puts us really far out. But we are looking to get a cost estimate of what would it take to bring that location into a usable condition. So lots of things we're looking at is all I'm saying.
I hear you.
And we'll bring some updates to you. We just don't have anything solid. I know that, I think it was Joel, I think is his name, at the parks. They did ask whether or not they could transfer ownership, or the county might be able to buy the land where that house currently is. but it's my understanding, I don't even know if renovation is applicable. You may have to raise the building and just redo one. So,
And it wouldn't be out of the realm to sell the county property out by the airport and use those funds somehow.
I'm not sure if we can do that or not, just based on it's boat patrol and it's the airport, but I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
So any other questions? I'm going to take this to the public to see if the public has any comments at this time. Come on up. Nice to see you.
Hello, Kim Baker, resident of Columbia. In 1916, under the statutes of the time, citizens of Columbia signed a petition, 50 of them, and brought it to the Board of Supervisors asking for the appointment of the initial commissioners to the Columbia Fire Protection District. And at that time, they set up a 1 square mile boundary, which is where all the residences were in Columbia. So since that time, we've built Gold Springs, Springfield Estates, the condominiums at Marble Quarry, Rambling Hills, Columbia Sky Mobile Home Park, in fact, all the mobile home parks, Columbia Airport, Columbia College, and in the 1970s, fire departments started responding to medical aids as well as fires. So in that time, the community as a whole has been depending on the fire district and the original assessments and tax rates for that small area. So of course, we've now come to a point where this is not enough anymore. And since the 70s, there's been studies going back that have been recommending consolidation of this fire district with the county fire, and this time has finally arrived. It was hard fought, and many people worked for over a long period of time to get to where we are today. So I really encourage you to vote in favor of ratifying this contract, and I feel pretty confident as you move forward in trying to solve these other problems that the community will continue to show up and stand up and be here to help answer those and move forward. And I think it's also a benefit to the overall county as a whole because of the vulnerability that part of the county not having fire coverage brings to the rest of the county if we were to have a major event. So I thank you today for considering this. Have a good day.
Thank you.
And if
Anybody else from the public?
I'm sorry.
Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for comments. Supervisor Goldenberg.
Yeah, I just want to clarify that I'm in favor of this contract, right? Hands down, no problem at all. But, you know, when I look at the documents and look at my own experience, Exhibit A, scope of work, the very first bullet point says a location for a fire station will be determined, right? So it's very important. You know, the response time is everything. You know, when a fire first starts or if somebody's in trouble medically, minutes are critical. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Brandon.
Thank you. And I want to thank Supervisor Goldenberg, too, for his support of this, because we also wouldn't be to this point without his support, without this board's support. And I know that I'm committed on the station. It's going to be what's cost effective and what's expedient to be able to get done. And that's what we're looking at with the park. That's what we're looking at with the house, and bringing that back. Because at the end of the day, we gotta have a place for the service too. I just want to say that this is it's a really historic moment. It doesn't always go like this in other communities. Actually, at one of my LAFCO trainings, there was a specific new legislation that had come through talking about the forced consolidation of small fire districts because Tuolumne County, like Nevada County and other areas that had a lot of these volunteer stations, they're beloved. They are very connected to the community, but they're also hitting points where what was built and how they operate no longer meets the needs and the requirements or the financial resources that it takes to fight fire. We started this conversation quite a long time ago, and it was after a particular fire had happened that drew a lot of attention to some inequities in service and also the challenges that district's been grappling with for decades and finally could not overcome them despite that. I want to appreciate Kim Baker, who loves attention, I know, but
has been an absolute hero and asset in helping to work together in bringing the community that was upset and angry with that and inquisitive, they didn't know how it was happening, together and working with me and with county staff and our fire officials to have an amazing turnout at a fire forum to explain these issues. And I think what we resoundingly heard was we have to put the jurisdictional lines behind us and be able to pick what is the best option. And I think that's been a partnership. And I know the county reaching out and spending a lot of time working with the district, and the district too, which had to make a vote to lose their independence, to join into the county. That is not an easy decision. I did a Facebook post on it, but I really want to recognize what county staff have done, what the district and their board members did, what Kim has been able to organize, what the volunteers who have been at that station, some of which still right now drive up from the valley to go work in Columbia for several days for just small amounts because they love it and they care about the area. As well as Chief Ferreira, who I think at this point we would not be here without his effort too. During really trying times and a lot of scrutiny, he kept a calm head and he brought these conversations together and I think did a really good job of braiding it. So just with that, I appreciate it coming to this point. I think it is going to leave our entire county a lot safer. We're covering a service gap, and I think we're following through on what we said we're going to do.
Supervisor Kirk.
Yeah, my take on it is pretty simple. We wouldn't be here if we didn't have one-time funding. We're using ARP funding. We're using grant money. It's pretty easy for a district to dissolve when you're only going to bring in $65,000 a year. But this board, doesn't matter where people sit on different items and different issues, fire is our number one priority, I believe. And so we got to figure out ways to make it work. Again, I'm going to reiterate, we're using one-time funding, we're using grant money, so we have to, I think that's going to be the task ahead of staff and this board in a few years is keep trying to find money, and we're going to have to figure out ways to make it work because it's not sustainable, and that's going to be a difficult task. But I will tell you, if there was a massive fire in Columbia this year and we lost that area, it would be a huge economic loss. So I'm fine supporting Supervisor Brandon in Columbia in that area, and we're just going to figure out ways to make it work long term. So
thank you.
And I think we're committed to that.
Supervisor Campbell.
Yeah, I wanted to express my agreement with the comments of both Supervisor Brandon and Supervisor Kirk. I think that this is a tremendous step in the right direction. But Supervisor Kirk brings up a good point that this is not, we do not currently know how we are going to make this work long term. And so as fire is obviously one of, if not the most important issue in Tuolumne County, funding fire goes right along with that. And I'm speaking from personal interest, I guess you could say, because Station 56 is in the exact same boat where the Columbia Fire Station was a year ago in terms of the lack of ability to provide service to the area in which it resides. And so this problem's not going away and it's getting more expensive, but I think that there's commitment on this board, and I really do applaud all of the work that all of these groups within the county and outside of the county have done to get us to this point as well. So I agree 100% with both of you.
All right, thank you. I'm going to start back in the 2008, 9, 10 era. This administration has done something that the prior administration really tried hard to do, and that was to consolidate. And the timing must be right, and I think there's a good amount of kudos given to this administration for being able to bring everybody together and see how it could work. So my hat is off to you for doing that. That was my first comment. I also want to say that I like to follow beginning with the end in mind, one of Stephen Covey's main principles. And we're talking, Supervisor Goldenberg talked about short-range planning for, like, what's the next step as far as where we're going to house this Fire Department permanently, and I'd like to talk a little bit more longer range because we have to plan at the same time that we're going to, it sounds like we're going to approve this, we have to right away start planning long range. And we have had the CFD, Community Facilities District, we've had an attorney come and make a presentation to us. We need to follow up on that to see if that's plausible. And if it's not, we need to find another mechanism to fund this because a year or two is not that far away, and it's not really long-term planning. It's right around the corner. So I want to begin with the end in mind. Yes, we're going to approve this, but let's start working right away on how we're going to fund this long-term, just like my colleagues have said. So with that, do we need to take?
Well, I just feel the need to respond to that.
Sure.
I was not discussing short-term at all. I was looking for long-term solution and practical solutions on providing the best service for the people in the Columbia area, and closest resource is what drives that and is what is effective. So just want to be clear, I was not looking short-term at all.
Well, I compared finding a place for the home as shorter term than planning for, it's farther out probably that we're going to be planning for how we pay for all of this. So just in incremental steps was my point. And we need to start with the full understanding of how we're going to fund this. So anyway, I'm looking at the recommendation here, and so we need to approve the cooperative agreement, and I will entertain a motion.
So Chair Haft and Supervisor Campbell and Kirk, I absolutely recognize this, and we all see the same budget. And I think what has prevented that in the past is sometimes you have to set a stretch goal. This is a stretch goal, and we are going to have to figure it out, and we're going to have to work with the community to figure it out. And the same as the CFD discussions we had with Groveland, I'm committed to that from the Columbia side, and I think we all have to be within that boat to make sure this is sustainable. But not protecting people is not an option, and I think we're all unified in that. Yeah. So with that, I would like to make the motion to approve of the cooperative agreement for the administration and operation of the Columbia Fire Protection District.
And I'll second.
Okay, it was moved by Supervisor Brandon and seconded by Supervisor Goldenberg. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any abstentions? Any opposition? Carries 5-0. Thank you. All right. Yeah. So I see Mr. Earhart back in the board chambers. So are we ready to?
Well, we got.
This is not the last item. We have another one after this.
Okay.
So you guys want to take a break for like five minutes? Okay. Gives time for Eric to set up, and we will be back here at 4:56. Oh, we are resuming. We put the public hearing on pause, so we're bringing it out of pause. Is there anything else we have to say? Do we have
We are still finalizing all the budget documents.
Right.
So this is the architectural remodel and design services.
What? You're doing the space needs.
Correct.
1:30 p.m. Okay, so we have to have that item read. So sorry about that. I thought we were returning with the budget. So take it away.
1:30 p.m. Item 3, presentation on architectural and design services related to the remodel and design of the Washington Street and Naney Avenue courthouses, administrative building, ANF building, and the Tuolumne General Hospital site, and staff direction.
All right. Good afternoon. Eric Earhart, County Administrator's Office. This is a update on the architectural remodel and design services, also which has been commonly referred to as the Space Needs Study. I'm joined virtually with Brandon Rocca from Lionakis, so he is on Zoom with us. Just to provide your board and the public with some background, in April of 2021, the Board of Supervisors did direct staff to go out and issue an RFQ for these services. specifically because we knew that the two courthouses were going to become vacant when the new courthouse moved into the state-owned facility. So originally that agreement was for the Washington Street Courthouse, Yaney Avenue Courthouse, the fourth floor of the administration building, and Tuolumne General Hospital. In June of 2021, your board approved that agreement with Lionakis, and later in October of 2021, we were able to utilize some ARP funds to expand the space needs study to include all of the administration building as well as the ANF Francisco building. And really overall our intent was to maximize the use of county-owned space while eliminating the need for leased facilities. So again, some of the buildings we looked at are listed here. So we really take an evaluation of about 128,000 square feet of county-owned property. And these are the departments and the current staff, I'm sorry, these are the departments, I shouldn't say current staff there, I apologize, but that were included in this. Board of Supervisors, County Administrator's Office with all the divisions under that, Office of County Counsel, you can see all the list there is quite extensive. And these are departments that are currently in some of those buildings and that are that we're looking at relocating and maximizing the use of the space for. So I will let Brandon speak a little bit to this, but these are just high level, some of the services that Lionakis has provided over the many months that we've been going through this process. I will say that, with COVID, changing in staff, changing allocated positions, there have been a lot of things that have come up that have caused some roadblocks for us, but we've been able to work through them, and we do have a draft copy of the report attached to this board memo. I say draft because it is still continuing to be a work in progress. As things change, we have to update that report, and it will continue to change, but we want to at least give you what we have here today so you can see that. And with that, I will let Brandon go ahead and describe a little bit about what they do.
Thanks, Eric. So this has, as he mentioned, it's been kind of a long process that we have met with many departments here, but this isn't just a one-step process. We've gone out and evaluated each of the buildings, buildings that we did not have good as-built drawings on. We went out and did some 3D scanning so we could develop floor plans, because part of this process is to do some test fits, which is further down on that list. But it's not just saying, meeting with each of your guys' staff departments, but also looking at the buildings as a whole for accessibility issues, building code on how we want to reuse them if there's going to be any triggers of exiting or other fire life safety things that come up. As you know, we are looking at a couple of the historical buildings, so we had a historical architect be a part of this. I think you guys were aware that we've met with the HRPC group a few times on that. But then we've also looked at the systems, so mechanical, electrical, plumbing. But when we met with each of the departments, we were able to not just look at their way they're working today, staff counts, but think about the future and growth and make sure that we are accounting for that. So we're not just locking them into another facility that maybe in 5 years that, they've outgrown again and have to go through this process again. Once we were able to do all that programming and interviewing and staff needs, we were able to then take each of these floor plans of each of these buildings and develop test fits. And I think that's kind of been one of the longer drawn out things, especially with the HHSA group. They're a very large group, and trying to cram them into the TGH building was very difficult to accomplish. And as most of us probably know, the parking area at TGH is inadequate. It never really was adequate, and I think the post office utilizes half of that parking there. Plus, we have that road that goes right through the parking lot. So, a lot was looked at on how we could accomplish the amount of staff and customers that the HHSA's people have, and how would we could address parking there. So as Eric mentioned, he does in hand have a draft report. We are close. I see the light at the end of the tunnel to finalizing this, and today we're just kind of giving you an update of where we sit.
All right, thank you.
So I'll hand it back to you, Eric.
Thank you very much, Brandon. It just a little bit more background on the interview process with departments. They really do get fairly granular in determining what kind of space they need in individual offices based on the job function. So an office technician will obviously need a different kind of space than a planner who has to look at large plans. So they really look at all that. They look at conference room needs, how frequently people meet, et cetera. So those interviews do take some time to get through all of those. And when you look at all the departments, that takes a substantial amount of time. So when we talk about improvements for each building, I'm going to kind of go through each one of these independently just to give your board an update on where we're at and the direction we're heading. The Washington Street Courthouse, it is intended that would be used for the public defender and the county the conflict counsel office as well. And right now, we have a contract in place for somebody to develop construction documents and assist with the bidding process. And we're just in the initial stages of that. They just did a site visit last week to look at that. And this does obviously require some engagement with the Historic Preservation Review Committee, and we will be continuing to work with them. And I'm going to kick it back to Brandon real quick, just so you can kind of describe, when I say construction documents, what all that entails.
So yeah, construction documents is kind of I'm going to say a generic term because, at the end of the day, that's what the result is. But from what we have done thus far with some test fits in programming, the next steps is really to dive into schematic design, really start to get into the weeds of things. And then we usually take it into design development, and then we go into construction documents. So there's other steps that take place from where we're sitting today to where, we're going to be actually putting drawings together for a bid package for a contractor to build.
All right, thank you. And in the draft report, you'll see proposed floor plans, and really those are conceptual ideas. As we actually dive into the preliminary design, the schematic drawings, and do some more studies, we may find out that we can't do exactly what we want, or a door may have to shift, or a wall can't be moved. And so, again, those are just conceptual ideas, and so those plans may change, also change based on staffing needs also and the need for growth. So this is what is being proposed. This is the current floor plan of the Washington Street Courthouse. You can see as it's laid out with the 2 large courtrooms and a work area. The purple walls you see highlighted there, it's proposed that those would be removed. And then the green walls would be put in place, and that would provide enough space for a public defender's office as well as the conflict attorneys. And really all of the work on this is again, in the beginning stages, would be all interior with no other than just, some freshening up the outside and making it and refreshing. There wouldn't be any change to the exterior facade on this. It would be all interior. So that was what was being proposed there. We just met with your board recently to go over the Yaney Avenue Courthouse, so I won't spend a whole lot of time on here, other than to say one of the things we found recently with the budget and the proposed allocation for positions is Human Resources Department has grown, and we've been trying to squeeze them into this building as well because they do really support our office and are part of the county administrator's office. But what we've realized is it's just not going to work. If we squeeze them in there, there's not going to be enough room for them, and there's no room for growth for us in that space either. So again, these are shows the area of historical significance in the building that your board has seen before. And these are all same floor plans. So as we we've issued a contract an RFQ for the actual preliminary design, schematic drawings, construction documents, all of those things for this building now. We did get 3 proposals. We haven't finished reviewing those, but we do have 3 viable proposals. But all that to say is this area on the second floor now that was proposed to be HR, that will likely be replaced with Office of Emergency Services, and we'll make some other changes potentially to the 3rd floor as well after some comments that we've heard as well. So again, these are conceptual, and before any of these projects actually go out to bid for construction, we will come back before the board with more updates and actually a set of plans and schematic drawings for your board to approve before we issue that RFP or RFQ for construction. So this will not be the last time you see it. There's going to be a lot more engagement and input, not only with you, but also with the Historic Preservation Review Committee as well. So we just want to make sure we keep everybody engaged through the process. Again, you've seen these before. These are the pseudo renderings of what the exterior elevator will look like on that building. So with the administration building, we would still maintain the auditor controller, elections, treasurer, tax collector, assessor, recorder, human resources, and information technology. Presently, again, because this is a draft report, we just have the drawing of what the fourth floor currently looks like. And again, what was proposed for IT, knowing that we are going to keep human resources in this building, this will likely change as well. We'll have to make some adjustments working with IT and human resources to figure out the best fit for them. So this is just more recent information. And then we'll get those, if there's any improvements that are being suggested for the other floors, we'll get those added into this report for the next update as well. The San Francisco building, again, it's going to maintain community development, environmental health, solid waste, public works, GIS, fire prevention, and the surveyor's office. The only one that's coming out of there would be the Office of Emergency Services, which would move into the Yaney Street Courthouse with the county administrator's office. Again, I know they're hard to see here, but they are in the report that is attached to this. But again, this is just the proposed layout for the third floor of the San Francisco building. And really the idea is just to improve efficiencies and workflows in that space. But at the end of the day, what we found is we do have sufficient room in that building for all of these departments, and we do still have some room for growth in there as well. So that's the fourth floor there. I won't go through each one. Tuolumne General Hospital, this is the one that's been a little more tricky. Originally our intent was to hopefully move all of the Health and Human Services Agency out of their current leased facilities, the two buildings there, into TGH. But as we started through this process, quickly realized is we had to look at the parking. So we kind of stopped looking at the test fits and the programming and really started evaluating what would it take to get sufficient parking there. What we found is we would have to build a very large parking structure there, and it cost anywhere from $12 to $15 million, and it just wasn't feasible to do that. So working with Rebecca and her staff, they've kind of divvied up, we've come up with a plan where we can move half of the organization, vacating one of those leased facilities, which between the two, we pay about $500,000 a year for both facilities. So we'll at least be able to reduce some of that rent and make some changes to the facility to get them in there. So right now, we're looking at public health, behavioral health, which is currently there, veteran services. There are some financial support staff for behavioral health that are not there that would be moved over. Adult system of care, children's system of care, their general administration for HHSA, and GEO, which is also currently in that space. So again, we have the current layout of the building as it is, the basement. This would mainly become training space, conference rooms, and so on, where people really aren't spending all day in these spaces just because of the lack of windows, lack of space. So this really becomes more of a communal space for the entire building. Again, this is just the current layout of the hospital as it is today. And on this floor here, you would have GEO reentry. This is first floor. Adult system of care, children's system of care is that kind of light blue color. The adult would be that light purple. The darker purple is GEO services, and the green is just some shared space for all of HHSA. Again, second floor current layout. And then this would be the proposed layout. This is all primarily public health space. And then the third floor becomes financial support, it becomes administration, interview rooms, that's a shared space for the entire building, and some additional space for children's system of care and adult systems of care. So with those, next steps, again, like I mentioned, with the Washington Street Courthouse, we are in the early stages of developing those construction documents and the schematics. So once that's done, and again, through the process, we'll be engaging with your board as well as HPRC. We'll bring those final plans and specifications for approval by your board before we issue a call for bids. The Yaney Avenue Courthouse, that is also currently, right now we're having construction documents, preliminary design, some additional renderings being put together for the elevator. And like I said earlier, we did issue the RFQ for the interior rehabilitation of that building, and we did get 3 proposals. Once we know that we can move forward with those, then we can start looking at finalizing the administration building. And part of all these construction documents also is we will get a more refined cost estimate for each individual project. So for each building, we'll have, in the draft report, you'll see some opinions of cost that are associated with each facility. But through the development of the actual the construction documents, we'll get a more refined cost estimate. And with that, we'll be able to come back to your board with some funding options or abilities to fund those projects. So with the administration building, like I said, we'll have to finalize test fits to accommodate human resources. Tuolumne General, we would issue an RFQ to see what it would cost to develop those preliminary construction documents and design and schematics. And with that, we'll be able to figure out, how do we fund that part of the project? And so each one of these, by issuing the RFQs or the RFPs, it allows us to know what we have to come up with financially. But ultimately, and it's outlined in the memo as well, the goal for the county would be to find, long-term, would define one site where we could put all of Health and Human Services under one roof and really bring those services all back together. But in the interim, this would be an option to at least get out of half of the lease that we have currently. And then for the Anne Francisco building, we would issue an RFQ for preliminary design and construction documents for that also. And again, that would give us a cost estimate. And part of this also is prioritizing those projects. The 2 courthouses, obviously we're moving forward with those. And once we can clearly identify that we're going to be able to make some of the space here in this building available, meaning we can fund those projects, that opens up space here, then we can start looking at the administration building. And because Health and Human Services has different funding sources, we might be able to do them simultaneously depending on cost and how we can fund that. So again, I just spoke to a lot of this about the financing options. We'll look at grants. We'll continue to work with our public financial advisor on those. And we will continue to work with the Historic Preservation Review Committee on any of these projects that require that. And again, just to reiterate, prior to issuing any RFQs or contracts for constructions, the plans will be presented to the HPRC for review and comment, as well as the board for final approval before we issue those. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions. And I believe Brandon is still on the line. He can answer questions as well. Thank you.
So it looks like we're here. Besides asking any questions and asking for a public comment, you're looking for direction on next steps. So do you have that outlined for us?
Yeah, so these are the next steps that we're proposing. We'll continue with Washington Street Courthouse. We've already got approval for that, and we'll come back. Yaney Avenue Courthouse, and next steps for the administration building. Again, all of these would be, do you want to, at this point, issue an RFQ? Again, knowing that we can only fund so many of these projects at one time, it's just looking for any feedback on what has been proposed as next steps, and if your board would like to see anything different or buildings prioritized differently.
Okay, so we'll start with those kinds of questions from the board. Supervisor Brandon.
Great, thank you. With the HHSA changes, in that initially it was to save about the $500,000 a year. So how much does that reduce what the rental savings would be at the existing facilities?
I'm not sure exactly how much that rent is for the one building, but it'd be about half of the 500, so about $250,000.
And I wanted to know too, with drawing on funding for all of this, and in particular looking at Tuolumne General, many of those are not general fund departments. I know they have fund balance. I wanted to ask, since that is a cost savings, we have internal service fund. I mean, we have options with that. Do we expect that those will be contributing funding from those services that will be in that building for the renovation, if not entirely, at least a substantial amount?
HHSA has been able to apply some funds towards that building this last year as well as going into next year, but really that fund balance that they maintain is really because we never know how much the funding is going to be the next year to come, and so we always try to maintain a certain level of fund balance in those because, again, if the state decides to change how they're operating and what they're providing funding for, we need to make sure we have money in place so it doesn't impact the general fund.
Understood. Will they still, though, for any increasing amount over what is kind of the what's that responsible fund balance or responsible kind of contingency, will they be paying into those buildings? I'm drawing the distinction because when we're talking about the courthouse and general fund departments, we're having to pay for this probably out of pocket in some way, whereas that seems that it has some level of, we're paying rent, but can we get rent and then additional amount to make sure that
that can actually happen?
Because HHSA does have different funding mechanisms, we're going to be looking at all that creatively. Like, again, can we, does it make sense to use any of this fund balance, or can we pay the rent in another, or the lease payment in another way, whether it's how we structure the borrowing. So really, we're going to work with our public financial advisor on all those different scenarios and figure out what we can come up with and what makes the best sense for your board.
Okay. When that comes back, I would be interested in just if there's any type of estimate and percentage of what that would be. That would be really helpful in kind of prioritizing, but I know we're doing that today. I also want to ask Tuolumne General Hospital, from my understanding with the morgue and that area too, does have flooding issues. I saw on the documentation there it has a lot of storage in the basement. Probably should go without saying, but we've got a plan to fix that as well, right? Not just the utilization, but what was found out about that?
Right. So we will not just slap a fresh coat of paint on the walls and move people in.
No landlord specials?
We know that there's deficiencies in the building. We know that there's water that comes through there. We've had flooding issues there before. So through when we get ready to issue those contracts for architectural services and even for the contracting, the work itself, we'll make sure that we address those issues that we know are deficiencies. We have old plumbing. We know that there's hazardous materials in there such as asbestos and lead in parts of the building just simply because of the age of it. So all of those deficiencies would be corrected through the process.
Okay. And then with the space we need for some of the offices that don't fit, I know this is mixing with some of the different uses for the different buildings, but at the A&F, a lot of space is absorbed by that big hole in the middle. I don't know if that is analyzed for the lighting purposes, but was there any looking into whether that? I expected that would come back as space that would be utilized for offices or a lobby or something like that.
Yeah, right now, based on the programming and the potential growth, we didn't feel that we would need to go that far to make changes to fill that part of the floor in. It's always an option if we wanted to fill in that floor space and create some additional office space, but then you lose also the traffic flow, and it creates some additional challenges with HVAC and everything else. So, yeah.
Okay, last question. With the admin building, with human resources being moved out of there, how has that shifted where the offices would end up being?
In the administration building?
Yeah.
So, and that's one of the next steps here is, really looking at the space that's needed for
the courthouse, having HR move out of there. How does it change that?
So it does create some additional space. So we would look at moving the Office of Emergency Services into that space because previously they were crammed into a small area of the building. It would give them a little bit more space, but also allows room in the building for future growth.
Okay. Thank you.
Supervisor Kirk?
Then I'll save it for comments, I think.
Supervisor Campbell?
Yeah, thank you very much. A very extensive report made for great weekend reading. So I spent a lot of time on the historical building analysis, reading through there. I didn't really see it, and I guess we're not at that point yet, so I understand why, but when we're talking about the top floor of the courthouse, what's the vision there? I mean, there is a floor plan layout, and you have the slide for that. But we will have to install electrical. There will be the screens. There'll be some modification to the wall and the seating. How do we go? What's going to be? I mean, what's going to be the process to get to that point? Can you describe in broad terms what we're looking at on that top? And the reason I point that one out is because it's the most historic courtroom, and it's the place where ideally we would have Board of Supervisors meetings going forward.
Correct. And so I'll try to unpack most of that. I think I caught most of your questions. So let's start with the changes to the floor itself, the building itself. In this drawing here on the bottom left, you see a dotted line that kind of splits the building there, or that large room, which is the courtroom. That is the wall currently that goes into the jury deliberation room. And so that wall the top portion of the wall would remain just so you can see the clear delineation between the courtroom and the jury deliberation room, and the interior would look very similar as to what it does today. And so that's what would happen in that space there. As far as putting screens, et cetera, things like that in the building, if any of you, I think most of you have actually toured it, just to the left of the bench right now is essentially it's a freestanding set of a TV stand that's brass, polished brass that's in there that the TV used to hang on in there. And so we would look at something similar to that where, obviously with the 16-foot ceilings, we wouldn't be hanging them all the way down from the ceiling. So we'll look for some other alternatives that do not impact the interior of the building as much. In the, moving around to the right there, where the Board of Supervisors offices are currently proposed, again, we have a wall that separates what was once the law library and the presiding judge's office. And so that would, again, the top portion of the wall would remain, essentially, so it would look like a threshold across the whole top there, so you can see where that wall once was. And then the rest of the space really kind of goes, not a lot changes other than we'd be relocating the women's restroom from the area that's currently here over to this side, but then the rest of these walls that are there today that are original to the facility would stay in place. So I hope that answers most of your questions.
So how much, and thank you, I appreciate it. So it looks like the big modification is that wall to the jury room.
Right, so if you see, in this image here, you'll see these red walls that are going to be either removed or modified. Okay. This wall will not be completely removed, nor will this wall here be completely removed. These will be opened up in these spaces, but again, this is just the conceptual idea. If we get into it and we do some more structural review and we find, hey, we can't do that, then we'll go back to the drawing board and figure out what makes sense and make sure that we engage with your board as well in that process.
Okay. All right. I have some comments on that, but I'll save those. Thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Goldenberg.
Okay. So what I'm seeing in the document is potential savings of roughly $432,000. $250 for public health area, potentially, IT $132, and public defender $50. Does that sound correct?
Correct.
Okay. On the IT lease, my understanding is that unfortunately the lease was made where we don't have a clause that allows us a cancellation clause, basically. When does that lease expire?
If I recall correctly, I believe it's 2026 is when that lease expires.
Okay, so this work would take a while, so it would allow us time to break that, not renew the lease, basically. Okay. And my last question, and I'll have comments later, is how much has all of these studies cost the county to date, and how much more do we anticipate having to pay?
So we're actually, the total contract with the amendment of the additional spaces added is just over $500,000, but only a small portion, I believe $140,000 approximately, came from the general fund. Part of it is offset by funding from Health and Human Services, and then the balance of it was funded through ARP funds. So most of the funds for this study have been expended at this point.
Okay. And do you have an estimate on, they're still going to do some more work?
Yeah, there's still some more work to do on this contract, yes.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
So I don't have any questions, so I'll go to public comment at this point and see if we have anybody here that wants to make public comment. Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for final comments. Supervisor Brandon.
Great. So I think I'm happy about just the concern being brought up too, because I've shared that regarding the parking situation and talking to some of our staff. And I think amending that to make sure that it fits is really good. My biggest question on that is we have spent a lot on these plans to basically lay out how to do it.
But then whatever comes back with financing to see, okay, but how are we actually respecting, the fund balance that is there, ensuring that perhaps for a while fund balance that would normally accumulate into that or go to one-time expenses, we're drawing upon all sources to make it happen. Big building, it's pretty expensive. I do think the finances make sense on that, but we just need to check in with it. My only other comments with it, I know we had at a different meeting talked about on the first floor whether there should be some type of a public space people are able to interact with, and I don't think there was a direction to do that. But up on the top floor, related to specifically the board offices that probably none of us will end up ever sitting in, but hopefully passing down something nice. I do think
Speak for yourself.
To be next to the chambers, but there's a lot of hallway space and 3 doors there. They're pretty tiny. That's about a 10 by 10. One of them, doesn't have a window there. I just wanted to see are all of those doors, necessary? Is there a way to remove that top one so that the offices are a little more spaced out? And then having what seems to be the board clerk is behind, it looks like a service window, I'm imagining from the thing right there. Having that person kind of be out so when somebody's coming up the stairs or to the elevator, we do have the lobby and overflow space, that there would be somebody out there able to greet them. I actually think that's been really nice here, even though there is kind of the half-wall barrier. When you come into the 4th floor, there is somebody right there. You see a face. It's not like a DMV counter or something. It's an actual person. Other than that, it's a really lengthy document. I'm happy that we're kind of finally to this point.
Who's ready for comments? Supervisor Goldenberg.
Oh, I just have one general one. I heard Brandon from Lionaka state something about the post office using up a lot of parking spaces, and my comment is they can't even figure out how to deliver our mail, but we're giving them free parking.
No direction on this project?
No, other than that, I'm in favor of moving forward. Okay. I'm looking at roughly $432,000 a year in savings, by getting out of leased space. Okay. Still would love to see all of Rebecca's shop in one building, but that's going to be down the road.
All right. Supervisor Campbell.
Thank you, Chair. I'm very, I've been a huge cheerleader in favor of consolidating in county offices from the beginning. And the fact that we're getting this close, I think, is really encouraging. I'm very much in favor of us moving ahead and making these buildings living, breathing, functional buildings that are utilized. My focus in terms of historical preservation is chiefly on the floor that we're looking at. The entire building, of course, primarily the exterior elements, but the 3rd floor, of the courthouse is going to see the most amount of public coming in and out of it. And so we need these types, preserving historical buildings, especially interiors, can be very expensive. And so I guess my caution is that we keep that in mind, that this will take a commitment of time and money to do it right. Because if we modify these buildings in a way that future generations will look back and not look kindly upon us if we don't do this right. I use, for example, I lived in Stockton for a while. Stockton had one of the most beautiful courthouses in the state of California, and it was torn down to build Highway 4 Crosstown Freeway back in the 60s, 70s. And anybody looking back now would do anything they could in order to get that asset back. And I know that's not what we're suggesting here. But putting extra emphasis on the historical preservation of the 4th floor is critical to me. The 3rd floor, sorry. I keep thinking of this 4th floor, but that 3rd floor.
Supervisor Kirk.
When we started this conversation, for me, it was about getting out of rents, which we're still working on. I still feel like obviously we don't have all the information. So we got to continue down this path and get info. Obviously, if we don't use buildings, they're going to rot, and there's a huge cost to not utilizing buildings. So I agree that as we can move people out, again, this is back to the same conversation we've had for the last year. So as we can move people out, get them into these buildings, get them occupied, where I'm concerned is I'm bummed out that we're not going to be able to use Tuolumne General to get the entire shop over there. So I don't know how that's all going to play out in time. But what is concerning to me is the cost. I don't know. A cost savings of $450,000, $500,000 a year sounds like a lot, but I don't know what we're going to be getting into as far as trying to rehabilitate some of these facilities. So I don't have that info yet, and I think that's what we're trying to get is. So we got to continue down this path. So, but let's just leave it at that.
All right, and my comments are this. Without knowing the funding mechanisms that are going to help us other than saving rent, and that's kind of incremental, it's kind of hard to prioritize, but I'm going to give you my prioritization on this. I think we should finish moving all of HHSA out that can be moved out. That should be number one priority. Finish that job so that we have at least one building vacant that we can decide what to do about. I've made my suggestions about that to Rebecca, I think it was. So that would be number one. Number two would be move the public defender's office to the Washington Street Courthouse, because that move is going to be less expensive than the move here over there, meaning this fourth floor to next door, and get them out of their lease. And then finally, go to the Morningstar Drive IT lease and get them moved over here. That would be last, because that will be the most expensive move, because it requires all the things that we would need to do for a historical building to make it happen. And again, we've got to figure out what our funding mechanisms are that are going to pay for this. So this is all said without knowing that. So it's kind of a little bit difficult, but that's my 2 cents. And do you have enough direction now?
I do. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. All right. We are coming back to the 23-24 budget. And Heather, if you can read that again, just to get us set up. It is a public hearing, and we'll resume that.
9:30 a.m., 3 p.m., or item 3. Blah, blah, blah. I'm ready to go. Public hearing to approve the fiscal year 2023-24 budget with personnel recommendations as outlined in the budget document, classification, bargaining unit assignment, and pay range listing, capital projects list, and adopt the FY 2023-24 budget resolution 67-23.
Thank you. All right, so who's leading this final discussion? I'm going to resume the public hearing. And,
yeah, so.
Okay, here we go.
So Bobby is passing out the updated resolution for your board to approve. And then there is the updated summary of the funds for the governmental funds, because those are the only ones that your board directed changes for, as well as the updated allocated position list for your board's approval that includes the addition of the librarian position and the removal of the half-time senior library assistant. I have here, just to show your board, and the budget detail reports have been updated and uploaded to the budget portal. So I wanted to show your board, this is what the total came to. So we put in the $60,000 for the work on Confident South Fork Road. We put in $60,000 for Q and Mill. We added the librarian. This was the exact cost that it ended up being, $76,918. And then the increased contribution to the UC Cooperative Extension, 15% of their contract was this number, $24,000.
Where are you?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just on the screen here.
Okay.
Yes. So this is the exact cost of the librarian, the $76,918, and then the 15% of the county's contract for the UC Cooperative Extension is $24,037. That gives us a total of $220,955. So this was what contingencies was previously budgeted at, $1,102,349, and so contingencies now is budgeted at $881,394. Yep. Looking for, yeah.
Motion?
Yes, please. We need your board to adopt the resolution.
Do we need to open up public hearing?
What's that? Before the vote, we will close it. I just want to make sure there's no final comments. I do want to say something, and that is for the UCCE. It's water under the bridge right now, but I would have been in favor of approving just that, even though it's before September, because it's so small. I think we're treading in very unhealthy waters by going underneath our contingencies. I'm having a hard time with it, trying to decide what I'm going to do. So that's my final comment. Anybody else have a comment they'd like to make?
I share kind of the same thoughts on it. I would prefer us to be within what is proposed above our financial policies with that. I'm open to, with the board's recommendations, two of the big things on here are one-time capital projects. That eases some of my concerns. What we're talking about for ongoing expenses basically does fit what we have extra for fund balance. So either way, I hear your concerns with that. I share them for what that's worth. But if we're moving forward with it, those are two, it sounds like very high value, public works projects. Obviously, library services are important, and the cooperative extension is, I think it's about time we do that as well. So,
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Tracy, I know you don't have a crystal ball, but do you expect revenues to be higher in September?
I don't know that I expect revenues to be higher. I do expect the fund balance could be slightly higher. But there's a lot that can happen, as Debbie is reconciling year end and things that she comes across as she's doing the final reconciliation. We already know, for example, we have a few things where they've come in better, but what we don't know is there going to be something on the other side.
Sure.
And I appreciate the work that this board has done getting to this point. I think, and I absolutely hear and agree with the concerns Chair Half brought up. I think it's just a difficult point where we're either discussing the contingencies element, which could be, we can resolve that later, or we're looking at making cuts somewhere else, because we have items before us, but there's an entire, budget full of items where we would have to go back and balance everything out. And, I'm comfortable enough. Not everything in the budget is how I want it to be, but I'm comfortable enough moving forward if that's the will of the board.
Supervisor Goldenberg.
Yeah, I too want to have, the contingency funds where they should be. Right now I'm thinking we're looking at about 113,000 short, if I'm doing the math correctly. The board policy 994 minus the 881 that we're seeing, is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. So, I too feel that there's going to be increased funds, down the road when we look to September. And again, when when this board approved the water items, that was about $171,000 in costs, and reduced the contingencies, betting on the come of more funds, and realizing we just got more information from the PILT increase, which is great, but we didn't know that at that time when the decision was made. So I'm ready to approve this budget as it is now, and would make a motion to do so.
Go ahead.
Before you do, can I ask staff, what would be the process by which, if we were to say, we take that 136,000, we make that we use this term a lot, but a priority between now and September to find that money and put our contingencies back where they should be?
That we would go to all the departments, we would find it. I would just caution this board, your contingencies are not the biggest risk that we have here. It's the use of one-time dollars for ongoing expenses that are well over $3.5 million. So I just, the 113 is by no means the biggest issue that we have. Is that we're using almost $3.5 million of fund balance to cover ongoing expenses next year. So if the board were to direct that, we can. You'll have a completely different set of numbers. When I say that, we'll have more information when we come back with the adopted budget, and it's possible we'll have enough to do. I know we'll have, because I'm short, to do the reserves and to put this, and that could be what the priorities are, and you can provide those as we're moving into creating that document for September. That we should first focus on reestablishing contingencies and then putting the 250 reserves per our policy, and then consideration for anything after that. And that could be a little bit more healthy way to approach it, where we're not going to go back and ask departments to take more, rather than going back now to do another $100,000 and causing and some frustration.
I don't want department heads to have to go back and make cuts, because I'm pretty confident the money's going to be there. And the way I see it is, I'm telling constituents we're putting money towards roads and a library for a short-term period till the money shows up in September. So hopefully that might help you half. But I hear you. Tracy nailed it on the head. It's the one-time funding that's going to bite us in a few years. So we're gonna cross that bridge when we get there.
All right, so I did hear the beginning of a motion.
Yeah, so the motion. Sorry. I'd like to make the motion to approve the fiscal year 2023-24 budget with the associated recommendations as adjusted today per board direction.
I'll second.
Okay, is moved by Supervisor Goldenberg and seconded by Supervisor Brandon. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? 1. So it carries 4-0-1. All right. We are on staff reports, and so I'll ask.
We have a closed session as well.
Oh, and you know what? I didn't close the public hearing. So I close the public hearing. A little long in the day. And what was your comment? I'm sorry.
There is a closed session on the agenda as well.
There is a closed session, so let's do reports first. Do we expect to report out on the closed session? Okay. So let's do reports if anybody has any. And it's okay if it's so late in the day that you don't, but I want to give everybody the opportunity, starting with Ms. Carrillo. Do you have anything? Eric, do you have any reports? Supervisor Goldenberg?
I have no report.
And we didn't do reports on the 6th, right? Okay.
We're just having
all right, so this wasn't on there. Okay, so I just was going to give you a really brief overview. The evacuation workshop in Crystal Falls went really well. We had very good attendance. We had about 35 people. They got a wide variety of education on go bags and evacuation routes specific to their neighborhoods. That was the real key to this, is that people could look at the maps, look at their neighborhoods, talk to a firefighter or a first responder and say, what should I do in this scenario? And then we put a big map on the board. with a pretend fire on it and asked everybody to consider how they would react to it. So that's the long and short of it. It went really well, and I hope we can do it again in each of our communities very soon.
Thank you. Supervisor Kirk, anything? How about Supervisor Brandon?
Happy to. We'll keep it short. Tomorrow I'm going to be in Sacramento, meeting with a number of legislators about green hydrogen. We've got a big plant. There's several pieces of legislation that could really undermine the value of the energy it sells and throw a wrench in the gears. They're trying to redefine the color system to where green hydrogen would no longer cover pyrolysis and gasification like what we're looking at from biomass. If it's not green, that's a huge issue. And it's, I think, just the lack of education. So I'll be meeting with some supporters and some on-the-fence folks with the Green Hydrogen Coalition. I will also be at our next meeting bringing a item from my own budget to request attendance at the NACO meeting. We have a 9 a.m. to 4:30 technology and telecommunications meeting. As I mentioned, I'm vice chair with that. That will be approving resolutions that have come to us and recommending that up to the national organization, which would be the full adoption. And at the same time, there's 8 different committees, so plenty to attend. And then lastly, attended the first meeting of the SURF presentations for economic planning. It went really well. Tuolumne County, I think, is well represented. West Side Project Coordinator is from our county here. Every spot on every committee, the HRTCs, is filled except for one, which is workforce, education, and training. So if we know anybody that fits well within that category, it's a 5-committee body that makes decisions. I'll be representing on the local elected body. We have ones for all the rest. That's one we don't have somebody quite yet. It's just starting, and so the next meeting will be the actual first meeting of the subcommittees. And I believe they'll be looking for projects that fit well within forestry biomass, renewable energy, workforce development of some type, and they want it within disinvested communities and things that create high road jobs. Ideally stuff that is not 10 years off in the future, but can be acted on in the next few. So get the brain juices going and let me know.
All right, thank you. And I don't have a report. So Heather, would you please read our closed session item?
Item number 12, closed session, threat to public services or facilities, Government Code Section 54957, consultation with Sheriff's Office, Sheriff Bill Foley.
And so I understand we don't have anything to report out, or we won't, so I will end the meeting, right? Oh, public comment on this closed session item. Thank you for that prompt. I was wondering why you're standing there. There you go.
Okay, thanks. Quincy Yaley, Community Development Department Director. I was hoping I was going to get to join you all in closed session, but I was just told I'm not. So I'll use my 3 minutes really briefly to make sure you're able to hear what I wanted to convey. First, which is to thank the administration, County Council, HR, for supporting our department through a difficult time that we've had. It has been a huge learning experience for me. And I'm grateful that this has happened because I want to make sure that the information and the after action that we do for this experience can help other department heads, those who are not behind bulletproof glass and don't have key card access and some of the other things that are more law enforcement type entities have. So I'm really looking forward to debriefing after this and helping other department heads. I'm not exactly sure what your closed session is going to cover, but I can tell you that the Community Development Department staff, especially those who work at the front lines, have a perspective and that is different than other people who are involved. And we wanted to make sure that as a county we're communicating to those folks. And I think, you know, Sarah, we have been, but perception has been difficult to combat, especially in the world we live in today. So I just want to thank again everyone for the help that they've given us. And I'm happy to answer any questions, although I'll direct them to the experts, law enforcement,
CAOs and our county council. So thank you all and have a great evening.
Thank you. So are we going to have closed session here? Oh, sorry.
That's okay. I just want to know that this person will be given a bill for a lot of these things that we've all had to pay for.
Thank you. So, Sarah, where do you suggest we have our closed session meeting? Well, okay. If we do it here, we have to wait for everybody to clear out and, okay.